The supervisor orders the workers to clean up the dirt and dig out the sand. The water in the buckets must be lifted from the well more quickly. The overseer shouts, demanding that the slaves move faster and not stop. The young man felt the relentless blows of the whip on his shoulders, blood and sweat running down his body. This long life of slavery was unbearably harsh. The strongest man in the world is the one who won the championship title at the age of 27. The one who had held the position of the best fighter in the world for the past 2 years. The record continues, 23 wins and 0 losses, heavyweight champion of the world's largest MMA league. The man who went undefeated even in his last defensive fight before retiring. The victory of South Korean athlete Choi Hyun-suk. Chu Hyun-suk was our hero. As soon as he ended his career, his life ended too. Chu Hyun-suk was hit by a truck. The money he had saved for his retirement was gone just like that. Chu Hyun-suk had worked hard up to that point. He died alone, wrestling until the very end. Half an hour later, the young man thought that it was even better this way. Now that he was dead, he didn't have to train or fight defensive matches. The only consolation was that he had no family or friends, so no one would mourn his death. A girl with wings appeared before the young man and apologized for being late. The girl introduced herself and said her name was Rachel. She was a recruiter looking for people whose lives had ended on Earth. Choi Hyun-suk called the girl an angel and asked her to explain everything in more detail. Rachel replied that the young man had 2 options. The first option was to accept death as it was and wait for his reincarnation in the next life as a pathetic old bachelor. The second option was to immediately resurrect as a hero to save the world that was waiting for him. Chu Hyun-suk said that this was too unexpected, so he needed time to think. These explanations seemed too meager to the young man. Rachel was surprised. Did the young man really think he would miss out on the opportunity of a lifetime? If he listened to her, he would gain wealth, honor, and beautiful women, and even special privileges. For those who become heroes right now, a status window is offered as a bonus. Rachel said that the young man would be offered an incredible service with many bonuses. Chu Hyun-suk thought, wouldn't he have to fight if he became a hero? He had just retired, and now the angel wanted him to fight again. Rachel tried to explain, if the young man becomes a hero in another world, the village chief will run to him barefoot and serve him food as soon as everything starts. The hero will look around tenderly and calmly complete the easy quests given by the chief. At that moment, the moved chief would say the following, his daughter is known as the most beautiful woman in this village. Would the hero be so kind as to take her as his wife? The village headman will add that in that case, he will have nothing more to ask for. Choi Hyun-suk decided that he had no choice but to use Plan B. Rachel said that in that case, the young man should forget about her proposal. He must accept that his life has ended as an old bachelor and rejoice in his next life. Rachel added that there was no guarantee that the young man would be reborn as a human in his next life. Chu Hyun-suk changed his mind and rushed after the girl. He apologized, but Rachel replied that she hadn't heard him. Chu Hyun-suk grabbed the girl by the leg and said that he agreed. He would become that hero. Rachel said that in that case, they would start right now. Choi Hyun-suk was surprised. Right now? The girl with wings said there was no need to wait. A beautiful other world awaited the hero. Choi Hyun-suk shouted for her to wait. You can't just send someone off like that without any preparation. Rachel said she wished him good luck on his adventure because a beautiful other world awaited the hero. The girl was surprised. If he was going there anyway, why was he thinking about it so much? A voice called to the young man and told him to open his eyes and wake up. Choi Hyun-suk thought, could this be the village headman the angel told him about? The development of events was too obvious from the very beginning. The young man opened his eyes sharply, frightened. A stream of cold water poured over him. Someone said they would gouge out his eyes if he didn't wake up. Choi Hyun-suk jumped to his feet. He was very angry. Who was this madman with such an indestructible desire to die? The strange man with a cow head mask asked who he was to continue sleeping in the slave dormitory. Choi Hyun-suk was surprised. Was this really the village headman who had the most beautiful and only daughter? Choi Hyun-suk replied that he was a hero. The man with the cow head was surprised. Did this guy really consider himself a hero? The man added, are heroes really that stupid? Choi Hyun-suk saw his interlocutor's body and was even more surprised. The hero decided that something had gone wrong. It couldn't be that this beautiful angel had done this to him. Choi Hyun-suk assumed that the cow head was his training quest. First of all, he needed to calm down. The young man thought if he was right, then the next thing he had to do was act. The protagonist struck the cowhead and said he would destroy this training monster. Choi Hyun-suk decided that now everything would go according to plan. The cowhead grabbed the young man by the leg and asked if he had just called himself a hero. Where do these crazy fools come from? Chu Hyun-suk heard a crunch and realized that his leg was injured. Cowhead said that this guy would come to his senses after a good night's sleep. After that, he would no longer call himself a self-proclaimed hero. The protagonist found himself in an underground prison. He banged on the door and shouted for someone to open it. He wanted to fight the cowhead again. The door opened, and a monster with a bloody sword on his shoulder appeared in the doorway. He asked who was making the noise. Chu Hyun-suk was surprised. Did he really have a real sword? The monster said that if the man shouted again, he would have to make soup out of him. The young man was frightened and promised to be quiet. The monster warned that he would be watching the man. Cho Hyun-suk replied that he understood and wished the guard good luck. Our hero clutched his head. Was this really the so-called amazing adventure in another world? Where did it all go wrong? Choi Hyun-suk thought that at this rate, not to mention the village head's daughter, he would die a virgin for the second time. A shout came from the neighboring cell. Could it be that a newcomer had arrived? Choi Hyun-suk asked who it was. The stranger said he was the one who would soon become a hero. The man in the other cell said that they were in the fortress of the Demon King's army, which enslaved people. Chu Hyun-suk asked his fellow prisoner what was going on and why they had ended up in this place in the first place. The man shouted. He asked if the self-proclaimed heroes were still alive. The real hero who had come to save them was already here. Cries for help could be heard from other cells. People begged the hero to save them. Choi Hyun-suk did not understand what was going on. His interlocutor said that there were 100 heroes here who had been captured by the Demon King's army. The interlocutor added that the cow's head the young man was looking for was the head of this place named Riedran. The guard's name was Jark, and he was known for his cruelty. The man added that the reason they were all in this situation was because of an evil demon named Rachel. If Rachel hadn't sent them here, everything would have been different. Choi Hyun-suk was surprised. Had the angel sent them here? Choi Hyun-suk asked what all this meant. Did it mean they shouldn't have started in this place? His interlocutor expressed complete confidence in this. Heroes who had been captured in other places told him about it. According to them, there was another starting zone intended only for heroes. Most people started in cities or rural villages. Heroes usually lived normal lives without any special abilities, but none of them started their journey right in the middle of the Demon King's army. Choi Hyun-suk thought, could it really be that the reason he ended up in this hell was that angel Rachel? Now this girl no longer seemed like an angel to our hero. She was the devil incarnate. The protagonist found himself in the second squad of slaves in the 3rd Battalion of the Demon King's army. The monsters called themselves the Great Army of the Demon King. The guard kept repeating that they would crush and devour humans. At one point, Jark said that work was done for the day, and the slaves had to return to the barracks. Choi Hyun-suk decided that one day he would destroy this petty goblin scoundrel. Choi Hyun-suk returned to the prison, collapsed on the floor exhausted, and thought that it was indeed better here than outside. Choi Hyun-suk remembered Rachel telling him about the special privileges of heroes. He had completely forgotten about it while working in the mine all this time. He remembered that he had been promised a status window as a special privilege. The protagonist uttered the necessary phrase and the status window appeared before him. Chu Hyun-suk studied the available information and thought that the numbers on the screen should correspond to his current status. The prisoner in the neighboring cell was surprised when he heard the numbers our hero was saying. Could his endurance really be 31 already? Choi Hyun-suk confirmed this and added that his strength was 28. The man admitted that this young man was indeed different from the others. It was no wonder he said he used to be a champion. He already had more than 30 stats, even though he was only at the 1st level. Chu Hyun-suk said that he was still a slave. What did that matter? His interlocutor replied that the young man would definitely be able to escape from this place and become a real hero. Chu Hyun-suk was tired of hearing the same thing every day. The man noted that ordinary people only get the pickaxe skill. This guy's case is quite rare. The protagonist thought that he would not be able to escape at all because he was still at level 1. When his interlocutor fell asleep, Choi Hyun-suk decided to check everything again, just in case. Our hero saw 2 points that seemed promising to him at the moment. Mana, which gives superhuman strength, and the unknown hero points. Even these fake heroes don't know about the hero points. Could it be that none of them have ever received such points? A familiar light appeared in the cell, and the young man turned around in fear. Rachel said that she and the hero hadn't seen each other in a long time. The girl said she wanted to tell the young man about the hero glasses. Rachel noted that hero points are an important feature that makes life easier for the hero. The hero's glasses can be obtained by completing quests. Choi Hyun-suk didn't listen to the angel and clenched her in his fist. The young man said he wasn't interested in hearing about the hero's glasses and everything else. For starters, the angel deserved a good beating. After a while, Rachel apologized. She never thought her magic circles would break because she spilled some coffee while snacking. Choi Hyun-sok asked why she decided to become his manager. Rachel replied that she was a personal fairy, not a manager to be precise. She had to be there to help until the young man defeated the Demon King. She had completed her training about 100 years ago. Choi Hyun-sok said that he no longer cared about the affairs of heroes. Rachel asked what the young man meant. Choi Hyun-sok replied that he had no intention of defeating the Demon King. He just wanted to live a normal life here. The angel acknowledged that there were many potential heroes who chose this path, but the young man had SSS-level potential. Choi Hyun-suk replied that this did not mean he was obligated to do anything. He had never felt that this was his mission. The young man added that he didn't want to live constantly fighting, as he had in his past life. Rachel was surprised. Had this guy always been like this? Wasn't he the one who knew nothing but fighting and women? Rachel thought that she was Choi Hyun-suk's personal fairy. The girl contacted the management and said that with her experience, she could not be the personal fairy of such a person. Did she really have to stay with him until he dealt with the Demon King? The manager replied that his decision was final. A personal fairy must actively cooperate and go through successes and failures together with the assigned warrior. The manager said he would send Rachel to the demon's fortress, where Choi Hyun-sok was currently located. She was not to return until she had completed her mission. Rachel was frightened. Would she really be thrown out into the dirty human world? Choo Hyun-suk said that in any case, the fairy must obey her warrior's every word. Then she must contribute to his escape plan. The fairy did not deny this. The door burst open and guards appeared on the threshold. Jark said that the meat should be poured out immediately. Rachel warned that she could use her invisibility magic. Choi Hyun-sok was surprised. Why was Jark here since roll call was already over? Jark said that Sir Raedrin was summoning someone. Raedrin noted that the young man had been working a lot lately. Jark said that he had a new, good mount. Choi Hyun-sok was surprised. Did that nasty goblin really compliment him? Raedrin initially thought this guy was just crazy, but it was nice to see that he was really working hard. Raedrin asked what the young man thought about becoming the chief slave. Choo Hyun-sok wondered what that could mean. Raedrin explained that he was offering this because the pace of work had slowed down considerably lately. The fairy thought that the young man should reject this offer and not agree to it. Rachel shouted that the hero could not humiliate himself before the officers of the Demon King's army. Raedrin was surprised and asked what that sound was. Choi Hyun-sok knelt down, bowed, and said that he could be trusted. The fairy was horrified. Mr. Hero should not do this. The protagonist declared that he would do everything possible to make these people work. Raedrin said that, contrary to his first impression, he liked this young man. If he worked well, he would write a letter of recommendation for him to join the Demon King's army. Choi Hyun-sok did not expect this. Several days passed. Choi Hyun-sok convinced the slaves that the great demon army would defeat and devour all humans. They were ready to give their bodies and lives to the Demon King. The protagonist pushed people and said that even his grandmother could run faster. How were they going to meet their quota for today? There were changes in the status window. Thanks to the fact that the hero had led many people for a long time, his hidden ability increased. Choo Hyun-suk climbed onto a hill and shouted that being the chief slave was the best thing ever. People thought this guy had finally lost his mind, but he used to be a hero. Could it be true? Rachel said that her ward had gone mad. They would be in big trouble if the young man continued in the same vein. Choo Hyun-suk told the fairy to be quiet and trust the process. Choo Hyun-suk continued to yell at the slaves and rush them. A message appeared in the system saying that Raedrin's favor toward the young man had increased. He was just a few steps away from achieving his goal. Rachel believed that Mr. Hero wanted to go on an adventure and escape from this place. Was this really what adventure or escape looked like to him? Choi Hyun-sok stated that he was doing what the system told him to do. Wasn't following the system part of a hero's duty? Rachel noted that his behavior increases the favor of the Demon King's army officials. She does not believe in the existence of such a quest for a hero. The young man said he was not deceiving anyone. Choi Hyun-sok noted that he ended up in the Demon King's army fortress because of some stupid fairy's mistake. Rachel admitted that this manner of speech was indeed strange. The system is a benevolent program that uses only neutral language. Choi Hyun-sok said that was true and that he didn't know what to do now. Rachel suggested that the system might work differently for SSS-level heroes. One night, Rachel was indignant about how the hero could so happily accept Raedrin's proposal. Choi Hyun-sok couldn't help himself and grabbed the fairy in his fist. He said that she was the crazy one, not him. Whose fault was it in the first place? Choi Hyun-sok read what was written in the system. The hero ended up in the fortress of the Demon King's army because of some fairy's mistake. But don't despair, he has a chance to win the favor of the Demon King's army officer. A true hero must learn to use his enemy. The goal is to win the favor of Raedrin. In the morning, the young man ordered his slaves to start singing the song of the Demon King's Third Army Corps. The fairy was surprised. Was this really his quest? Rachel thought that only high-ranking officials could change the content of a quest. Why would they do that for Choi Hyun-sok? Jark told the young man to follow him. Sir Raedrin was summoning him. Raedrin had heard that the slaves' productivity had increased dramatically. Choi Hyun-sok said that he was just a humble, uncivilized man. All this happened thanks to Sir Raedrin's wise decisions. Rachel was surprised. Did the young man really believe that such cheap flattery would work? The system reported that the hero had achieved his goal, and the task was complete. The novice hero's shop was unlocked with his first points. Rachel couldn't believe it had actually worked. Choi Hyun-sok thought that everything was going according to plan anyway. The quest for favor was complete, and it was time to move on to the next part of the plan. The young man asked if he could begin training the slaves. Our hero suggested imagining a group of elite slave workers moving in unison. The slaves, experts in discipline, do the work of 3 without a hint of laziness. With such slaves, the construction of the fortress could be completed in a week. Raedrin noted that people are physically too weak to work and train at the same time. However, our hero persuaded him and got permission. Rachel was sure that her hero had gone mad. First, he humiliated himself before the Demon King's army, and now he had taken it upon himself to train slaves. How could she live when she felt so depressed and hopeless? Chu Hyun-suk had to admit that Rachel was quite noisy. The young man said he had a plan. The fairy decided that he wanted to laugh at her again. Choi Hyun-sok said he planned to use the slaves to start a rebellion. Rachel was, of course, surprised. The protagonist explained that there were 3,000 slaves in the fortress, while the Demon King's army only had about 500 soldiers. Not far from the fortress was the base of the Human Alliance. Choi Hyun-sok noted that in the chaos of the uprising, they would be able to ask the humans for support. Rachel was surprised. Was the young man really just a fool who thought only about muscles and fighting? The protagonist thought that all he had left to do was check the quest reward. Rachel couldn't believe that her ward had actually received hero points. So this whole quest story wasn't a lie? Cho Hyun-suk noted that now he even had a hero shop. Cho Hyun-suk logged into the system and decided to get something useful. The young man was delighted when he finally received new hero skills. However, they turned out to be cooking, cleaning, and laundry. These were not the abilities a hero needed. The fairy pointed out that it was still a first-level shop. The girl added that if the young man collected more points and upgraded the shop, he would definitely get something useful. Choi Hyun-suk shouted that he was dealing with a real fairy swindler. Rachel screamed for help. The slave master said that they were saluting the Demon King. Choi Hyun-suk added that they would also sing the song of the Third Army Corps. The slaves sang about the great army of the Demon King, which would defeat humans and eat them. They would forget all their suffering when they caught humans. Nothing could be stronger than the love of the Demon King. Raedrin was glad he had allowed this man to train the slaves. Jark told the commander that he had an urgent report. The Goblin reported that the human army was approaching them. Jark added that the 8th Division, which had been fighting the humans, had already fallen into a trap and was forced to retreat. Raedrin thought that the 8th Division was the largest unit in the area. If they were defeated, it would only be a matter of time before the humans appeared. Would they have to surrender the fortress when it was almost complete? Jark said that they had no time and that the commander must evacuate immediately. Raedrin said that since ancient times, war had been considered a battle for military supplies. The first rule of war is to never lose a competent supply officer. Raedrin said he would take care of Choi Hyun-sok and follow Jark. Chu Hyun-suk wondered, were they really not going to run on his command? Apparently, today's combat training would again be canceled due to surveillance. Chu Hyun-suk thought that his abilities had improved slightly, but it was still not enough to start a coup. Choi Hyun-sok wondered if there was any unexpected event that could raise his stats. Raedrin appeared nearby and said that they had no time to think. Cho Hyun-sok had to follow him right now. The young man wondered where they were going. The leader of the humans called for an attack and victory, which was already within reach. The man said that Raedrin's Red Nightmare must be destroyed. Choi Hyun-sok wondered why human troops were here. Our hero decided that perhaps now was his chance. A chance to stab the Demon King's commander in the back and return to human society. The knight, swinging his sword, declared that he would destroy the Red Nightmare. However, Raedrin grabbed him by the head and prevented the attack. The skill Raedrin's martial arts was activated. 7th technique. Raedrin unleashed a destructive shockwave, and the knights began to retreat. Then he asked if Choi Hyun-suk was okay. The young man thought he was leaving right now. The commander of the knights asked the fugitive slaves if they were warriors. They answered in the affirmative. The knight ordered them to step aside. Here, warriors and ordinary prisoners are treated differently. The knights thanked the warriors for coming here. The leader of the knights said he was pleased to meet them and gave his name. His name was Olivan Grima, Duke of the Empire of Drasen and commander of the Allied forces. The leader of the knights reported to the commander that the evacuation of civilians was complete. The commander thanked him for his excellent work. The knight reported that they had called up everyone who called themselves a warrior. The commander ordered all soldiers to take up their positions. The leader of the knights gave the order to destroy all the warriors in front of them. The former prisoners found themselves surrounded. Carriages and carts moved along the forest road in the specified direction. Choi Hyun-sok bowed his head and mentally bid farewell to another world, to adventures, and to his second life. Choi Hyun-sok thought that Raedrin had beheaded everyone who had been following them, so there would be no more pursuit. Rachel begged the young man to reconsider. Times of crisis are opportunities. They needed to go to their headquarters and properly understand the situation with the Demon King's army. Choi Hyun-sok told the swindler to shut up. Raedrin opened his eyes and said he had dozed off for a moment. What did Choi Hyun-sok say? The young man replied that he was talking to himself. It was a great honor for him to go with his master. Raedrin was glad that the young man thought so. They had almost arrived at the headquarters of the Third Corps, so there was no need to lose hope. The commander said that upon arrival, he would officially enlist the young man in the Demon King's army. Choi Hyun-sok replied that it was a great honor for him. Rachel was shocked. The guards announced that Sir Raedrin had returned. The gates swung open. Raedrin told the young man to follow him. He would take him straight to the commander. Choi Hyun-sok said that it was a great honor for him to meet the commander so quickly. Raedrin acknowledged that it was indeed a great honor, but reminded him to be mindful of his behavior in the commander's presence. Otherwise, the young man risked being destroyed. Choi Hyun-sok understood that if he kept his composure, he could survive even in the tiger's lair. He decided that he would never give up. Raedrin warned Commander Hemis that they were standing at the door. Choi Hyun-sok heard the commander's voice and was surprised. Was it really a woman? The commander was indeed a woman. Hemis asked who had come. The commander of the Third Corps of the Demon Army, Hemis, said that Raedrin had finally returned. Raedrin replied that the commander's beauty had become even more stunning. Choi Hyun-sok was surprised. Could such a beauty really be a commander? Our hero decided that he should also praise the commander's beauty. Raedrin said he was ashamed that he had failed to defend the fortress. Hemis replied that it was the fault of the commander of the 8th Division and that Raedrin had nothing to do with it. Hemis added that she should have made a bag out of the commander of the 8th Division's leather. Choi Hyun-sok felt like he couldn't breathe. The young man was experiencing a completely different level of pressure, one he had never encountered before. Hemis asked who the man Raedrin had brought with him was. Raedrin replied that it was Choi Hyun-sok, the one he had told her about earlier. The young man needed to be officially enlisted in the Demon Army. Hemis said that the young man looked cute and asked if he would disappoint them. Choi Hyun-sok replied that he would do everything in his power. Hemis noted that with a body like that, the young man would not last long in the Demon Army. Raedrin agreed. The others would quickly devour him. Raedrin added that a human joining the Demon Army was not unprecedented. He said he would personally train him. Hemis disagreed. The commander said that Raedrin could not waste his time on a human. Hemis announced that from now on, the young man would be appointed as the keeper of her pet. The pet's name is Bobo. He is very cute. Choi Hyun-sok thought that this pet looked like a dog. Is the commander sure that it is not a demonic beast from hell? Raedrin said that he senses great power in it, even though it is still a puppy. He also senses elegance. Hemis noticed that Raedrin understands everything. The beast growled. Hemis was surprised. What kind of reaction was that? Did he not like something? Choi Hyun-sok said that for him, as a candidate for the Demon Army, it was a great honor to take care of Bobo. Hemis replied that this was exactly what she wanted to hear. Bobo is growing now, so he needs to be fed regularly. He gets angry when he is hungry. Appointing a new caretaker is a difficult job, as Bobo has eaten all the previous ones. Rachel saw Bobo and was surprised. Was this really the hero's new task? Cho Hyun-sok said they had to be quiet so as not to wake him up. The system announced a new task for the hero. The young man must survive by winning Bobo's favor and hope for a better future. Choi Hyun-sok thought that now he had to earn the commander's pet's favor. Was this really the hero's task? Choi Hyun-sok greeted the goblin and told him his name. The young man thought that the goblin was acting as a caretaker. They openly regarded him as a snack. Choi Hyun-sok asked the caretaker where the other elders were. The goblin replied that they were gone. They had all died. From now on, the two of them would prepare food for Bobo. Choi Hyun-sok was surprised. Was that all? The caretaker said that the man understood correctly, so he should get moving. Bobo woke up and immediately rushed at the goblin, starting to lick him. The goblin was frightened and ran up to the man. He said that it was fresh human flesh prepared especially for Bobo. Chu Hyun-suk was surprised by what the goblin was doing. The caretaker said that one of them would die anyway. The protagonist replied that in that case it would be the goblin, and threw him to the pet. Bobo almost choked on his saliva when he saw what food was being offered to him. Rachel used her wings to fly up and avoid Bobo's attack. The fairy said that this was too much. Rachel continued to circle under the ceiling and ask for help. Chu Hyun-suk told her not to run away from him for so long. Bobo would get hungry again. The young man received information from the system that a very large bone could attract monsters like Kaneda. Choi Hyun-suk realized that Bobo was a monster. A bone appeared in our hero's hands. Bobo jumped high up and managed to grab the large white bone with his teeth. Rachel was surprised. How did the young man find such an item? Why didn't he find it earlier? Chu Hyun-suk said it was all because of his genius. His brain doesn't miss small details. He added that this quest should be easy. Our hero looked at Bobo and decided that one bone wasn't enough. The young man suggested that this pet needed fresh meat. Rachel asked if the hero really wanted to take this monster out into the fresh air. The young man decided that he needed to think quickly if he didn't want to be eaten. The guy came up with a magic word that could calm the enraged dog. That word was walk. Bobo immediately calmed down and looked at the young man with loyal eyes as if he were his owner. Once outside the building, Bobo ran around like crazy with joy. Chu Hyun-suk thought he should move closer to the kitchen to feed the dog. Rachel suggested asking the goblin how to get to the kitchen. Choi Hyun-suk called out to the goblin and said he needed help with directions. The goblin was surprised. Who was this man? Bobo saw the goblin and growled menacingly, his eyes glowing. The dog ran up to the goblin and began to lick him. The monster was surprised to see a human with Bobo. Choi Hyun-suk said that Bobo couldn't eat him. The young man told the goblin that from now on, he would take care of Bobo and asked where the kitchen was. The goblin jumped to his feet, explained the direction of travel, and quickly ran away, pursued by his own fear. Chu Hyun-suk wondered why the goblin was so scared. Was he really part of the demon army? The protagonist decided that now he had to find some meat in the kitchen. Rachel asked if the young man was going to take care of the dog forever. Choi Hyun-suk wondered what the fairy meant by that. Choi Hyun-suk noted that he had a dream, to meet a blonde girl and get married. Choi Hyun-suk noticed that the dog was not around. He must not let her out of his sight because something bad could happen. Where did Bobo go? Bobo ran around the corner with a satisfied look on his face. His mouth was covered in blood. Choi Hyun-suk heard screams. The goblins were shouting that Commander Regis had been killed. Who did it? Rachel suggested that Bobo did it. Choi Hyun-suk grabbed the dog under his arm and started running away with him. He shouted for the fairy not to delay. There was a dead end ahead on the route. There was nowhere to run. The young man heard the goblins behind him saying that the man who had killed their commander was in front of them. The goblins added that they would have a good meal today. The goblins took out their weapons. One of them said that he had always wondered what this man would taste like. He would tear the dog to pieces first and then move on to the man. Choi Hyun-suk tried to focus and gather his courage. The young man shouted that the goblins had no right to do this. However, there were many enraged monsters gathered in front of our hero. Choi Hyun-suk pointed at the dog and asked the goblins if they even knew who this brave creature was. The goblin asked if it wasn't just a monster. Choi Hyun-suk shouted that this was very rude. The young man added that he was holding Bobo in his arms while trying to hide the dog's bloody mouth. The goblin commander thought, could this really be Commander Hema's pet? It couldn't be. It was just a human trick. Choi Hyun-suk asked how anyone could not understand who Bobo was. The goblins should be ashamed. Bobo growled again. Choi Hyun-suk said that beast mode was activated. The dog opened its huge mouth and lunged at the first monster it saw, which happened to be the commander of the goblin squad. The goblin was eaten. Choi Hyun-suk noted that a dog without a muzzle is very dangerous. The young man asked the frightened goblins if there were any other demons who doubted Bobo. The goblins lowered their heads in fear and said they didn't know. This would never happen again. The system reported that the hero had conquered many demons with his charisma. Charisma increased. The young man was delighted because he also received a reward. Behind the young man, someone's voice asked why it was so noisy on the street. Hema smiled and said that the newcomer was doing interesting things. The commander asked our hero if he had really used her name and Bobo to survive. Choi Hyun-suk knelt down and replied that he had committed a grave sin. Hema said it was a compliment. The young man was surprised. Hemis noted that this man was intelligent, unlike the monsters here. The commander added that the young man was also very brave. Cho Hyun-suk thanked her for the praise. Hemis said that the demon army sought to solve everything by force, and this led to many problems. Choi Hyun-suk asked what problem she was referring to. The commander replied that the young man would soon find out for himself. The woman asked if the man had ever thought about becoming a leader. She could not allow him to continue using her name in Bobo. The demon army has a decisive duel that allows them to take the enemy's title. Hemis added that she would protect the man for a month, but after that, he would have to defeat the opponent she chose. Each victory would extend her protection for another month. If the man slowly climbs the ladder, he can reach the battalion commander, by which time he will become useful. Choi Hyun-sok asked what would happen if he lost. Hemis replied that in that case, he should not expect mercy from her. He would regret not having died in battle. Our hero had to agree, as it seemed that the commander would destroy him if he refused. She even chose an opponent on the spot. In a month, there would be a decisive duel. Chu Hyun-sok reminded the fairy that she had said his potential talent was SSS rank. Was she already thinking about saying goodbye? Rachel asked if the man knew what potential meant. The fairy explained that it was an opportunity, not a specific power. Chu Hyun-suk said that she called herself his personal fairy, but she didn't even want to support him. Chu Hyun-suk found himself in front of the kitchen doors and was very surprised. The doors were smeared with blood, with axes and knives sticking out of them. The protagonist opened the door slightly, looked inside, and apologized. The monster in the kitchen assumed that this was the person the commander had told him about. The monster added that his name was Kulkan and that he was a chef. Kulkan asked why the man had come here. Chu Hyun-suk said he wanted to know if he could get something here to feed Bobo. Fresh meat would be fine. Kulkan asked if Bobo's caretaker had changed again. The chef said he would not give the young man any food. Choi Hyung-sok was, of course, surprised. Kulgan asked why he should help a human. Commander Hemis' only order was not to lay a hand on him. Chu Hyun-suk asked if there was a way to get him food. He needed food to feed Bobo. Kulgan said that if a human really needed meat, he should get it himself by hunting like goblins. The goblins were cutting up a monster that had died the day before. They said that it turned out to be unexpectedly delicious compared to how it looked when it was alive. Choi Hyun-sok thought that these cooks were more like butchers. The young man asked the head chef what it meant to hunt for oneself. Kulchan said that he had to deal with this beast. The protagonist found himself facing a huge boar monster. The young man did not understand how he ended up in this situation. The head chef said that it was the pig that had killed Morgan. Choi Hyun-sok said he couldn't understand who was supposed to be dinner in this situation. Kulkan repeated that a person must avenge Morgan. Rachel asked the hero what they should do. Maybe just run away? The young man replied that he couldn't escape from such a large crowd of monsters. Chu Hyun-suk understood that the fairy was right. He was indeed in danger. They had to keep moving all the time. At one point, Kulkan said that there was no need for battle anymore. The hunt was over, and the Goblin Army had dealt with the monster boar. Choi Hyun-sok wondered how they had done it. The Goblin commander said that 12 of them had died and many were wounded. Choi Hyun-sok thought the damage was too great. The chef said it was simply amazing. They would look for their next prey after a short break. Choi Hyun-sok was surprised. Did Kulkan really not care? Chu Hyun-suk told the fairy that he was no longer thinking about escaping. Rachel asked why. The fairy asked if the hero was really going to hunt monsters with the goblins. After all, his stats were poor. Choi Hyun-suk replied that he had no intention of doing so. Choi Hyun-sok said that stats only increase when you level up. This means that he just needs experience to level up. The fairy asked where the hero could find experience in such a situation. Choi Hyun-suk replied that he would gain experience anyway, even if he only delivered the final blow. Rachel said that the hero was absolutely right in this case. But what did that mean? Chu Hyun-suk thanked the fairy for answering his question and added that he was ready to act. Our hero understood that he didn't have many options. He had to become stronger within a month. The protagonist met with the chef. Kulkan was surprised. Had the man really not run away yet? Choi Hyun-sok replied that he would never do such a thing. The young man said he was thinking of joining the next hunt as part of the brave demon's army. He couldn't just sit around doing nothing because he was human. After hearing this, Choi Hyun-sok wondered if he had crossed the line. However, Raedrun liked it when he acted this way. Kulchan laughed and said he liked this man. Chu Hyun-suk calmed down and noted that it was all thanks to the amazing chef. Kulgan said that in that case, the man would lead the next hunt. For them, the leader is the most honorable position. Usually, they don't allow newcomers to be leaders, but this man is a special case. Chu Hyun-suk was surprised. How could he command noble demons? The other chefs would complain if he became the leader. A goblin ran up and reported to the head chef that the monster invasion had begun. Kulgan heard the cry and said that a herd of Urans had arrived. Choi Hyun-sok asked if they were in danger. Kulgan replied that the danger was small, but the Uran meat was not tasty. Kulchan took a huge cleaver from behind his back and shouted for everyone to get their weapons. Now they could add urine stew to their lunch menu. Chu Hyun-sok thought he should stay close and deliver the final blow. Rachel helped her ward, and the young man's health and strength increased slightly. The fairy smiled and said that the hero didn't need to thank her. Chu Hyun-suk hit Rachel on the head and asked why she hadn't used it before. The young man rushed into battle and said that the final blow should be his. Chu Hyun-suk thought he needed a blonde noble lady and 5 children. As planned, the protagonist delivered the final blow, thinking about his retirement. The first Urin was destroyed. Chu Hyun-suk was surprised. Had he really risen 4 levels with one final blow? The protagonist decided that at this rate, he would be able to reach level 20 today. He would finally become stronger. The young man was constantly ahead of the goblins, and the final blow belonged to him. Smiling, the protagonist said that in this world, every last blow must be his. The battle was over. The enemies were destroyed. The goblins began counting their loot and cutting up the carcasses. Rachel asked if they were really done. Cho Hyun-sok replied to the useless fairy that it was a job well done. Choi Hyun-sok said that they had destroyed all the monsters, and it seemed that the goblins had already finished cutting them up. The goblins really enjoyed doing this work. Each of them wanted to get a bigger piece. The chef asked in surprise what Choi Hyun-suk was staring at so intently. The young man asked in surprise if it was okay to eat army food like that. Kulgan replied that it was part of the chef's privilege. Monster meat starts to spoil after a while. Kulgan asked the man when he thought ordinary soldiers like them would be able to taste such fresh meat. Delicious meat was what he lived for. Chu Hyun-sok was surprised. Were monsters willing to die for such a privilege? Didn't they have unions? Kulchan handed the meat to the young man and told Choi Hyun-sok to try it. After all, he had fought like a warrior, so he had the right to eat this meat. Choi Hyun-sok looked at the ham and thought that every cook risked his life for this meat. The young man tasted it and thought that the meat wasn't so bad. The smell was strong, but it could be called a distinctive feature. Choi Hyun-sok decided that the meat was too bland and took a long time to chew. If such meat were sold in his country, it would not stay on the shelves for long. The protagonist thought that monsters risked their lives for this cheap meat. Choi Hyun-sok said he could cook a much better dish than this. Rachel was surprised. Could that really be true? The protagonist decided that he could control the monsters if he earned their trust. He would become the god of the kitchen. The young man told the system to open the hero's shop. Rachel was surprised. What is this person doing? Our hero spent all his remaining hero points on the skills he needed. Rachel was puzzled. What did the young man spend all his hero points on? The system reported that the man had become better at cooking. A seasoning called Flavor Enhancer appeared in the young man's hands. The fairy was disappointed. The young man said that Rachel didn't understand anything about this. While cooking, the young man said that the new flavor would excite the minds of those who tried it. Chu Hyun-suk salted the freshly cooked meat. The young man said he was ready. The food had a juicy meat flavor and an intoxicating aroma. Chu Hyun-suk decided that in this new world, he would become a god. Our hero handed the cooked meat to the chef and offered him a taste. Kulchan thanked him and said he was already full. He would be ready to try it next time. Choi Hyun-sok said that he had put his whole soul into this meat and would definitely die without regrets if the chef appreciated his efforts. Kulgan agreed and added that he would try just a small piece. Kulchan tried it and was surprised by the taste. In his youth, he was an introvert. The child was offered meat, but first he had to go to the village head. At some point, young Kulkan was told that he was now an adult. The chef tasted the freshly cooked meat and tears welled up in his eyes. Chu Hyun-suk received an award and thanked the chef. Kulkan said that he was now always ready to eat meat cooked by humans. Choi Hyun-sok went into the house and told Bobo that he had brought him food. The dog immediately rushed at the man, as he was very hungry. Without hesitation, Bobo sank his teeth into the meat our hero had brought him. Chu Hyun-suk said that if Bobo wanted more, he would definitely bring it tomorrow. The system reported that Bobo's attachment to the man had increased. The required level had been reached, and the task was complete. Choi Hyun-sok smiled with a sense of accomplishment. The young man had achieved his goal. Rachel was surprised to see that the man had completed the quest. The fairy asked why the man wasn't using the hero's glasses since they increased his stats. Choi Hyun-sok said he didn't know what they were for because the fairy had skipped the training. Rachel said it was still possible to catch up. The player could use bonus points to increase his 4 basic stats: strength, stamina, agility, and mana. The fairy added that charisma is a hidden stat that cannot be upgraded with bonus points only through training. The fairy said that it is necessary to maintain a balance between the attributes. Choi Hyun-sok suggested that it is much better to invest in strength. Rachel replied that this only works at the very beginning. In the end, mana will be needed. Even a child knows that a body filled with mana is much stronger than ordinary muscles. Now you can open the store and find the basic magic control ability. This ability will allow you to use basic magic. Chui Hyun Sok began to study the information. Chui Hyun Sok said that this ability did not exist. The fairy said that this was impossible because it was the most popular item in the shop. Chui Hyun Suk was surprised at how useless this fairy could be. Rachel thought it was undeserved and unfair. 3 weeks passed. The young man reached level 100. It took longer than he had expected. With each level, he had to accumulate more and more experience. Chui Hyun Sok thought that he was the only hero in this world who worked so hard. Rachel was surprised. It was the easiest title to achieve. Why did he think so little of himself? Chui Hyun Sok was indignant. Did the fairy even know how many times he had nearly died today? Rachel admitted that it usually took 6 months to reach this level. The depressed fairy said she was just trying to be friendly. The young man replied that she had asked for it herself. A goblin entered the room and said that the commander was summoning the pet keeper. She was waiting for him. Hemis met the young man in her office and said that Chui Hyun Sok had changed a little during that time. The young man had become stronger and his mana had doubled. Chui Hyun Sok replied that it was all thanks to his desire to bring Bobo the highest quality meat every day. Hemis noticed that the man had become stronger too quickly. The woman was surprised. Could it really be because of the hero level system? Chui Hyun Sok was surprised. Did she know that he was a hero? How long had she known? Hemis told the man not to be surprised. She had known since their first meeting. Chui Hyun Sok was surprised. How was that possible? The commander replied that she had an acquaintance who was obsessed with heroes. Hemis suggested that the young man think about why she had called him. The protagonist thought that perhaps it had something to do with Bobo's training or his recent victories. Chui Hyun Sok decided that perhaps the time had come for the promised battle. Hemis said he was right. After all, he remembered their agreement. Chui Hyun Suk replied that such a thing was impossible to forget. Hemis asked in surprise why he was so calm in that case. If she knew from the beginning that he was a hero, did he really think she was unaware of his rapid leveling up? Hemis added that he should work harder if he didn't want to die. Chui Hyun Suk should also entertain her well. Chui Hyun Sok wondered what the audience liked best, a spectacular performance or a stunning victory. The most exciting thing was the unexpected twists and turns of battle. Most likely, that was what the commander was thinking about. Chui Hyun Sok decided that Hemis would choose someone he could never defeat, so that he would have no chance of winning. The opponent would be really serious. The fairy asked what the man was going to do. Was he really ready to die? Chui Hyun Sok told the fairy to calm down. He needed to think. The young man said that the day before the fight, it was better to study his opponent, to understand how strong he was. Rachel said that they only knew his name. How was the man going to get information? Chui Hyun Sok said that there was an interesting item in the store, a combat power meter. It measured the target's strength, endurance, agility, and mana. The young man added that he uses this meter to learn everything about his opponent. At the same time, he comes up with a plan for victory. She noticed that the man's brain only works in this direction. Chui Hyun Sok noted that this is better than some people who don't use theirs at all. The protagonist decided to test the meter and pointed it at the fairy. The device showed a power rating of 375. Rachel noted that they don't know if that's a lot or a little. To compare, they need to measure a human. Chui Hyun Suk gave the device to the fairy and asked what it showed. Could it be that nothing was visible? Rachel said with surprise that the meter seemed to be broken. The girl noted that the meter showed more power than she had, 1,560. Rachel added that last month she had 10,000. How is that possible? Chui Hyun Sok said that the glasses were working. Bobo showed a power of over 47,000. Chui Hyun Sok was surprised to see such a reading. The fairy admitted that they were both losing to the dog in terms of points. Chui Hyun Sok went out with the points to the monsters and decided to check the others. He believed that the goblins must be weak. However, the numbers were disappointing. Many of them had stats close to those of the young man. Chef Kulkin showed a power of over 14,000. Everyone whose strength exceeded 10,000 was at least a commander. Chui Hyun Sok said that his opponent was also a platoon commander. The fairy noticed that his name was Kirkin. He was an orc with a pig's head. The young man said that a platoon commander must have a strength of at least 3,000, and he could still level up. Kirkin showed a power of more than 6,000. Rachel noted that people were literally being sent to their deaths. Our hero didn't like that either. A new task appeared for the hero. He had to increase his power rating to 3,000 in a week. Chui Hyun Suk decided that he was being spied on. Wasn't the task appearing a little too timely? The next morning arrived. Chui Hyun Suk appeared before Chef Kulkan. Kulgan looked at the young man's glasses and asked where he got such a unique helmet. Kulkan assumed that it was currently fashionable among young people. The young man had to prepare for the hunt. Kulkan demonstrated his power of 35,000. The young man was surprised because an ordinary cook could not possess such strength. Our hero got the impression that all the chefs here were very strong because they were constantly fighting demonic creatures. Chu Hyun-suk suggested that if he fought someone at the same level as Kirkin, he would be able to feel his strength for himself. The young man asked for permission to fight one of the cooks. He explained that this would allow him to learn something new and become even more useful. Kulkan said that Choi Hyun-suk was already strong enough for a human and that there was no need to overexert himself. Chu Hyun-suk said that if he was refused, he would eat all the meat he had prepared that day. The head chef asked who the young man wanted to fight. Information came in that Choi Hyun-suk would be fighting Go Bakyum. His opponent had a power rating of over 2,500. The monsters discussed that Golbakim could be destroyed earlier. One participant in the battle told them to shut up immediately. Kulkan gave our hero's opponent some advice. He should not destroy the man and should fight at half strength. The monster replied that he understood everything. Kulshin waved his hand and said that the duel was beginning. Golbakim kept repeating that he must not destroy Chu Hyun-suk. Chu Hyun-suk immediately rushed at his opponent, clenching his fists fiercely. The protagonist dodged his opponent's attack. The young man realized that the monster was fighting based solely on instinct. Our hero was quicker and managed to kick his opponent in the chest. The next blow landed on his head. Chu Hyun-suk repeated that he had won many fights. The victory was awarded to the man. The knockout came with a single blow. Our hero realized that he could win. North of the Black Fortress was a great forest. Choi Hyun-suk defeated an orc whose strength was twice his own, and he did it with a single blow. Choi Hyun-suk assumed that the strength indicator was just a random number. He needed to become a little stronger, and then he would easily win the upcoming battle. The goblin reported to Kulkan that a large group of Talas had been spotted ahead. Kulkan wondered if they had invaded the Talas territory. Choi Hyun-suk asked, "Is something wrong? Are the Talas not tasty either?" Kulkan replied that their meat was not bad, and their bone marrow was a real delicacy. However, Talas live in groups and have an incredibly strong maternal instinct. Therefore, it is not worth touching their young. Choi Hyun-suk suggested that they should turn back, since there would be no hunting. Kulkan said that their meat was quite tasty, so the hunt would take place. Kogan called on the goblins to attack. Today they would have Talas meat. The goblins rejoiced and rushed into the attack. It was necessary to destroy the Talas with one blow. They could not allow the body fluid to leak out. Choi Hyun-suk tried to get ahead of the goblins and deliver the final blow. The protagonist still believed that the final blow should belong to him. After a while, the battle ended. The Talas were destroyed. Choi Hyun-suk destroyed the last Talas and increased his level. Rachel admitted that the man was good at stealing the last blows. He was truly a hero. Our hero raised his head and saw a huge monster above him. The Queen of Talas. The orcs were frightened. Choi Hyun-suk wondered how strong this queen was, if even the orcs were scared. The queen's power was immeasurable. The glasses helped. How could they fight this monster? Choi Hyun-suk didn't know what to do. Why was Kulkan silent? Kulgan told everyone to save their lives and started to run away. The Queen of Monsters roared loudly. It was unbearable. Choi Hyun-suk covered his ears and thought, "Can a spider really scream like that?" Rachel told the hero that danger was approaching from behind. Her eyes were frightened. Choi Hyun-suk looked back, and fear appeared in his eyes as well. A huge army of Talas was approaching our hero. The Queen of Monsters was also accompanying them. The young man decided that heroism was useless here and also ran away. The orcs retreated and called for help, while Choi Hyun-suk continued to run. Choi Hyun-suk thought that he couldn't stop, otherwise he might die. The young man decided to take a break only when he found himself at the entrance to a huge cave. Choi Hyun-suk wondered if it was safe here. The fairy said that the cave was empty. She had checked it herself. Choi Hyun-suk thought he didn't trust Rachel, but it was certainly safer here than in the forest, where someone could sneak up on him from any direction. Choi Hyun-suk asked the fairies if the cave was natural or someone's lair. Rachel replied that she didn't know. The fairy noted that the ceilings here were high. Even the Queen of the Talas could fit inside. The young man wondered if the queen could really live here, but the chef said that Talas don't live here. Choi Hyun-suk saw cobwebs all around and realized that this place was a nest. The young man told the fairy that things were bad. Rachel agreed with him. The protagonist added that they needed to get out of there immediately. The fairy said that there was an adult Talas in the cave. Choi Hyun-suk said that he could see it himself. The protagonist began to run, looking for a way out of the cave. The fairy asked if they were going in the right direction. Choi Hyun-suk replied that he didn't know, as this was his first time being a hero. Choi Hyun-suk stepped on something, slipped, and fell. The young man said that it was very uncomfortable. He declared that he needed to find some kind of weapon and grab something. It turned out to be an egg. Shui Hyun-sok threw the egg at the monster. Talis stopped chasing him and turned her attention to the egg. Our hero saw that the monster had caught the egg flying at her and was carefully holding it. Shu Hyun-suk was surprised when he realized that the attack on him had stopped. She was distracted by catching the egg. The young man asked the fairy why the Talis had done that. Rachel suggested that it valued what the young man had thrown. Something round, wet, and smooth. Shui Hyun-sok looked at the Talis eggs lying nearby. Our hero picked up another egg, realizing what he was going to do next. The Talis expressed her dissatisfaction again. Cho Hyun-sok guessed that his plan would now work. Choi Hyun-sok swung his arm and told the monster to catch this egg too. Talas successfully caught all the eggs that were thrown at her. Choi Hyun-suk said that the player Talas was catching the ball. Rachel suggested that it was all about the monster's physical strength. What would player Choi Hyun-suk do? Choi Hyun-suk asked the fairy what his options were. The young man noticed that there were still about 100 eggs left. He was not going to stop. Many eggs were broken. The man said that even he could have done better. Choi Hyun-sok told Rachel to bring another egg. The fairy said that there were no more eggs left. Rachel told the hero that the monster was getting closer to him. The young man demanded that the fairy buff him immediately. Talis screamed loudly and rushed at the man. Chu Hyun-suk clenched his fist and thought that Talis was completely exhausted after catching eggs. The fairy told the man to focus. He could win. The Talas continued to approach rapidly. Hui Hyun-suk declared that he would now use his signature move, the blow of heavenly reincarnation. The blow was so powerful that the excess energy created a shockwave that threw the monster aside. Talis continued to scream loudly, but she could do nothing to oppose her opponent. Our hero's level had increased. The young man was surprised. Had he really succeeded? The fairy asked if the man was okay. Choi Hyun-sok suggested they get out of there quickly. Choi Hyun-sok asked the fairy if she could now use healing magic too. It was not for nothing that he had invested his mana points in it. The fairy said that she could only stop bleeding, so the young man had to be more careful. Choi Hyun-sok distributed his points and said that finally all his characteristics were balanced. It could be considered an investment in the future. After meeting the young man, Kulkin said he was surprised. Who would have thought that a person could get out of there alive? Chu Hyun-sok asked how the chef ended up here. Kulgan said that he was running, saw the cave, and went inside. They were both very lucky. Choi Hyun-sok warned that they were in a Talis nest. The man noticed that all the objects lying around were broken eggs. It would be best to get out of there as soon as possible. Kulkin said that this was a rare delicacy that important people dream of, and it was right in front of them. Shu Hyun-suk told the boss to pull himself together. They needed to get out of there immediately. Kulgan was ready to swear that the soldiers who were chasing him were already inside the cave. To catch the queen, you had to be the commander of the squad, so this was their last meal, and the young man could enjoy it. Voices could be heard outside. Someone said that they had escaped after all. Goblins entered the cave and saw the commander. Kulkin noticed the survivors and said that he had tried the egg earlier. Choi Hyun-sok thought, could this really be his last meal in life? The young man decided that this would not happen. After all, he hadn't even tried the 5-course dinner prepared by his future wife. Our hero decided that he couldn't just die like this because of his own stupidity. He clenched his fists and decided that he had to get out of there at any cost. Redrin appeared in the commander's office and greeted Hemis. The woman said that this warrior was as dry and stern as ever. She asked if he had completed the task. Redrin declared that, as ordered, he had captured the next saint of the Holy Empire. Hemis said that Redrin was simply incredible. He had defeated a pathetic group of fanatics in just 3 weeks. Redrin noted that the commander was too kind to him. There was a knock at the door. Hemis said it was very untimely. The goblin peeked into the room and informed the commander that he had an urgent report. The cook went to get the ingredients, but something happened. Hemis said that something happens every day. Why make a fuss now? The goblin replied that this time it was much more serious. The Queen of Talis had appeared. Therefore, at this point, most of the cooks, including Kulkan, were either dead or missing. Hemis asked what had happened to Choi Hyun-sok. The goblin said that the guardian Choi Hyun-sok had also disappeared. Radrin was surprised. Had the human disappeared too? Choi Hyun-sok watched as the goblins relentlessly devoured the Talis eggs. Choi Hyun-sok slapped Kulkan on the back of the head and told them to pull themselves together immediately. The young man with the book in his hand said that Kulkan and the goblins had fallen under some kind of spell, so he woke them up with his secret weapon. The protagonist read in the Encyclopedia of Demonic Creatures that a Thalas is a spider-like demonic creature that lives in groups. It has powerful paws. To defeat a Thalas, you must aim at its weak points, its body and head. The biological fluids secreted by the Lass are highly flammable, and their eggs contain a combustible liquid with an explosive power similar to that of a bomb. The Lass cover their caves with saliva, so flame magic cannot be used. Choi Hyun-sok asked the chef if he happened to be able to control fire. Kulkan replied that he could only throw pieces of flame. Kulkan told the man to finally give up. His magic would not work on the talus armor. The young man said that it didn't matter. He didn't plan to burn anyone. Our hero announced to everyone that he knew how to get them out of there. Choi Hyun-sok said that they needed to survive in order to eat as much as they wanted. They had to get out of there, and he would provide them with an unlimited amount of premium quality demon meat in honor of their survival. Kulkan agreed. If you want to enjoy food, you have to survive first. He asked what the young man's plan was. The protagonist explained his plan and added that from now on, everyone should stick to the strategy. Choo Hyun-suk said they would run non-stop until they got outside. Choo Hyun-suk took off and the other monsters followed him. A large number of talus appeared directly in their path. Our hero and his companions began throwing eggs at the talus. Kulkan set them on fire. Choi Hyun-sok said that if the fire spread through the cave and it collapsed, the remaining eggs would also be lost. The young man ordered them to keep running while the talus were distracted. They couldn't stop. The protagonist and his companions continued to run and throw eggs. The main thing was not to stop. Our hero had one last egg left in his hands. He had to find a way out before using it. The fairy pointed ahead and told the hero that there was light there. She shouted that there was a way out ahead. Choi Hyun-sok thought that there was very little left and they would be free. The light was getting brighter. The long-awaited rescue was finally coming. However, our hero's expression changed. What he saw disappointed him greatly. The Queen of the Talus stood at the exit of the cave. The passage was blocked. Kulkan came closer and also looked at the huge monster with great disappointment. The Queen's gaze and expression made it clear that she had no intention of letting anyone leave the cave alive. Kulkan said that the Queen had returned. Was this really the end for them? Choi Hyun-sok said he did not agree. The young man understood that the Queen had noticed them. So why wasn't she attacking? There must be some reason. Choo Hyun-suk raised the surviving egg and attracted the Queen's attention. He asked Chief Kulkan to lend him some fire. The young man showed the Queen the last egg and said that if it exploded, everyone would die. The cave would collapse and no one would survive. Choi Hyun-sok told the Queen to get out of the way, otherwise they would all die here. The Queen of the Talasov cried out loudly in helplessness. The young man repeated his request and shouted loudly for the Queen to move aside immediately. The egg burst into flames and the Queen screamed even louder. The fairy asked the man what they should do now. Choi Hyun-sok said in confusion that he didn't know himself. Everything around them began to shake. The goblins cried out that it was an earthquake. The young man looked up and shouted that the cave was collapsing, that the balance had been disturbed. Choo Hyun-suk said that they had to get out at any cost, otherwise everyone would die. The system announced that the hero's level had been raised. Choi Hyun-sok was surprised. Why all of a sudden? Rachel said that everything was about to collapse and they had to get out. Why did the man stop? The system continued to report the player's level increase. Choi Hyun-sok stood frozen in place. Monsters ran out of the cave. Choo Hyun-suk thought, could it be that the cave collapse killed all the Talas and earned him experience points? He told the fairy that they had to get out of there. He urgently needed some kind of buff. Kulkan raised his hand and showed the egg, attracting the attention of the Great Queen. Kulkan offered an exchange, the egg for his freedom. Choi Hyun-sok made a dash for it and decided that he had to survive at any cost. The Queen of the Talus began to spit poisonous saliva. The young man realized that it was a sticky web. Suddenly, Raedrun appeared. He asked if Choi Hyun-sok was okay. Raedrun added that he knew the young man would not die. Raedrun said he would deal with the Queen of the Talus now. The Queen was indeed attacked and screamed loudly in discontent. The protagonist was extremely surprised by Raedrun's decisive actions. The Demon King's army of cooks survived. Chef Kulkan was considered missing. Bobo saw the young man return and rushed to meet him. Choi Hyun-suk said that he had returned specifically to meet the dog. Rachel noted that they were all incredibly lucky to have gotten out of there alive. They should thank the cow's head. Choo Hyun-suk told the fairy to enjoy the idol because they could soon be destroyed. Rachel was surprised. Why? Choi Hyun-suk replied that it was only just beginning. The fairy noticed that the man had become much stronger. Choi Hyun-suk said that thanks to the cave collapse, he had gained 200 hero points. The fairy remarked that this was somehow not enough. The young man agreed with her. He said that it was not only a matter of earning 6,000 combat power points like his opponent. The fairy acknowledged that it wasn't just strength that mattered, but also magic. To defeat the enemy, you had to use magic. Rachel admitted that she had already cast spells in the Talus lair, but it was difficult to call it magic. Choo Hyun-suk wondered, could the power he suddenly felt be magic? Raedrun looked into the room and asked if Choi Hyun-suk was there. He told the man to follow him, saying he needed to meet with the commander. Hemis asked what had brought Raedrun here. The phrase personal business sounded very ambiguous coming from his mouth. Raedrin asked the commander for permission to personally train this man in combat. Hemis asked why he needed to do that. Raedrin said that Kirkin was currently a platoon commander, but could soon be promoted to deputy battalion commander. In that case, Cho Hyun-sok would lose. However, this man had enormous potential. He wanted to see for himself how far Choi Yong-sok could go. Cho Hyun-suk was surprised. What on earth had gotten into him? The young man assumed that Hemis would never agree to this. The commander raised her hands and said she agreed. Raedrin thanked her for her trust. Hemis said that Raedrin could leave if he had no further questions. She still had a lot to do. Choi Hyun-suk said they were leaving and sincerely thanked the commander for her generosity. Hemis noted that this guy's strength had doubled since their last meeting. It was amusing to see a human being develop so quickly. Although it was also annoying. At this rate, Kirkin will lose if Raedrin helps this man. Hemis thought she would have to personally even the odds. Raedrin brought the man to his personal training ground. Choi Hyun-suk was surprised. Was all this just for him? Raedrin thought that this human had a huge amount of mana hidden within him, but he didn't know how to use it yet. Moreover, Choi Hyun-suk was increasing his strength too quickly. It was necessary to start training from the basics, but the battle was already in 4 days. There was very little time. Raedrin said that there was only one thing left to do. Pain was part of their growth. The young man was attacked without warning. Choi Hyun-suk was surprised. What was going on? Had the commander gone mad? He said he would train him, but then attacked him with his fists. Raedrin told the man to focus. He would die if he tried to block the attacks with mana. Choi Hyun-suk, coughing up blood, tried to defend himself from the commander's attacks. Raedrin continued to strike, but something seemed strange to him. This guy had almost no strength, but his reactions and ability to anticipate movements were on par with a well-trained knight. Could this man possess a special strength of spirit? Raedrin thought that his failure to block Cho Hyun-suk's blow was just a coincidence. He has an incredibly developed sense of battle. The mentor decided that he should trust this man's intuition. Raedrin asked if the man had made a bet with the commander, because without mana, it was impossible to defeat a Kirkin. Raedrin delivered a powerful blow and said that it would be better for Cho Hyun-suk to die here and now than to be disgraced in front of everyone. Choi Hyun-suk thought that his opponent was very serious. If he missed another blow, it could cost him his life. But he hadn't even had time to get married yet. That wouldn't do. Raedrin gathered his strength and, using all his skills, attacked the man again. Our hero had no choice. He decided to either block this blow or die. As a result, the young man was deactivated. Rachel flew over him and asked him to come to his senses. Raedrin said that the man had taken control of his mana. Did he notice it himself? Choi Hyun-suk said that God had answered his prayers. The young man was pleased with his actions. He had managed to survive such a devastating attack. Raedrin said that if the man continued in the same vein, victory in the upcoming battle would be his. Cowhead told the young man not to move. He needed to be treated a little now. Choi Hyun-suk grabbed his throat and screamed loudly in pain. Blood gushed from his mouth again. Raedrin cursed. He had forgotten that dark mana was like poison to humans, and Cho Hyun-suk was human. Raedrin apologized and said that the young man had to hold on for a few more seconds. The pain would pass, and with it, the wounds would heal. The forces that shape this world are in constant battle. Dark mana neutralizes ordinary mana. Ordinary mana neutralizes divine power. Divine power neutralizes dark mana, the cycle of mana in nature. Ordinary mana belongs to humans. Dark mana belongs to demons. Divine power is bestowed by a servant of God. Once upon a time, the Church of Tusis, with the largest congregation, started a religious war and took control of the other religions. Now they are the divine empire of Gatre. After some time, the empire chose someone who could hear the voice of God and began to treat her as a saint. It is said that the next saint is imprisoned in this room. The next saint of the divine empire, captured by the demon army, is Evelyn Marriott. However, she has not prayed for several days. The guards doubted whether she was truly a saint, but Raedrin could not be wrong. Evelyn thought, what is the point of praying to God? It is better to be here than in that church. The door to the room swung open and Raedrin entered. He was carrying a young man in his arms. He told the saint to wake up quickly. Evelyn said that was very rude. He should be ashamed of his behavior. Raedrin told the saint to heal this man. Cho Hyun-suk was unconscious. The young man felt his head splitting with pain. What had this Raedrin done to him? The protagonist believed that he could not die now. Before dying, he wanted to at least touch the hand of some man. It had to be Rachel's hand, at least. Choi Hyun-suk opened his eyes and was surprised. Who was this white-haired beauty leaning over him? It seemed that he had died again and been transported somewhere else. Why was this happening to him? Choi Hyun-suk burst into tears and said that he would never forgive the angel. He was supposed to become an archmage by the age of 30. What was happening was unfair. Choi Hyun-sok wanted Rachel to burn in hell. She was a real demon. Evelson listened to this man in silence. Choi Hyun-sok said he had one more wish before his rebirth. If she was going to make him a hero again, could she marry him in advance? Evelson was surprised and expressed her surprise aloud. The girl said it was some kind of disgrace. Choi Hyun-sok did not expect to hear such words in response, and was also surprised. Raedrin was extremely happy when he realized that Choi Hyun-suk had regained consciousness. The protagonist in Raedrin's arms said that he wanted to strangle him again. Our hero only now realized that he was still alive. The young man thought that the blonde girl looked quite real. Did he really say all that in front of her? Raedrin asked the saint if the guy was completely healed. Evelson replied that he wasn't quite, but that was obvious anyway. The saint said that the dark mana was still in his body. She did not know what exactly had happened to this man. Raedrin asked if it was possible to destroy the dark mana with divine power. Evelson said that if something went wrong, the man would die. It would be better to just wait. In time, the dark mana would leave his body on its own. Raedrin apologized to the young man and said he would repay him by training him and increasing his strength. Evelson couldn't believe that a demon was going to train a human. Who was this man, really? Choi Hyun-suk thanked Bobo for his greeting. The young man had heard that the dog had destroyed his home and eaten the soldier who had come to feed him. Choi Hyun-suk said that if Bobo hadn't cared so much about him, he would still be in that hell. The young man had to endure a lot of bullying. Choi Hyun-suk said that he had suffered a lot and that the dark mana remained inside him. Rachel said that her hero had been defiled. He was dirty and unclean. The fairy said that she was to blame for the dark mana now being inside the hero's body and that he had almost died. Rachel said that it was all because she was a demon with an angelic face. Cho Hyun-suk added that she was a crazy maniac who should burn in hell. The fairy was offended and burst into tears. The young man said he was joking. She is very good, and there are no others like her. 3 days passed. Evelson said she would heal the man if he had finished his training. Choi Hyun-suk said he would like to ask the saint for a favor before tomorrow's fight. It would be nice if the saint prayed for him. Choi Hyun-suk asked her to come and watch him fight. On the day of the battle, it was announced in the great arena that the man would fight the demon commander. Hemis said that there was a wonderful atmosphere here and asked Raedrin who he thought would win. Cowhead replied that Choi Hyun-suk would win. He had been trying very hard all this time, and his talent was extraordinary. Hemis suggested making a bet. If the human won, Raedrin would be able to continue training him. Raedrin asked what would happen if Choi Hyun-suk lost. Hemis was surprised because he was sure the man would win. The woman replied that in case of defeat, Raedrin would have to destroy him personally. Such is the responsibility for the words spoken. The host said he was ready to introduce today's fighters. The man who dared to challenge the commander. The protagonist believed that he was in his best shape and was not even nervous. Our hero noted that he had acquired new abilities and a new skill. He had become much stronger than before. Raedrin's fighting style was a martial art developed by Raedrin himself and consisting of 10 different forms. The protagonist believed that he had to win this fight and then go on a date with the white-haired saint. The other opponent will be the one who punishes Choi Hyun-suk for his arrogance, the fighter Kirkin. Rachel was surprised when she saw him. Choi Hyun-suk also noted that this guy had changed a lot. Raedrin asked what had happened to him. Hemis said there was no turning back. Kirkin possessed a power of over 10,000 units. Our hero noted that his opponent's strength had increased to such a level in just a few days. The fairy said that he had definitely cheated somewhere. Choi Hyun-suk understood that nothing is ever simple. However, the battle had already begun, and he had to cope. Kirkin grabbed his weapon. The young man thought that he would not survive a single blow from this club. However, Kirkin was too huge, and his movements were predictable. He just needed to stay calm and dodge until a good opportunity presented itself. The protagonist delivered a direct blow. Even Kirkin felt pain from it. Choi Hyun-suk did not stop there and continued to strike his opponent. However, Kirkin did not even flinch from these blows, although he began to bleed. Despite the blood, Kirkin still looked normal, but his movements were still predictable. The protagonist remembered what he had learned. In battle, you must use mana. The young man remembered his mentor's words. With mana, you can break the ground with a single blow. Raedrin said that the art of combat is not just about strength. Tactics are extremely important in battle, and by adhering to them, you can destroy your opponent. At the beginning of his training, Raedrin said that with such martial arts, a person cannot defeat a Kirkin. Raedrin noted that without the intention to destroy the enemy, a person's attacks would be meaningless. Choi Hyun-suk finally remembered these teachings. It is important to want to destroy your opponent, no matter who they are. Raedrin's fighting style, first form, was activated. Instant destruction. After that, the entire arena was covered in dust. It was unclear who had won. Kirkin lay on the ground, bleeding profusely. There was a huge hole in his chest. The judge announced that the weak man, Cho Hyun-sok, had won. The exhausted young man thought that this skill would kill him if used twice. Rachel said that the hero had done it. He had struck at the very heart. The protagonist couldn't believe that he had actually won. The audience said it was unthinkable. Kirkin began to rise again. It was a real miracle. Cho Hyun-suk was surprised. What had the commander done to him? Despite the huge hole in his chest, Kirkin really did get back on his feet. Raedrin thought that Hemis had shared her dark mana with him and cast a spell of indestructibility on him. What was she thinking? Hemis said that this man had incredible talent and had mastered martial arts in a short period of time. Choi Hyun-sok was surprised. Was Kirkin really still alive? The fairy said it was all because of the spell, and soon its effect would wear off. Kirkin attacked once again. The young man noted that the scenario had not changed. The attack was repeating the previous ones. It was too simple. Choi Hyun-sok blocked his opponent's attack and counterattacked. Kirkin remained on his feet and struck the young man in the chest in response. Our hero flew far back. When the young man nearly died, he felt much the same, as if all his bones were shattering into pieces. The saint watched the fight and kept telling Cho Hyun-sok to get up. Evilson kept saying that the man could do it. The young man doubted whether he could win. Cho Hyun-suk gathered his willpower and said that you can't give up on victory if there's even a glimmer of hope. The protagonist decided that he couldn't disgrace himself in front of the girl he had asked out on a date. The young man thought that if his bones were broken now, they should be covered with mana, like armor. The system reported that his mana control level had increased. Cho Hyun-sok swung his arm and mentally asked the saint to go on a date with him. Kirkin received a crushing blow, groaned, and leaned forward. Cho Hyun-sok said that instant destruction could shake the earth with its pressure, and focused all that pressure on his opponent's head. Choi Hyun-sok decided that his tactic was working and continued to strike. Hemis was surprised. Did Raedrin really teach a human this? Raedrin had never seen anything like it before. Hemis said that in that case, the commander should be more careful. The woman added that this man was a real monster. The hero in the demon army reminded her of a man she hated. Fun was coming. Cho Hyun-suk woke up in fear and jumped out of bed. The young man did not understand where he was. What about the battle and his experience? Rachel said that the hero had won, the saint had healed him, and left. Cho Hyun-sok decided to check his stats. The fairy said that she could also heal humans. Choi Hyun-suk was surprised when he saw how much his level had increased. The fairy noted that mana control was the most difficult skill to develop. It was hard to believe that such rapid growth was possible. Cho Hyun-suk saw a folded piece of paper and wondered what it could mean. Evilson, while in her place of confinement, thought she had acted strangely. However, this guy was strange too. In just 3 days, he had learned how to work with mana and mastered the art of combat. It would take a knight at least a month to do all that. An ordinary person would be incapable of such a thing. This guy has enormous hidden potential, and yet he is too strange. Evilson assumed that God had answered her prayers. Or was it this man's talent? By winning the battle, he changed his destiny. Evilson thought that maybe he was the hope she was looking for. The girl knocked on the door from the inside. The guard outside asked what the saint wanted. Evilson said she had a request. She wanted to go for a walk. The strange paper turned out to be a note. Evilson suggested meeting in the courtyard after sunset. The young man thought it was an invitation to an SSS-class date. While waiting for the meeting, the young man wondered what he should do on the date. Ask for her number or remain pen pals? Rachel told him to forget about it and go back to his room. Choi Hyun-sok got angry and clenched the fairy in his fist. Rachel said that people always ignore her words. The young man looked back and saw the saint in front of him. However, she was accompanied by security guards. The protagonist asked who was with Evilson. The girl replied that it was her escort. She was not allowed to walk alone. Choi Hyun-sok remembered that he was standing in front of a saint who had been captured by the demon army. What else did he expect? The girl suggested they take a walk. Our hero was already very anxious. Now, because of the constant surveillance, he didn't even know what to talk about. Evilson asked if the young man was a hero. Choi Hyun-suk became alarmed and asked how she knew that. The saint said that in this world only heroes and demons had black hair. Evilson suggested that the young man had many questions for her, and she was ready to listen to them all. Choi Hyun-sok asked if a man like him was suitable for a saint. Suddenly, Raedrin appeared near the young people. He called out our hero's name loudly. Our hero's mood immediately soured. Why did he show up here? Raedrin said that the commander wanted to see the young man. Choi Hyun-sok asked if the meeting could take place later. Evilson wondered with surprise. How could anyone trust this man? Hemis said that she enjoyed watching the young man fight. It could be said that he was doing well, since he had managed to avoid death several times. Hemis asked if he remembered the terms of their deal. Choi Hyun-sok reminded her that he would fight the enemy chosen by the commander, and in return, she would give him protection. Hemis admitted that she had been joking at the time and had hoped that the young man would lose quickly. However, now everything was different. Hemis recalled that Raedran had said that the young man had talent and could become the commander of the demon army. Hemis suggested something different this time, instead of a duel. Such an exceptional person cannot be made an ordinary commander. The commander reminded them that their kitchen had recently suffered devastating losses, resulting in serious disruptions to meat supplies to the leaders. Hemis said that from now on, the man would be the commander of the cook's company. In 2 days, the kitchen should be up and running. Choi Hyun-sok replied that he would try his best. Rachel said that he was no longer a hero to her, but the commander of the Demon King's army. Was the young man really happy to have achieved such success? Choi Hyun-sok assumed that Rachel was still angry with him, but there was nothing wrong with doing what he wanted. Choo Hyun-sok took off his power-detecting glasses and asked what this monster was doing here. The monster asked if the slave preparing meat on the grill had completely lost his mind. Choi Hyun-sok said that the monster was wrong this time. He was no longer a slave. Choi Hyun-sok hit the monster and told him to call him boss from now on. Our hero determined that the average combat power of the company of cooks was about 2,000. The strongest had 3,500. Choo Hyun-sok wondered, why are there so few of them? Weren't there 300? Why are there less than 20 demons now? However, he must do it, otherwise his commander will destroy him. The assembled demons said they knew this man. He was a barbecue machine, a delicious man. To show who he was, our hero kicked the demon in the chest. The young man declared that he was now their boss. Everyone had to remember that. Choi Hyun-sok warned that from now on, everyone must treat him as their commander. The protagonist asked why there were so few cooks left. One of the goblins replied that they had gone hunting on their own and had been destroyed by demonic beasts. Choi Hyun-sok said that this was not surprising. They always attacked first. The young man added that he had another question. Who among those present was the best cook? Everyone declared that Gollum was the best cook. Cho Hyun-sok announced that Gollum would be the vice captain. The commander said that if there were no questions, everyone was free to go. Cho Hyun-suk understood that there had to be at least 200 cooks in the kitchen. How could he gather that many in a day? Our hero saw only one way. That way was Bobo. Rachel was surprised. Was this man trying to intimidate them using a pet? Cho Hyun-suk replied that this was his plan B. There was only one condition for selecting chefs. Take those who are easy to replace and who will not be able to rebel against the commander. Cho Hyun-suk approached one of the demons and said that he would become the head chef. The monster wanted to object, but immediately received a kick to the jaw. The young man said that this monster was the first one today. Did he know what that meant? In the army, the most important thing is position. If he joined now, there wouldn't be many bosses above him. Cho Hyun-suk told the guy to bring him some junior demons who would be beaten up instead of him. Choi Hyun-sok told the monster to bring at least 5. The commander of the 3rd Battalion of the Demon King's army, Doras, was eating and said that it was a delicious dish that added even more peace. The goblin reported to the commander that they had a problem. Doras told the guy to calm down and report without getting excited. The subordinate said that most of the members of their battalion had left. Doras was surprised. Had they really deserted? They had nothing else to do but serve him. The goblin said that they had all joined the cook's squad. Doras said that the new head chef was a man whom Commander Hemis valued highly. Next time, his soldiers would have to be careful. The subordinate said that this could not be left unpunished because they had already lost 200 soldiers. The protagonist was informed that more than 200 demons had already been gathered. The young man decided that it was all thanks to his mind. Choi Hyun-sok said that this number should be enough and that recruitment could be stopped. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared. It was Doras. The young man thought that this demon was clearly dissatisfied with something. Doras asked who Choi Hyun-sok was, the servant of Bobo's pet. Bobo made a sound and the young man realized that he had not managed to leave unnoticed. Choi Hyun-sok approached the huge demon and asked what had happened. Doras gave his name. Doras said he was curious about what the man was thinking when he took his subordinates away. Choi Hyun-sok began to justify himself while in Doras' office. The commander suggested that the man had not done it on purpose. Choi Hyun-sok confirmed that he had only chosen the bravest. However, they all turned out to be part of the Great 3rd Battalion. Doras thought that Hemis liked this man. It would be better to sort things out amicably. Doras said that in that case, the young man could take those he had chosen and use them as intended. Doras added that he had one condition. Choi Hyun-sok prepared to listen, not expecting anything good. Doras said that the man should take another of his subordinates with him. Chu Hyun-suk thought it sounded like some kind of trap. Doris was surprised. Was the man really refusing? And this after he had arbitrarily taken his soldiers for himself? Choi Hyun-sok replied that he was not against it, but on the contrary, extremely pleased. Doris said that in that case he would introduce the subordinate. It was Usaru, a charming hybrid of an ogre and an orc. His power was immeasurable. Doris said that Usaru was strong, so he could be put to good use. Usaru said that he had a headache. Choi Hyun-sok stood before the army and said he would introduce himself again. The young man gave his name and added that he was responsible for Bobo and No, the head chefs. The demons thought, could this be the very same Bobo? Choi Hyun-sok gave the dog a bone and said that Bobo was a good boy. Choi Hyun-sok said he was going to reorganize the troops. The commander announced that he had prepared a new list of personnel. Everyone should carefully review it and line up according to their assignments. Rachel was surprised. Did the hero even prepare the list of members? What criteria did he use to select them? Cho Hyun-suk replied that their intelligence levels were roughly the same, so he based his selection on combat strength. He assigned the weak and those with extensive cooking experience to work in the kitchen. Chu Hyun-suk divided the warriors and said that the cooks would be in the right squad and the fighters in the left. One of the demons said that he also wanted to hunt. He wanted to eat freshly caught meat. Choi Hyun-sok thought, why does he need this trouble? It's a constant headache. The commander said he would organize an entrance exam and kick the demon in his most vulnerable spot. The demon fell to the ground and said that his future was ruined. Choi Hyun-sok declared that this demon had failed the entrance exam. The system reported that thanks to the commander's excellent leadership skills, the hero had reorganized and balanced the squad. The hidden ability level was increased. The protagonist asked those present if anyone else wanted to try. No one did. Choi Hyun-sok shouted, if everything is settled, the combat unit to arms. It's time to hunt. The hunters spread out in the Great Forest, north of Black Fortress. Choi Hyun-sok noticed that the forest was particularly quiet today, with not a single demonic creature in sight. Rachel suggested that it was all because of Bobo or Usaru. They could scare away all the demons with their mere presence. Choi Hyun-sok said he didn't rule out that possibility. However, those two were his best soldiers. Rachel asked why they didn't use bait in that case. The young man replied that if he had meat, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to go hunting. The fairy said that in that case, another bait was needed. Rachel added that the bait could be, for example, those who attracted demonic creatures all the way here. Choi Hyun-sok called out the numbers and told those warriors to step forward. The fairy asked how the hero chose the numbers this time. The young man thought that he had dictated the number of his lottery ticket, which he had left on Earth. Choi Hyun-sok said they were starting and ordered Usar to grab number 14. Number 14 shouted that the boss had gone mad. Choi Hyun-sok said they were continuing. The intercontinental ballistic goblin was activated. Choi Hyun-sok thought that if they threw the weaklings out as bait, it would definitely attract the attention of the beasts. The commander ordered a fire to be lit so that the lost comrades could see the smoke and return. Rachel was surprised. Wouldn't they die from such a throw? Cho Hyung-sok said that 1 in 6 would definitely return. He added that Usaru should not take breaks and continue throwing. The demons decided that this man was crazy. Each of them wanted to live a long life. One of the demons said that it would be better for them to escape from there now. Bobo immediately appeared in front of this demon. The demon said that this was not what Mr. Bobo had in mind. He would devote his life to the Demon King's army. Choi Hyun-sok thought that now was the time to bring back those who had been sent first. The demon ran away as fast as he could and called for help. His pursuers were not far behind. The demon returned, and the commander said that now they could leave it to the soldiers. After that, all that would be left was to finish them off. Usaru always loved to fight. The protagonist took advantage of this. After interacting with Usaru, all the monsters were flattened. Even as meat, these scraps were now useless. The fairy said that Bobo and Usaru had dealt with almost all the monsters with one blow. Chu Hyun-suk decided that they would have to return tomorrow without the two of them. The fairy added that they only had 1 day left. The young man returned and headed to the kitchen. Rachel asked why they had come here. Cho Hyun-suk replied that they needed to check if they could use the flattened meat somehow. Choi Hyun-suk kicked the door open and immediately asked where those slackers were. The cook immediately rushed to the chef and asked what was going on. Choi Hyun-suk asked if they had received the meat they had hunted today. Gollum replied that they had received the meat, but it was in poor condition. Choi Hyun-suk said that a true warrior must be able to cook any kind of meat. Gollum shouted to the cooks that a general assembly had been called and that they needed to light a fire. Now they would be working with minced meat. The young man thought that everyone younger than the battalion commander ate tasteless food. But if he played his cards right, everything would be much easier than he had expected. The young man knocked on the saint's door. Evelson said that the hero could come in. Chu Hyun-sok greeted her and said he had come to see the saint. The young man asked, "Evilson, you haven't had dinner yet, have you?" He was holding a plate of freshly cooked meat in his hand. Chu Hyun-sok said that thanks to her support, he was able to win the final match, and as a token of his gratitude, he wanted to treat the girl. Evilson thanked him. She brought a piece of meat to her mouth and thought it smelled better than she had expected. She swallowed the meat and thought it was wonderful, much better than what she usually ate. The taste was amazing and vivid. Chu Hyun-suk assumed that, judging by the empty plate, the girl liked his dish. Evilson asked what Choi Hyun-sok was going to do when he left this place. Choi Hyun-sok replied that he was going to get married. The saint said that in that case, the young man could leave. Choi Hyun-sok remarked that there was actually one more thing he wanted to do. The protagonist asked what Evilson would do when she left this place. The girl replied that she did not know yet and did not want anything. The divine empire of Gotran. The capital is Gatium. This state is ruled by the Pope of the Church of Tusia. The assistant informed His Holiness that they had discovered the location of Evilson Marriott, the next saint. They were told that she was being held captive in the Black Fortress, where the Monster Eater lived. His Holiness asked how the saint had ended up in such a miserable place. Was there still no news from the Demon King? The assistant said there was no information. It was unclear what they were trying to achieve by holding the future saint captive without making any demands. His Holiness said that there are only a few cases in the history of wars when people managed to penetrate the Black Fortress. This only happened when the Monster Eater, Hemis, was not there. It would be pointless to launch a direct attack now. It would be better to send a rescue team secretly. It is necessary to summon the hero Suro-Selda. Choi Hyun-sok remembered the saint's words and thought about what she meant when she said she wanted nothing. The chief ordered the platoon commanders to step forward. Choi Hyun-sok took food out of his bag and told them to eat it. The young man had a rope with meat strung on it in his hand. The monsters were surprised. Was this some new form of bribery, or was he just giving away his leftovers? The monsters couldn't help themselves and said that of course they would eat the meat. It tasted divine. They had never tasted anything like it before. After that, the monsters swore allegiance to the commander and asked for more. Choi Hyun-sok said there would be no more. Only the platoon that captured more living demonic creatures than the others would be able to eat such meat. The monsters rushed forward with the desire to catch as many beasts as possible. The protagonist said he was right. Everyone is a slave to their stomach. His plan had succeeded. Choi Hyun-sok said that he had unknowingly leveled up 10 times. At the end of the competition, the young man said that he had defeated Vulcan's platoon. They would share a magnificent meal with him. The saint thought she shouldn't have told the young man that. However, she was very tired of always keeping everything to herself. The door opened and a stranger appeared on the threshold. He called the saint by name, Mrs. Evilson Marriott. The man took off his hood and said he had come to free the saint. Evilson asked if Sir Geffen had sent him. The young man confirmed this. Evilson said she had no intention of returning, so Geffen could leave. The young man said that he couldn't return alone, that he had to complete his mission. The saint reminded him that the Monster Eater lived here. It was not worth trying to take her away by force. Evilson noted that if she used her holy power, the devourer would surely come here. Geffen grabbed the girl by the throat and said that he was fulfilling his mission. He was not a prince now, but a soldier. The girl began to suffocate. Geffen told her to close her eyes and soon she would be in the capital. Evilson did not understand how he managed to use holy power, but she could not return there. Suddenly, Choi Hyun-sok burst into the room. He shouted at the scoundrel to take his hands off her. At the same time, the protagonist punched his opponent in the head. Geffen was surprised. Did he really put magic into the blow? However, he looks like an ordinary person. Who is he really? He moves quite well compared to how magic is usually used. Choi Hyun-sok continued to shout at the man to take his hands off the saint. Geffen counterattacked his opponent, and the young man flew far to the side. The guest said that this was not part of his mission, but useful materials were always in demand. This guy would go with him too. Evilson and Choi Hyun-sok lay on the ground. Geffen said they annoyed him. Rachel was surprised. Did this guy really knock out the hero with one blow? Should she bring Bobo? Geffen unrolled the scroll. He didn't think it would come to this, but it seemed there was nothing else to do. Geffen said that in order to take one more person with him, he would have to cast a little spell on the scroll. Hemis peeked into the room and asked if the guy was having problems. Did he need help? Geffen was alarmed when he saw the Monster Eater in front of him, but he had blocked Evilson's holy power. Hemis said she preferred Gourmet to Devourer. Geffen didn't sense any magical energy from her. Could it be a difference in power? The Monster Eater Hemis. Geffen thought that the story of how she devoured 1,000 soldiers in a single day might well be true. Hemis said she wanted to see what their guest was capable of. Geffen thought that the main thing was not to panic. He had to try to block her attacks. As soon as the chance arose, the young man decided to take the saint and leave. Geffen felt dizzy. Had she affected him from the very beginning? Geffen began to lose strength and realized that it was too late. Hemis said that this guy had good handwriting. Could he still entertain her? Given the situation, Geffen realized that it would be a miracle if he could leave unharmed, even without the saint. The mission had failed. Hemis said that the guest had simply run away, but she had asked him for a favor. The woman added that the real test was just beginning. The Devourer is an ancient monster and an indestructible witch. That was the name given to Hemis, commander of the Third Corps of the Demon King's army. In the endless flow of time, demons were born and died, and only the Demon King and Hemis remained unshakable. Redrin said that Choi Hyun-sok was still hitting his forehead, even using magic. It was ineffective. The young man was deactivated and lay on the ground. The demon added that a person needs to be more flexible and not limit themselves. Choi Hyun-suk said he would take that into account. Radrin added that it doesn't matter how strong Choi Hyun-suk becomes. There will always be someone stronger. The demon said that one should not be afraid to use any methods to win. An honest victory is a privilege of the truly strong. The demon said that training for today was over and that Choi Hyun-sok had done a good job. Rachel asked if the hero was okay. The young man replied that he felt very bad and wanted the fairy to heal him. After the fairy's intervention, the protagonist said that he could now breathe normally. Rachel asked if she was just a healing elixir for the hero. The protagonist remembered the words of the saint, who said that he must become stronger. Only faith coming from within would protect Mr. Cho Hyun-suk. Rachel was indignant. Was the young man thinking about that woman again? But he had almost died because of that saint. Cho Hyun-suk noted that someone might now suffer God's punishment. The fairy reminded him that the mercenary had used divine power. If the girl had really been a saint, would her own people have attacked her? Cho Hyun-suk agreed that it was very strange. After all, the next saint should be valuable. Rachel asked if the hero really liked this woman. Cho Hyun-suk decided that the fairy was jealous of him. Rachel asked, did he really want to die, or had he forgotten what world he was in? After a while, the protagonist sat and cried. He wanted to be reborn as a cat in a rich family in his next life. Bobo looked at him in bewilderment. What happened to the hero? Half an hour earlier in her office, Hemis told the protagonist that she had a huge dilemma. The commander said she was very bored. Therefore, she wanted to watch something fun. Choi Hyun-sok replied that he understood her. Hemis gave the young man 1 month, after which he had to defeat the battalion commander. Our hero was frankly confused. Hemis asked, is something wrong? Does the young man think he can't do it? Does he need help, like with Kirkin? Choi Hyun-suk said he didn't need help. He could handle everything himself. Rachel said that Bobo could say goodbye to this man. Now he wouldn't see him for a long time. The fairy said that it was time to accept his fate. How was he going to become a battalion commander with only 9,000 troops? Choi Hyun-sok replied that he was already upset without that. Rachel acknowledged that the hero had grown a lot, but a battalion commander was a completely different level. Choi Hyun-sok understood that they had about 40,000 power points. It was impossible to become that strong in 1 month. The young man thought it would be great if his priceless dog could fight in his place. Bobo's power was immeasurable. The dog could fight the battalion commander on equal terms or even win. Rachel reminded him that a fight meant a duel. The protagonist understood that. Rachel repeated that the hero had 1 month, after which he had to defeat the battalion commander. Choi Hyun-sok said he understood everything. There was no talk of a fight. The main thing was simply to defeat his opponent. The fairy asked if the hero had understood everything correctly. Choi Hyun-suk decided to lure his opponent out and set Bobo on him. It was the only way. Rachel asked, is the hero smart or just a coward? The fairy didn't understand how to lure him out. Could the young man really interest the battalion commander? Choi Hyun-suk said that he had recently met him. He was a real pig who loved to eat delicious food. The protagonist developed a recipe for excellent braised ribs. For this, you need arun meat. You have to wash the ribs in water with honey to wash away all the blood. Once there is no blood left, the meat is placed in a pot and cooked. After cooking, thinly sliced mushrooms and green onions must be added. Next, add water, sugar, soy sauce, and garlic. All ingredients are added to the meat and brought to a boil. For some time, the protagonist was upset that he lacked endurance. Rachel noticed that the food on the stove was burning. The soft and tender ribs were ready. Next, the food had to be arranged nicely on a plate. The chef added green onions on top. The dish, and with it the key to the battalion commander's heart, was ready. Doris said it was simply wonderful. He hadn't tasted such delicious food in a long time. The battalion commander noted that giving Uzara to this man was a brilliant idea. The commander was informed that the chef had arrived. Doris warned that he would not take Uzara back. The assistant clarified that the chef was not here for that. The chef said that he had personally prepared the dishes for the commander as a token of gratitude. Doris had heard that this guy was a God-given cook. How good he was. Choi Hyun-sok entered the room, greeted everyone, and said that it had been a long time since he had seen Mr. Doris. Doris apologized, saying he had been informed that the young man had come to express his gratitude. Choo Hyun-sok confirmed that he wanted to thank the commander for helping him earn his rank in the kitchen. The chef said that he had put a piece of his heart into these wonderful braised ribs. Doris smelled the aroma, and his mouth watered involuntarily. He said he would definitely try it right away. Doris brought the ribs to his mouth and noted that they smelled incredibly delicious. Choi Hyun-sok thought that thanks to this dish, everyone in the kitchen considered him a god. Would the battalion commander be able to resist? Doris said it was simply amazing, impossible to resist. The taste was incredible. How did a person manage to achieve this? Could anyone cook something so divine? Choi Hyun-sok asked the commander to be a taster for his new dishes. Doris gladly agreed. Choo Hyun-suk said that in that case, he would drop by from time to time. Rachel couldn't believe such success. Doris now understood why Hemis valued this man so much. Choo Hyun-suk leaned back and said goodbye. The protagonist could barely contain his emotions. Our hero found himself alone and he felt nauseous. The fairy did the same. Rachel admitted that the hero was not a coward. Choi Hyun-suk said that this was his plan. He would fatten up the commander. When he lost his vigilance, it would be easier to destroy him. A week later, during a meal, after eating a huge amount of food, Doris finally said that for some reason he had lost his appetite. The commander said that tomorrow he would have to fight to confirm his position. It seems that he has become so powerful that people cannot help but look down on him. Doris added that if he lost, he would lose his position as commander. Doris said that in any case, even if he overeats and dies, people will still fear him. Choo Hyun-suk thought, had he been trying so hard all week for nothing? Doris told him to come and watch his fight, because he was his lucky charm. Choo Hyun-sok promised to come and wish the commander victory. The next day arrived, the day of the battle. The great arena. Rachel told the young man not to be discouraged. What if Doris became an SSS-level super boar? The young man pointed out that Doris couldn't even walk now because he had been fattened up all week. He definitely wouldn't win this fight. The commander of the 3rd Regiment of the Demon King's army, Roygo, was also present. The participants were invited to the arena. Doris climbed into the arena and said that the stairs were a real challenge for him. Roygo noted that he didn't have much free time. The battle began, and the opponents clashed in confrontation. During the battle, there was a burst of energy in the arena and a powerful explosion. Choi Hyun-sok grabbed his head. He couldn't understand how the shock wave had reached him at all. The fight lasted only a moment, but the young man was sure that Doris had lost. However, the host announced that Doris was the winner. His opponent was deactivated. The next night, our hero decided that one Bobo would not be enough. He needed to rethink his strategy as commander. The young man had an encyclopedia of monsters in his hands, as well as a map of their habitats, which he had drawn himself. Based on his own research, Choi Hyun-sok knew that powerful creatures, such as the Queen of the Talus, lived in their own territories. Thanks to the sacrifices of the kitchen soldiers, our hero managed to figure out the boundaries of their habitats. Choi Hyun-sok told the fairy that the enemy of his enemy was his friend. It was necessary to pit the barbarians against the barbarians. If Doris was such a strong opponent, then the only option was to pit him against an even stronger monster. 3 days later, our hero was in the Great Forest. Rachel said that she had memorized the entire monster encyclopedia in 3 days and that her head was about to explode. Choi Hyun-sok looked at the map and said that the first target was a kilometer away. Something like a giant worm. Rachel suggested that it might be a surfib. Translated from the ancient language, it meant forest worm. Rachel shared a lot of other useful information that she had highlighted in the encyclopedia. Choi Hyun-sok said she was a genius. The squad leader asked the boss if he had decided on today's hunting spot. Choi Hyun-sok replied that they should go straight ahead. Choi Hyun-sok asked Rachel to tell them about a demon that looked like a dragon with scales. The fairy replied that there were many such creatures. She needed a clear example to explain it accurately. Choi Hyun-sok told the squad of cooks that they would not be catching anyone today. They could destroy everyone to their heart's content. Today, they could eat their prey right away. The demons rejoiced. Finally, their boss had come to his senses. Today, they could eat as much as they wanted. Choi Hyun-sok was surprised. How could the demons have caught so much food in such a short time? Where was the master of this territory? Choi Hyun-sok thought, had it all been in vain? The commander ordered everyone to lay down their weapons and end the operation. Suddenly, the young man heard a strange sound. Could it be that the monster had appeared? Rachel said they were wrong. The demon Nidrak was approaching them. His power was immeasurable. The demons began to scatter in different directions in fear, shouting that a dragon had appeared. Choi Hyun-sok rejoiced and said that with this dragon, he would be able to defeat Doris. Redrin came to report to Commander Hemis. The woman asked, "Is something wrong?" Hemis inquired about what had happened to the man. There had been no news from Cho Hyun-sok for 3 weeks. Hemis suggested that Redrin might have taught the man something. He got scared and ran away. The demon replied that they had been conducting the most ordinary training. Redrin noted that Cho Hyun-sok had recently become close to Commander Doris. Hemis was surprised. The man had said he would defeat him, but instead he had befriended him. What was this guy up to? Doris was eating again in his office and thought that there was nothing tastier than meat cooked on the grill. After finishing his meal, Doris thanked the man for the food. The young man sighed sadly. The commander asked, "Is something wrong?" Choi Hyun-sok said he had problems. Most likely this was the last time he would bring food to his master. Doris was seriously alarmed. What had happened? Chu Hyun-sok explained that Hemis had decided to try the meat of a special monster, but it was too strong. Even after several days of continuous battle, they had not been able to defeat it. The team of cooks was shrinking every day. Doris thought, so meat from an excellent monster might appear. What kind of ferocious monster was it that they were sacrificing an entire team of cooks for? Choi Hyun-sok said it was a marble monster. Doris had never heard of such a thing. Doris offered to lend the young man some soldiers. Choi Hyun-sok said that even with hundreds of additional warriors, they would not be able to defeat this beast. The chef suggested that if the great Doris took on the task, the monster would definitely be defeated in a matter of minutes, and Commander Hemis would certainly recognize such a feat. Doris imagined how Hemis would call him sweetheart instead of pig. Of course, he was interested. Chu Hyun-sok reminded him that he was close to the commander and would definitely tell her everything. Doris said that in that case, he would help the man. After all, they were friends. Choi Hyun-sok pretended to be extremely surprised and added that he was extremely grateful. The next day, everything was ready for the hunt at the agreed location. The fairy asked if the hero remembered the map. Cho Hyun-sok replied that he now knew the area better than Google Maps. Choi Hyun-sok told the dog that they were going to catch a pig. Uzaru also had to do as he was told. Uzuro said that he had accepted the order for meat and would work hard. Bobo also barked responsibly. Choi Hyun-sok told everyone to follow in his wake and not fall behind. The pig hunt mission began. In the thickest part of the great forest, our hero and his soldiers advanced toward the dragon's lair. The demons were curious about where they were going. Even the commander of the 3rd Battalion was with them. Did the boss want to destroy some powerful monster? Doris was upset. He thought that everything outside was very ugly. The commander of the 3rd Battalion asked how much further they had to go. The young man replied that they were almost in the territory of the marble monster. Our hero understood that Doris was much stronger than he looked. It was necessary to be careful. The young man noted that Doris had brought 500 soldiers with him. Nidrak must not lose. Everyone heard a loud roar. Chu Hyun-sok said that the monster was already close. Doris said that there was no time to delay, they had to attack. A huge dragon appeared from behind the trees. Doris asked, "Is this the marble monster?" Cho Hyun-sok confirmed it. Doris thought he had seen it somewhere before. It resembled the ancient monster Nidrak. Choi Hyun-sok said that all monsters were quite similar. Doris said that he and his battalion would take care of this monster. The man must tell Commander Hemis about his feat. Doris rushed into battle and ordered his soldiers to attack the marble monster. The commander of the 3rd Battalion was aggressive and was not afraid of the huge dragon. He shouted for his soldiers not to retreat and to follow him. Chu Hyun-sok thought that at this rate, Doris could indeed defeat the dragon. Who would have thought that he would use his soldiers in this way? The soldiers took all the blows for Doris. Chu Hyun-sok thought that things were not going at all as he had planned. Doris shouted that he wanted to finish off this marble monster as quickly as possible. One of the warriors ran up and reported to Lord Doris that there was another monster. Doris was, of course, very surprised. Why hadn't he been warned about this earlier? Choi Hyun-sok was also surprised. This was Nidrak's territory. Where did another monster come from? Doris warriors shouted that they needed to retreat. A huge worm monster appeared. Choi Hyun-sok realized that it was a surfib. Our hero wasn't worried about it because he thought it was harmless. But this monster perceived the commotion here as a territorial conflict and came to grab a piece for itself. Doris shouted that they couldn't handle it and ordered everyone to retreat. Rachel asked the hero what they should do. They couldn't let Doris go. Choi Hyun-sok realized that he would have to take a risk. There was no other way out. Doris asked, "Did the man understand that too? All the monsters are rushing here." Chu Hyun-sok used the combat style of Raid Run and delivered a blow called Instant Destruction. The young man asked the monster, was it his fault? Choi Hyun-sok told Doris to cancel the order. There should be no retreat. Everyone must fight. Shui Hyun-sok added that they should meet in Valhalla with their brave demon comrades. Doris realized that he had been betrayed. He had been betrayed by some primitive human. The demon commander shouted that he was ready to risk everything, but he would destroy Cho Hyun-sok. There was an upgrade to the second level. Full bloom. The protagonist was surprised. What was he doing? Rachel shouted for the hero to run away immediately. Cho Hyun-suk was subjected to the powerful energy emanating from the transformed Doris. The young man survived, but did not understand what skill had been used against him. Doris was angry and said he would tear this man to pieces. Choi Hyun-sok wondered where Bobo and Ozaru had gone. It would be difficult to cope without them. The fairy said that it looked like they had been attacked by a Surfiba. The man realized that he would have to fight Doris alone. The demon commander started coughing up blood. Our hero did not know what skill Doris had used, but it had definitely harmed his health. He needed to buy some time. The young man told the fairy to name the group of monsters she was showing on the map. She had to recite everything from memory. Rachel said to go a little to the left. Straight ahead would be the lair of the war dogs. Doris chased after the man and shouted that he would not escape. The war dogs pounced on Doris. The commander shouted for them to get out of the way immediately. Choi Hyun-sok said that while ordinary mobs avoid the strong, habitats with young are a different story altogether. Doris said that he would kill the man who decided to play tag with him at any cost. There was an upgrade to the third level, Falling Flowers. Rachel said that Doris's demonic energy was beginning to weaken. He had reached his limit after advancing to the third level. Too much energy had been expended during the hunt. Cho Hyun-suk asked where the monster was going. Doris replied that he hated to say it, but as soon as his strength was restored, he would come back for the man's head. The Demon Squad commander added that he did not forget such insults. However, his body had to recover first. Choi Hyun-sok said that Doris could come whenever he wanted, but it wasn't time to leave yet. The monster said that a human couldn't defeat him with his bare hands. Hemis appeared nearby and asked in surprise, "What is all this commotion in front of her castle?" Choi Hyun-sok suddenly felt ill and grabbed his head. What was going on? Doris shouted for the commander to help him. He hadn't lost yet. It wasn't even the end of the battle. Hemis told Doris to shut up immediately. Hemis added that Doris was incredibly stupid if a pathetic human could defeat him. After all, they were fighting humans. She shuddered with disgust at the thought of having such a battalion commander in wartime. Cho Hyun-suk continued to press the monster and said that he had defeated the battalion commander. Hemis said that the man had succeeded, and she remembered that they had made a bet. That meant they had something to discuss. During the conversation in her office, Hemis asked in surprise, "Did Surfib also appear?" Cho Hyun-sok said that he did not expect that either. Hemis thought, what is going on in a person's head if he decided to pull off something like that? The commander added that the young man had used her own words against her. That was very clever. Cho Hyun-suk had definitely succeeded. However, next time she would give more specific orders. Hemis added that there might not be a next time. If a person causes problems or uses cunning methods again, it will not end well for him. Choi Hyun-suk replied that he understood everything. Returning home, the young man lay down on the floor and said in a tired voice that he had almost died again. Rachel agreed with him. The protagonist thought that Doris was a polymorph and was getting stronger each time. What was it? Rachel said it was like some kind of special demonic art. They needed to ask Radrin about it. Choi Hyun-sok said that Bobo also had a hard time with all the monsters. However, Hemis dealt with it all. The young man said he even felt a little sorry for Doris. Rachel reminded him that it was the human who took all the experience points by stealing the last blows. Choi Hyun-sok closed his eyes, apologized, and said he was very sorry. The fairy, of course, didn't believe him and said that the man was smirking. Choi Hyun-sok activated the status window and decided to check how much his level had increased. Much of what appeared on the screen raised questions. Rachel asked if the man was hallucinating. The fairy said that the hero's system couldn't be wrong and that it wasn't worth mocking it and saying that something was incomprehensible. Rachel put on her glasses and decided to check her combat power and celebrate reaching level 48. The fairy was surprised when she saw that her power had reached almost 14,000. Choi Hyun-sok said that he had indeed leveled up quite well, considering that just yesterday he had been powerless against a simple goblin. The fairy said she had been waiting for this, so she had prepared a surprise. She suggested drinking to celebrate his new achievements. Choi Hyun-sok thought, no matter how much stronger he had become, he couldn't neglect his daily tasks. The young man decided to visit the saint today after training because he still had some questions. Radrin appeared and asked, "So, Doris defeated the man?" He congratulated him. Choi Hyun-sok told the commander that he had a question about the battle. Was the mentor familiar with the technique of elevation? Radrin replied that it was an ancient informal style of combat. Usually, combat is divided into two types: formal, involving specific movements, and informal, based on changes in the body or weapons. There are fewer variations in the second type than in the first. Special fighting styles are like rivers in themselves, and informal ones are passed down from generation to generation even more secretly. Choi Hyun-sok understood the difference between offensive skills and enhancement skills. Radrin added that enhancement is an ancient skill passed down from generation to generation. Any demon who possesses demonic chi is capable of mastering it. It is quite dangerous, so few dare to use it. The side effects are very serious. Choi Hyun-sok became interested in whether he could master this enhancement. He has some kind of demonic chi, doesn't he? Redrin said that it couldn't be called demonic chi. It just happened to end up in a human body. Choi Hyun-sok replied that in that case, there shouldn't be any serious problems. If anything happened, Evelson would help. Radrin said that it was not worth pushing himself to such a state. The man replied that he would not survive without the promotion. If it did not work, he would immediately fall behind. After all, it was his body. Redrin said he felt a little uneasy, but the man persuaded him and said he could try. The commander told the young man to watch him closely. The Divine Empire of Gatrin, the underground prison of the cathedral. The criminal is in a solitary cell chained to the wall. Emperor Orvan approached the bars and asked if Geffen Ozaled had regained consciousness. Geffen said that he had thought long and hard about whose doing it was. It turned out that his father was involved. Why did he come here if he said he no longer needed this man? The emperor said that he wanted to give the young man a chance to atone for his sins. Everyone is equal before God. Geffen asked what he should do. Orvan IV said that Evelson Marriott must be eliminated. Geffen was surprised. Why had the order suddenly changed? What would the death of the saint bring to the church? The emperor replied that the young man did not need to know that. Geffen reminded him that there was a devourer there. It was dangerous to return there. Orvan said there was no need to worry about that. He would assign 4 knights to the young man. Besides, the devourer would not be there. Emperor Orvan advised Sir Geffen not to lose this time. The path to glory does not tolerate defeat. Evelson tried to bring the young man to his senses and told Mr. Cho Hyun-sok to come to his senses. The saint said that these two were crazy, a man practicing a special technique that only a demon could master. Redrin noted that Choi Hyun-sok was fine and that there should be almost no demonic chi left in his body. Evelson asked, "Are they really priests? How can they decide what is right and what is wrong if they don't even understand it?" Evelson said that she had blocked the demonic energy in his body. Redrin released it, thinking he could control it. The demon asked what would happen to the man. Evelson replied that he would not last long. It was too late to restrain the released demonic chi. Instead, they had to try to make his body accept this power. The saint said that she would compress the demonic energy with divine energy to distribute it evenly. She would turn it into a concentration that his body could handle. It would be like developing resistance to poison. Redrin was surprised. Was such a thing possible? Evelson replied that she had never done anything like this before, because it had never happened before. There was a chance that the demonic Kui would not accept the divine power and rebel. However, if other options led to an even worse outcome, this method had to be tried. Evelson added that as a professional, she couldn't help but try. Choi Hyun-sok suddenly opened his eyes and looked around in surprise. The young man did not understand how he got there, and he had a feeling that he had missed something. Rachel and Bobo, overcome with immense joy, rushed toward the man. Finally, the gentleman awoke, and the hero came to his senses after 3 days. The fairy asked, "Does the hero really remember nothing?" Chu Hyun-sok replied that he wanted to master the promotion, but then his soul left his body. The young man checked the status window and saw demonic energy in the list. Hema said that she had expected this. The man had to come to his senses. Choi Hyun-sok greeted the commander. Hemis told him not to get up. In his condition, he could probably only crawl. Hemis said that she had the information because Radrin had told her everything. Choi Hyun-sok tried to use demonic ki, even though he was human. Hemis said that the saint was worthy of her title if she was able to work so well on a human. The commander added that this time she would help the young man. After all, he was her personal aunt, whom she found interesting to watch. Hemis influenced the young man and said that he could consider it an honor. The woman told Radrin not to worry. After sleeping, the man would be fine. Several days passed after the incident with the dark mana. The saint continued to heal the young man. The protagonist was incredibly grateful for her work. Lady Evelson came to see him almost every day. The saint said that it was his will to live that had helped the young man survive. Evelson added that the treatment was now complete, so she was leaving. Chu Hyun-suk wondered, what does the saint mean when she says things like that? Many questions and few answers. All that remains is to wait for her to tell him everything herself someday. Radrin said that the young man kept asking him, so he would have to teach him the theory of dark mana control, but he shouldn't overdo it. Choi Hyun-sok replied that it had been 3 days since he woke up. Nothing would happen if he didn't use the energy. Well, he thought, Hemis was like that just 3 days ago. Perhaps it was just speculation on the part of the Cowden clan. Radrin said that the meeting at the Demon King's castle was an annual event, but for some reason, she had a bad feeling about it this time. Choi Hyun-sok said that the commander had a lot of work to do lately in Hemis' absence. Could he help in any way? Radrin said that he was fine, especially since Hemis would be back soon. She had been summoned earlier this year, so it didn't make much difference. The commander told the man not to worry about him and to focus on taking care of himself. Radrin thought that Choi Hyun-sok was getting stronger every day. His body was developing well thanks to the dark mana. Once he learns to control the dark mana, his strength will increase significantly. Choi Hyun-sok told his mentor that he felt an unfamiliar divine power. It was not a holy divine power. Radrin said that in that case, they had an intruder and added that he would check everything now. It turned out to be unexpectedly easy for the intruders to get inside. One of them told Sir Geffen that it was because the devourer was not there. Geffen said that in any case it was necessary to remain silent. There is another monster in the castle, nicknamed the Red Nightmare. Radrin appeared in the intruder's path. He asked the man how someone found out that Lady Hemis was absent. The intruder shouted, "It's the Red Nightmare." Geffen said there was no need to panic. Geffen added that Lucas and Nell should go after the saint. He and Orca would take care of the Red Nightmare. Radrin realized that they had come for Evelyn. Her room was nearby. It would not be difficult to defeat 4 people, but they had split up. Choi Hyun-sok ran up to the mentor and said he had come to help. Radrin reminded him that he had told him not to follow him. However, the young man's arrival turned out to be very timely. The mentor said that these intruders had come for the saint and that she needed to be hidden in a safe place. Radrin threw the necklace to the man and told him to be sure to take it with him. Choi Hyun-sok asked what he should do with it. Radrin said that the necklace should be used as evidence to gather high-ranking officers. Choi Hyun-sok replied that he understood and rushed to rescue Evelyn. Geffen shouted that this man must be stopped. Radrin said that the man would not be able to take the saint without Commander Hemis' permission. Radrin's combat style was activated. 7th form, Explosive Wave. Choi Hyun-sok received a new assignment: to protect the saint from the people who had come for her. The young man shouted to the saint that they needed to leave. People were attacking in real time. Evelyn asked what was going on. Choi Hyun-sok replied that he didn't know all the details, but it seemed to be the same people as last time. The demons received orders to protect the saint from the intruders. According to the order, they must not let the enemy advance any further. The demons told the man to leave immediately with the saint and hide in a secluded place. Evelyn told Choi Hyun-sok to stop. Choi Hyun-sok replied that he would quickly do everything as required and that the girl need not worry. In the conference room of the headquarters of the 3rd Corps of the Demon King's army, Roygo said that sooner or later Doris would lose the favor of Commander Hemis, but how stupid would one have to be to lose to some human? Earlier, Hemis had expressed hope that everything would be fine in her absence. Would Roygo be able to handle it? Roygo said that they had discussed everything and that the meeting could be adjourned. It was necessary to follow orders and not act on one's own initiative. A soldier reported to Commander Roygo that a man wearing Mr. Radrin's necklace had appeared. The soldier added that the men had attacked the castle and wanted to kill the saint. Roygo thought that the situation could get out of control. This could not be allowed to happen. Choi Hyun-sok approached Roygo and asked if he was the regiment commander. Roygo said he was interested in the details. Choi Hyun-sok reported that Mr. Radrin first felt a divine power, and when he went outside, he found that people had broken into the castle with the intention of destroying the saint. Roygo was surprised. Why would people want to kill her? The commander told the man to calm down and take a deep breath. The next moment, Roygo shouted for everyone to duck. They were being attacked. Signal fires must be lit. The people need the saint. She must be protected at all costs. Roygo said that this was nonsense. Did people really want to get rid of the saint? Roygo activated the shackled mode to prevent people from approaching. However, the distance was too great to stop them. We need to do something else. Choi Hyun-sok used Radrin's fighting style, the 7th form, Explosive Wave. Geffen regretted the loss of Orc. He had foolishly lost his friend. Radrin thought that the man had used his comrade as a shield. As expected, the man was strong. Even considering that divine and demonic powers are natural enemies, this man was at least at the level of a unit commander. Was this the power of those whom people worship as heroes? Geffen said that the Red Nightmare, which had kept the entire Drossen in fear, turned out to be just an ordinary demon. Radrin was surprised. Why was the man happy when he knew perfectly well that he would lose anyway? Geffen said that without the Devourer, this fortress had only the Red Nightmare. Geffen added that in that case, he just needed to stall for time. His comrades could easily deal with low-level opponents. Redrin understood that the man was confident in Hemis's absence and aware of the fortress's powers. How much information had leaked to the enemy? Redrin told his opponent to stop talking nonsense. There was little time, so they needed to finish everything quickly. Geffen said that the demon was far from his abilities. Redrin told the man to remember, true power can overcome any obstacle. Geffen had not heard of any heroes appearing in the Demon King's army. Roigo noticed the saint, the young man, and that traitor. Who knew there were 3 people here? Chu Hyun-sok said they had lost, and soon all the soldiers from the fortress would arrive. Chui Hyun-sok said that it didn't matter how strong this guy was. However, it was impossible to resist an entire army. It was better to surrender than to waste energy. Roigo was surprised. When did this man learn Mr. Redrin's Sid? Geffen began to recite the spell. Roigo felt the presence of divine power and saw the divine fire ignite. Roigo said that this spell burns one's own body. No one in their right mind would do such a thing. Geffen said that the wall of flame was filled with the divine power of a high-ranking holy knight. Ordinary people would burn from a single touch. Even high-level demons would hardly be able to resist it. So it was better to surrender and hand over the saint. Chui Hyun-sok was surprised. Why would people want to destroy the saint? After all, Lady Evelyn is on their side, isn't she? Geffen noticed that the man was speaking without thinking. After everything that had happened, the saint was not on their side. Evelyn said that the Holy Empire had long since renounced God. Chui Hyun-sok was surprised. What was Mrs. Evelyn talking about? The saint said that all they needed to do was obey orders silently like puppets. Evelyn added that people don't care if she's real or not. Geffen said he didn't want to listen to these tearful speeches anymore. He gave the hero 10 seconds. Chu Hyun-suk thought about how long he could fight this guy. The young man saw only one way out. He activated the first level upgrade, Blossoming. Evelyn asked if Cho Hyun-sok had decided to use Dark Mana. He had to stop because his body couldn't take it. Chui Hyun-sok said that they would die anyway if he didn't. He had to do it. The protagonist's heart burned and was ready to jump out of his chest. He upgraded to the second level. Full Bloom. Earlier, the mentor told the young man that the advancement takes place in 3 stages: Blossoming, Full Blossoming, and Falling Flowers. Each stage is more dangerous than the previous one. You cannot move on to the next without complete control over the previous one. Chu Hyun-suk mentally apologized to his mentor and said that he would only do this once. Chu Hyun-suk felt like his heart was going to break. Every cell in his body was screaming for him to stop. The period of advancement to the 3rd level, Falling Flowers, had begun. The protagonist told Rachel to give him a buff and not to stop its effect. Geffen was surprised. Was this really a person using the upgrade technique? That meant he was no ordinary hero. Chu Hyun-suk transformed and rushed at his opponent to attack. Geffen stated that the blackening of his body indicated the 3rd level of advancement. How could a human use demon techniques? In any case, it wouldn't last long. Geffen added that he only needed to wait it out, and victory would be his. Geffen was surprised. Did this guy really parry his sword with a single movement of his hand? Geffen thought he had never seen anything like it. Chu Hyun-suk dealt a devastating blow to his opponent. Geffen clutched his chest and said it was a dirty trick. So he was facing a man who had succumbed to the temptation of vile demons. He should be ashamed of himself. The protagonist felt that he was at his limit. Evelyn wondered, where did Mr. Cho Hyun-suk get such strength? Redrin explained that enhancement was a technique that pushed one to the limit of their abilities. If you overexert yourself, you may never recover. Chu Hyun-suk said that a silver-haired beauty was crying right in front of him. He couldn't die. The hero's body was already at its limit. Even if he stopped, it would be impossible to recover. That meant there was no turning back. He had to see it through to the end. Evelyn understood that Dark Mana and Divine Mana were 2 opposites. If Cho Hyun-sok used Divine Mana after Dark Mana now, his body could simply explode. The saint prayed that this would not happen. Chui Hyun-sok activated the Raid Run combat style. Geffen was surprised. A fighting style too? It was like suicide. The first form, Instant Destruction, was activated. Geffen decided that he was ready and would make his opponent pay for what he had done. Geffen was surprised. This man not only used 2 different fighting techniques, but also changed them. The protagonist, using his unique ability, deactivated his opponent by delivering the necessary number of blows. Evelyn realized that something was wrong with Cho Hyun-sok and called out his name. The girl approached the young man sitting on the floor and was surprised at his condition. He was barely breathing. Geffen jumped to his feet again and shouted that he had underestimated his opponent. Geffen said that this was no ordinary man. If this guy survived, he would become a threat to the entire empire. He had to be finished off right now. Suddenly, Raedrun appeared. He apologized for being late and grabbed Geffen by the head. Raedrun realized that the young man had used his style. The commander asked the saint if she could save the man. Evilson replied that she would do everything in her power. The girl asked Mr. Cho Hyun-sok to hold on and not leave them. It wasn't time yet. The Demon King's Castle, waiting room. Annual Commanders Meeting, Day 5. Hemis was indignant. Had she really come all this way for such pathetic desserts? The commander of the 4th Corps of the Demon King's army, Park Hyona, told the devourer not to show off and to eat when she was given food. Hemis wondered when Lady Hyun would learn respect. The devourer added that she could have destroyed her interlocutor 100 times over if it weren't for the ban on fighting between corps commanders. Lady Hemis was informed that the Gatran Empire had attacked the Black Fortress. The intruders were 4 knights, including 1 hero. Many soldiers were injured. Hemis said that the annual meeting of commanders had been decided to be held differently, and at that very moment, people were attacking. The devourer noted that this was an incredible coincidence. Chu Hyun-suk woke up in bed again and realized that he had survived this time too. Chu Hyun-suk said that despite the pain, he had survived, even though he thought he would not make it. Rachel said that was exactly what happened. The hero couldn't use his fighting style. Chu Hyun-suk attacked a more experienced and stronger opponent and was able to use his fighting style. However, the enemy also came out after a direct attack. Suddenly, Cowhead burst in, and the enemy was deactivated. As a result, the hero was saved. Happy ending. After that, Cowhead and the Saint took turns caring for the hero every day. Rachel noticed that she and Bobo also looked after him whenever possible. The fairy added that the hero's vitality was simply magnificent. The Saint and Cowhead agreed. Chu Hyun-suk pointed his finger at the fairy. The girl was frightened. Did the hero want to beat her up again? Choi Hyun-sok apologized to the girl for making her worry. The protagonist added that Rachel was simply wonderful. Raedrun told the man that he had not survived on his own strength. Choi Hyun-suk admitted that it was all thanks to the dark mana invested by Lady Hemis. Raedrun acknowledged that the man was talented, but that he should not do such crazy things anymore. He did not have any extra lives left. If it weren't for Lady Hemis, he definitely would not have survived. Hemis met with Bobo. They were both happy to see each other. The woman said that she had escaped from the meeting. The devourer added that the esteemed Demon King was a little mad, but that didn't matter now. Hemis thought that although she had planned to share her mana with the man, who knew that he, at the level of a company commander, would be able to use it as his own, Chu Hyun-suk wondered, would everything really be okay? Hemis said that Cho Hyun-suk was a very funny man. Hemis asked if Milord remembered when they first invaded this world and when he finally said he would join forces. Hemis noted that she had always followed his will because she knew that Milord was trying to protect them. The Demon King Tegrad looked at Hemis silently. The devourer added that the king was crossing the line. Tegrad was surprised. Was Hemis going to start a rebellion? Had her long life turned her into a primitive creature? Hemis knew that the king would say so, but she did not want to argue with my lord. Therefore, she would leave. Hemis asked if my lord was sure that she had become boring. Hemis congratulated Raedrun. The demon was surprised. The devourer said that the Red Nightmare had defeated the human hero single-handedly. Wasn't it time for him to move on, for example, to take a higher position? Raedrun replied that he appreciated Hemis's words but believed that the time had not yet come. Raedrun said that he still wanted to watch Choi Hyun-sok grow. He also wants to continue learning from Hemis, as he still has much to learn. Commander Hemis said that the castle was in complete disarray due to the invasion of humans. Raedrun said that he would not make excuses. Hemis said that everyone around him had become lazy because their fortress was located far from the front lines. Therefore, it was necessary to hold a tournament to select a new commander for the 3rd Battalion. Chu Hyun-suk thought that even after upgrading the hero's shop to the intermediate level, he still had 950 points left. Chu Hyun-suk decided to buy something from the updated store. There was ordinary disposable armor. The young man thought that some items had different options, but it was unclear what they were. The protagonist decided to improve the combat power identifier first. He was interested in creating skills and magic, the creation of a unique ability. The young man decided that he needed to purchase insurance. The points were deducted and the skill creation process was initiated. Chu Hyun-suk now understood how a skill was created. An advanced system was put into action. The protagonist thought that his life was turning into a typical rebirth story. Chu Hyun-suk did everything according to the instructions, but the skill creation failed. Another method had to be chosen. Rachel suggested that the system did not recognize users who used dark mana. The hero protection system was literally one of the best in the world. A new hero task appeared. It was necessary to create his own skill using force. At the training ground, the young man asked his mentor to help him just once. Raedrin asked, "Does the man really want to create his own skill?" The young man confirmed. The mentor said he would help the man. In any case, he was going to practice today. Raedrin told the young man to follow him. They would start right away. After that, the training began. The training did not end and continued. The man was exhausted, but the training still continued. It ended with the young man having to be revived by the saint again. Choi Hyun-sok woke up and said that he had finally succeeded. The system reported that the hero's task was complete. The man had accomplished a great feat, surpassing the limitations of a hero and going beyond the accepted norms. Our hero's own skill is a modified version of Raedrin's martial arts called nobility. The day of the tournament has arrived. This is a large-scale event during which the commander of the 1st Battalion and the commander of the 13th Regiment will be selected. The entire tournament is divided into 3 stages. The host added that all stages will be completely different from the usual battles. The host said that the name of the first stage is the Law of the Open Road. It is a race for survival. Park Hyuna said that she had been watching this guy. He's human, right? Black hair and a combat power meter. At first glance, he looks like a very ordinary hero. But for some reason, Park Hyun feels his dark mana. Raedrin told the commander of the 4th Corps to step aside. He added that he had an order from Commander Hemis that he had to deliver to the chef. Park Hyun thought that if she was asked to leave, she was ready to go. It was boring here anyway. The commander of the 4th Corps was surprised. Did Raedrin keep this man close to her not as food, but as a commander? Park Hyuna said she found it very interesting. Raedrin noticed that Park Hyuna sometimes behaved strangely, but she was still the commander of the 4th Corps. She had also been a hero before, just like Choi Hyun-sok. Hyun came to watch the tournament at the Demon King's orders. However, Lady Hemis is sure that this is surveillance, so it is necessary to stay away from her. Choi Hyun-sok said he understood everything and asked what orders Commander Hemis had for him. Hemis wanted the young man to become one of the 8 finalists in the tournament. Otherwise, he would be sent to the 2nd Corps as human material for research. It was time for the tournament to begin. Roygo decided to explain the rules. The first stage was a regular race. You had to run to the finish line, and that was it. The beast said that arrogant people should not make mistakes around him, lest they suffer. The race was declared started, and all participants began moving. One of the monsters called the participants barbarians who couldn't fly. He promised to accidentally drop something on them. Choi Hyun-sok shouted at Rachel to give him the shield immediately. The shield was activated. She said that if the hero continued to run at the same pace, he would be able to take first place. While running, Rachel blocked the attacks of her competitors. The current attack was weaker because the enemy was able to divide it. The young man thought it was beautiful, but nothing more. One of the monsters shouted that they should deal with this person. He never liked him anyway. Rachel said that the hero had overtaken 76 participants. Raedrin noted in real time that the combat skills the young man had learned were completely incompatible with the human body. Raedrin added that the enhancement technique and his fighting technique were created for demons, so the young man had to come up with his own skills. Choo Hyun-suk thought that he had finally succeeded, the fusion of dark mana and human magical power. Now he also had his own skill. Choi Hyun-sok said that his skill was a modified version of Raedrin's martial arts. For a long time, the color of the nobility was purple, just like our hero's skill. The young man decided to call it nobility. The new skill was obtained. Choi Hyun-suk used nobility. The first form is King's Step. 905 participants had already reached the finish line. Only 5 places remained. After a while, Roygo said that Holgot and Choi Hyun-suk were in 99th and 100th place. The young man reached the finish line, but he wasn't feeling very well. Choi Hyun-suk said that the race was over and kicked the annoying beast. That same night, in the forest near the Black Fortress, Park Hyun asked Hemis if she really intended to free him during the tournament. The knight said that they had not seen Hemis for a long time, almost 100 years. Hemis' familiar named Modem asked how he could be of service. He possessed a power of nearly 200,000. Modem asked if that meant he should take the flags from all the participants. Hemis told him not to overdo it. If he encountered a weak opponent, he should be gentler with them. Pak Hyona said that the devourer had softened. Hemis asked the commander of the 4th Corps why the demons were losing to humans. Hemis answered her own question, because they were fighting too fairly. Demons always try to solve everything with brute force, but if they lose, there is only one way out for them: to die. For them, this is the natural order of things. However, humans are different. If they find themselves at a disadvantage, they can refuse to fight. Humans are capable of cunning or playing games outside the battlefield. Hemis noted that this is precisely why their king continues to lose to a weak race. The Devourer added that it was time for some people to refresh their knowledge. She had a scroll with the rules for the second stage of the tournament. The beast said he would use humans as bait to defeat the others. Chui Hyun-sok wondered why he was on the same team as them in the first place. At some point, the protagonist heard the sound of metal. A knight appeared. Was it because of him that the team started jumping around the table? The beast asked who this golden goblin was. Chui Hyun-sok said not to approach him. It wasn't worth fighting. The beast called the young man a coward and added that he needed this flag. The opponent claimed that the flag had been taken from him. The confrontation was fierce. The knight concentrated a large number of flags on himself. Park Hyo-na didn't know what the Devourer was counting on, but she thought it was pointless. How could anyone stand up to Modem? Chu Hyun-suk told everyone to get ready. When he gave the signal, they had to attack together, especially the beast who had to use his head. Modem thought that his opponent's attack was primitive and that it would not be difficult for them to take the flags. Choi Hyun-sok told the beast to use magic. The goat got angry and said that humans should not give him orders. Modem, continuing to concentrate all the flags on himself, calmly watched the events unfold. A pillar of dust rose around him. Taking advantage of the moment when visibility was limited, the flying monster prepared to attack, rising high into the air. Modem realized that a double attack had been launched against him. This was the first team to resort to such a trick. Modem said it was just a banal, slow frontal attack. Even their dark mana was terrifyingly weak. Chu Hyun-sok activated the first form of the nobility skill, King's Step. It was good teamwork for an improvised plan. Modem said that his opponents were incapable of anything more. However, the protagonist resorted to a power that the knight had never seen before. It was purple energy. Chu Hyun-suk said that the knight would now try out the explosion of dark mana on himself. The round was over. Modem was surprised. This man had detonated his magic. Did he really want to destroy himself? The counting of flags began. Choi Hyun-sok said for the piece of iron to turn around. The knight saw a goat behind him with a flag in his hand. But when did he manage to do that? Choi Hyun-sok added that he would not have blown himself up without a plan. The protagonist stated that he had thought everything through and taken everything into account. The young man admitted that the encounter with the knight was very dangerous. The results of the competition were announced. Chu Hyun-suk suggested that the knight not cross paths with him again and made a corresponding gesture with his right hand. Hemis asked the knight what he thought of Choi Hyun-suk. Modem replied that this man uses dark mana and mixes it with human strength. He had never seen anything like it before. Modem added that this man was talented, quick, courageous, and judicious. He was better than most of the demons he had encountered. Hemis believed that they needed change, a wind of change. The Devourer said that there would be many interesting things ahead. She was looking forward to it. The Holy Empire of Gatrin. Emperor Orvan realized that Sir Geffen had lost the battle. It was pointless to lose a hero. The young man asked what His Holiness would do with the saint. The emperor replied that no matter how popular she was just a princess of a small country. Therefore, he was stripping Ebelson Marriott of her status as the next saint. Orvan said that everyone should be warned that she was a heretic in league with the Demon King's army. The emperor asked if the Devourer was causing trouble again. His interlocutor replied that she was apparently reorganizing the troops in the command structure. Apparently, she was going to select the best officers through a tournament. Orvan asked if there was any way to stop her. His interlocutor said that they had offered the Demon King cooperation, but he had refused. Spoiled relations with the Devourer would cause problems. The Emperor suggested bringing in one of his heroes. Lord Kinley would be quite capable of opposing the Devourer. The interlocutor said that the traitor Park Hyo-na was now in the Black Fortress. She is also quite powerful. It will be difficult to oppose them both at the same time. The Emperor agreed that the situation was not very good, with a traitor in the Black Fortress at such a time. Orvan inquired whether the Demon King was attempting to side with the Devourer. Cardinal Ellen suggested canceling the operation. The Emperor disagreed. Had the Cardinal forgotten how their church and the Drazen Empire had become the two strongest powers, dividing the continent between them? All thanks to the inevitable evil, the demons. Evil exists only so that good can oppose it and shine as brightly as possible. This radiance enlightens the ignorant, and their faith becomes the national strength of Gatrin. The Emperor added that until now, they had cooperated with the Demon King and controlled the course of the war. But if the demons continued to change and evolve, they would become difficult to control. Orvan recalled that the spy had mentioned something about the location of the next stage of the tournament changing. The Cardinal confirmed this. The tournament is to be held in Inimicite, a forest teeming with monsters. It is quite far from the Black Fortress. The Emperor told the Cardinal to summon the heroes. They must take this opportunity to test their abilities. Choi Hyun-sok said that when he started using normal and dark mana at the same time, the skill windows became very complicated. In total, he now has 5 skills. Is it possible that his leadership skills have also improved? The new effects are quite useful. Rachel said that this was a good promotion. The young man tried to find items that would increase his stats. Park Hyuna appeared behind him and told the young man not to get his hopes up. He wasn't at that level yet. Chu Hyun-suk was frightened when he saw the commander of the 4th Corps nearby. Park Hyuna added that this man was very noisy. How many hero points did he have now? Chu Hyun-suk asked the commander what would be best to buy in the store at his level. Park Hyuna said that she was dealing with a parasite who wanted to rise on the knowledge of others. If she gave him advice, he would have to answer all her questions. The young man agreed. Park Hyuna said that of the available skills, those related to aura were good, but he already had aura. In that case, he just needed to upgrade his shop and buy the Pockets expansion. It was something like inventory. Park Hyuna said that now it was her turn to ask questions. The commander asked if Choi Hyun-sok was a hero. The young man confirmed this. Next question, what did this hero forget in the Demon King's army? Choi Hyun-sok replied that he ended up here by pure chance. The third question, how does the young man use magic and dark mana at the same time? Choi Hyun-sok replied that it just happens naturally. Park Hyuna decided to sum up. Before her was a hero who somehow ended up in the Demon King's army and also knew how to use 2 different powers at the same time. The commander said that this was complete nonsense and kicked the young man in the chest. Flying to the side, our hero said that the commander was also here for some reason. After a while, Park Hyuna approached her lying interlocutor and called out to him. She asked if the young man wanted to join the 4th Corps and promised that she would personally help him grow and become stronger. Choi Hyun-sok said he would refuse. The commander was surprised. Why would a person want to stay here? Choi Hyun-sok replied that Mrs. Hemis seemed to want to get rid of him. Park Hyuna asked if there was any other reason. The young man replied that he wanted to marry a blonde aristocrat and become the father of 5 children. Park Hyuna said that the devourer definitely wasn't going to let him go, so he could do whatever he wanted. Chu Hyun-suk added that he had become more attached to life here than he had expected. It was time for the 3rd round of the tournament. Choi Hyun-sok told Bobo to look after the house and that he would return as soon as possible. Rachel said that from the stadium, they would go straight to Inamosit with the others. Chu Hyun-suk said firmly that they were going to the land of monsters, Inamosit. The system reported that the level had been raised. Our hero was in the middle of the competition. He was surprised. Could it be that he had gained a new level for one mob? He had already leveled up 4 times. Could this be a dream? The young man held a dryad in his hands, a plant similar to female demonic creatures. They help other monster plants reproduce by exchanging pollen. According to the rules of the 3rd stage, it was necessary to squeeze in a forest teeming with demonic creatures. There was an item in the forest, the tracking sphere. The sphere runs on dark mana and was created for Hemis's entertainment. Rachel said that she was impressed by the magical skills of the Demon King's army. They can even use such complex spells. Chu Hyun-suk took Dryad and said it was time to leave before anyone showed up. The next moment, the protagonist was attacked and hit in the head. The goat said that he had found the man and this time he would not get away. Choi Hyun-sok held his bruised spot. His head hurt. Roigo, watching the situation unfold at the tournament, said that it annoyed him greatly. Why did he always have to play the role of the watchdog? Inamosit was in front of the teleportation gate. Monsters guarded the gate. The demons said that this was their only passage and it must not be broken. Roigo said he knew that. But who would even think of coming to such a remote place? Roigo heard strange noises and wondered who could be there. Unknown people appeared, who may have come here to hunt monsters. Roigo noticed that they did not emit strong magic. If he attacked first and they discovered the gate, there could be problems. Inamosit is huge, so it is unlikely that they are heading here. Roigo had a bad feeling about this. He decided to wait. The beast said that humans should tremble before his power and beg for mercy. Then the great Holgot might take pity on them, or would they immediately run away like cowards? Scars on the back are a disgrace for a swordsman, but not for someone who fights with their fists. Choi Hyun-sok said he could destroy this goat right away. Holgot said that if a man destroyed him, he would regret it. The goat added that he had very valuable information. This man was at the top of everyone's list of people to destroy. Chu Hyun-suk asked the goat why he was alone. Where were the others? Holgot shouted that he had found the man and that he must be destroyed. Other demons emerged from the forest, rushing to the goat's aid. Hemis, using special devices, watched what was happening in the forest from the large arena of the Black Fortress. She did not expect everyone to start hunting for a human. Park Hyuna was surprised. Was this a sign of pity? Hemis had never shown anything like this before. Roygo reported to Lady Hemis that they had been attacked and that the enemies were trying to break down the gates. It was a group of people armed with devices for covert attacks. They had discovered the exact location of the portal. Hemis turned to the bloody nightmare Radron for help. Radron said he understood everything and would come immediately. Hemis realized that the people had come here prepared. The Devourers suggested that they had a traitor somewhere. Park Hyuna thought that she might be one of the suspects. Choi Hyun-sok tried to disguise himself and didn't understand. How could something like this happen at a tournament? Where were the organizers looking? The fairy said that silence must be maintained. Choi Hyun-sok fell silent and lowered his head. The demons passing by said that there was no one here. We'll have to wait for the next update from the tracking sphere. The protagonist fell to the ground. He was very scared and didn't know if he would survive. Rachel said that the hero was leveling up quickly. Maybe it would be worth leveling him up even more by staging a massacre. Before that, he could check out the store. Choi Hyun-sok wanted to see something in the store that would break the game and save him from the demons. A man hiding his face under a hood appeared in front of the young man. He asked, "Is this the hero that everyone is talking about?" Behind the man was a large number of his followers. The stranger took off his hood and revealed his head. His followers did the same. It became clear that these were just people. The man apologized for being late and said his name was Andrew Taylor and that he was a hero. Cho Hyun-sok received a new task from the system. He must survive after meeting a group of evil heroes. Shu Hyun-suk bowed and greeted the gentleman. The young man also introduced himself and added that he was a hero too. Shu Hyun-suk asked what had brought these people to such a remote place. Andrew Taylor replied that they were interested in hunting demons. Cho Hyun-sok agreed that it was a very noble mission, to deal with demons in the name of justice. Choi Hyun-sok stood up and said that in that case, he would also go and deal with the demons, and wish these people luck. The protagonist turned around and started running away to get away from these people as quickly as possible. Andrew Taylor drew his sword and said that he also had to destroy the human traitor. The protagonist found himself in front of the demons, who announced that the man had been found. Behind the young man were people. The goat said that the man had hoped in vain to escape from the great Holgot. The demons were surprised. Why were there several people here? Was this guy using a cloning spell? Choi Hyun-sok drew everyone's attention and ordered everyone to immediately sing the song of the third core of the Demon King. Andrew Taylor was surprised. What was going on here? Chu Hyun-suk shouted that they were the great army of the king. The young man added that it was necessary to destroy all humans. Holgoth and the others were perplexed. The young man added that they would destroy humans and devour them down to their white bones. They must exterminate all of their father's enemies, for they are the king's army. Charisma and leadership were activated. The morale of the allies was boosted. Choi Hyun-sok called for destruction. Holgoth rushed at the people and shouted for all the demons to follow him. The people must be destroyed. Choi Hyun-sok promised to remember this great sacrifice forever. Under the cover of darkness, the young man decided to disappear from here and said that they would meet again in Valhalla. Choi Hyun-sok assumed that they would not last long. Soon this hero would begin to catch up with him. Something else had to be done. Roygo was nearby and said that people had destroyed the portal leading to the fortress. Choi Hyun-sok asked what had happened to the guards. Roygo suggested that they might have been killed. He himself had barely escaped with his life. Shu Hyun-suk was surprised because there were only about 40 enemies. Roygo replied that they were all at the level of battalion commanders. 3 of them were regiment commanders, and 1 was a division commander. The man asked how they could get out alive. Roygo replied that there was no way. Roygo reminded him that there was a tracking spell on him. The people had done a good job. Roygo added that he held the highest position in the Demon King's army, so tracking them down would be easier than easy. Choi Hyun-sok asked if the spell could be removed, since Roygo was good at magic. The demon replied that it would take too long. A signal was received about the appearance of a high-level demonic creature nearby. It was necessary to check the location. Choi Hyun-sok suggested that it might be a monster and told the commander that he had an idea. The humans destroyed the demons, but the traitor hero escaped. Andrew Taylor said they were moving on. The commander of the human squad said that the traitor was not far from here, in the east, but he senses more than just him. Could it be Flocklade? Flocklade is the strongest predator in Inamasta. Its power exceeds 250,000. This huge plant-like demonic creature is considered particularly dangerous. Andrew Taylor thought that this monster could be defeated, but the damage would be enormous. Flocklade did indeed appear from behind the trees. It was a particularly large specimen. The squad commander said that these two had attracted its attention. Choi Hyun-sok used perfume with the pheromones of a female triad. Our hero did everything he could to survive, even if it meant becoming a female tree. Andrew Taylor said he would take care of it himself and activated the hero's advanced fencing skill. The first form was the Way of the Hero. Chu Hyun-suk said he would take care of the small mobs and that they just needed to hold out a little longer. Andrew Taylor asked if the traitor was still planning to stall for time. Earlier, the protagonist told Roygo that his plan would allow him to make the best use of his strengths. It is necessary to constantly run away and exhaust the enemy's endurance. Roygo must use the demonic beast as a shield against his attacks. The young man added that in the meantime, he would deal with the monster. The main point of Choi Hyun-suk's plan was not to go in for a frontal attack. Andrew Taylor called his opponent a cowardly scoundrel. How long was he going to keep running away? Roygo thought that this was how people usually fought, but it was a cowardly approach. Andrew Taylor shouted for his opponent to stop running away. Roygo understood that this way they could buy some time. The man approached the protagonist and said he had orders to destroy the traitor. Chu Hyun-suk thought that this guy was quite strong. One sword strike could kill him. However, his opponent's movements were quite predictable. Nothing supernatural about them. Just ordinary sword swings. Chu Hyun-suk knew how to counter them. A few seconds later, our hero said that he had won very quickly, much easier than he had expected. Chu Hyun-suk had been using the enhancement technique for too long. At this rate, he wouldn't last long. His dark mana mastery skill had increased. A temporary synchronization of his body with dark mana had occurred. The transformation had begun. Roygo continued to run away and stay at a safe distance from Andrew Taylor. The demon thought he was at his limit. His strength was dwindling. Besides, the demonic beast was about to break free. Andrew Taylor said that his opponent was only good at running away. However, there was nowhere to retreat now. The commander of the humans said that heroes become stronger with every demonic creature or demon they destroy. He was already at level 983. Once he destroyed this monster, which his opponent was using as a shield, he would reach the 1000th level. Andrew Taylor decided that he needed to level up his skills, and dealing with such a minor foe would be a piece of cake. Roygo said that he didn't run away from the man for no reason. Now he can talk about it. The skill Binding Shackles was activated, multiform. Earlier, our hero explained Plan B to Roygo. It's called Theft of the Last Strike. Roygo thought it was some kind of code name among the heroes. The man said he would deal with the small fry before the demonic beast was destroyed. Roygo had to continue distracting the hero, and when the time came, help defeat the monster. Roygo agreed that they had no other options. However, there were two drawbacks to this plan. Would the man be able to do everything in time? Will he be able to defeat the hero after raising his level? Choi Hyun-suk admitted that the chance of everything going as planned was less than 1%. However, if they gave up now, they wouldn't even have that chance. Andrew Taylor, bound in chains, asked what his opponent would gain from this cheap trick of tying him up. Roygo said that they also had a hero who could level up. The protagonist appeared behind Andrew Taylor. Roygo said that the man had appeared at the right time. Choi Hyun-suk thanked the commander for his work. Our demon-like hero said it was time to deal with Andrew Taylor. The commander of the human squad asked if his opponent really thought he could defeat him just because he had destroyed a monster. The skill Advanced Hero Fencing was activated, third form, Dragon Slayer. Andrew Taylor was surprised. Was his opponent a melee fighter? He couldn't let him get close. Chu Hyun-suk gathered momentum again and prepared to attack the evil hero. The fencing didn't help, and Andrew Taylor was deactivated, falling to the ground. Blood flowed from his mouth. He didn't understand who his opponent really was. Was he really facing a real demon? Chu Hyun-suk kicked his opponent in a vulnerable spot and said that all the opponents he had fought so far were stronger than him. This made him realize something. Andrew Taylor shouted for the young man to stop. Chu Hyun-suk struck his opponent and realized that level was just a number. The system reported that the hero had unlocked the spirit of battle. When it was over, Choi Hyun-suk lay on his back and said he wasn't feeling well. Roygo told the hero to eat something and poured a red liquid on him. Choi Hyun-suk got up and asked what the potion was. The demon replied that his fairy had brought it. Rachel said it was a high-quality healing potion. He should drink some more. Choi Hyun-suk asked where Rachel got it. The fairy replied that it was from the fallen heroes. They lost everything after their death. Chu Hyun-suk said that this was a very strange world. Heroes should be on the side of good and fight evil. However, here there is no punishment for destroying another hero. You can even get a reward. Choi Hyun-suk added that he had acted like a real villain, but no retribution had followed. Roygo said that this was from a human perspective. In his eyes, the young man was a good hero. One should not cling so tightly to human morality. Everything has two sides. Right and wrong mean absolutely nothing. Chu Hyun-suk asked if the commander was comforting him. Roygo told him to shut up and rest. Roygo noted that he had managed to send for help before they lost contact, so help was already on the way. Redrin stood near a simple portal of his own making. Roygo brought our hero here. The commander said that he had returned the man to the third corps of the Demon King's army to the Black Fortress. Choi Hyun-sok was frightened when he saw that their house was on fire. What was going on? This fire was a surprise and a shock to everyone present. When did it happen? Park Hyuna asked if that wasn't enough to calm down. Hemis knows she's not a traitor. Hemis said that it didn't matter. She just wasn't in the mood right now. So it was better to get rid of any possible threats that had crept into the army's ranks. The commander of the 5th Corps of the Demon King's army, the head of the Cowden tribe, Ozges, appeared and told Hemis to stop immediately. It was a request from the Demon King. Hemis was surprised. Had the rumors reached him so quickly, he wouldn't have been able to send Ozges even if the information had come in immediately after the attack. The Devourer asked how the Demon King had found out about everything so quickly. It turned out that Park Hyuna was just a decoy, and there was more than one traitor among them. Ozges said that there was no point in guessing and jumping to conclusions. Hemis said that she was indeed jumping to conclusions. She had even saved Rhoda from humans a long time ago, but as punishment, she was imprisoned in a fortress where she spent 100 years. Hemis asked what exactly Ozges meant by saving Rotok when he said she was doing something unnecessary. Redrun shouted for Hemis to stop immediately. Hemis said she was done and stepped aside. She added that Ozges should be grateful to Redrun's nephew. Choi Hyun-sok didn't understand what was going on. Even the Demon King's army was in complete disarray. Evilson asked, was that man now a battalion commander? Did he really want to stay in the Demon King's army? Choi Hyun-sok replied that he wasn't sure, but now they were definitely Gatren's worst enemies. The young man admitted that it would be difficult for him to get along with people, with horns on his head and the use of dark mana. Our hero thought that there was definitely something wrong with all the heroes except the main one. They seemed to be under hypnosis. Not a single muscle moved on their faces. Choi Hyun-sok asked the saint if she knew anything about this. The girl replied that she hadn't been there in a long time, so she didn't know how things stood now. Evilson added that there were indeed many strong heroes in the Holy Empire. Most of the wars with demons were led by heroes of the sacred rank. However, the reason for such a large number of heroes and why they become strong so quickly is kept a closely guarded secret. Rumor has it that cruel methods are involved. The door opened and Redrun peeked into the room. He apologized for the disturbance. The commander said that Hemis wanted to see the young people. The Devourers said that they had a trip ahead of them today. It was necessary to establish a special magical field of spatial interference. Hemis told the young man to imagine a barrier that blocks unregistered movements. After all, he doesn't want a hired killer sneaking into his bedroom, does he? The woman admitted that only the 2nd Corps was capable of setting up such fields. Hemis said that this would be a working trip as her envoy and the envoy's personal physician. The commander added that it could be considered payment for protecting them from bloodthirsty people. Roigo asked why he had to do this again. He was sent on this mission as a guide. As was often the case, Rodich was absent from the meeting. Ozges noted that he had not shown up for the emergency meeting. Tora Tugs, commander of the 1st Corps, said that it was not a mandatory meeting, although such disrespect was certainly annoying. Park Hyuna asked what would change even if he came. It was not worth paying attention to him. Hemis remained silent and thought about something continuously. The Demon King and Commander-in-Chief of the army, Tegrad, said he would continue the meeting. Today's agenda was the actions of the commander of the 3rd Corps. Hemis decided to hold a large-scale event without prior notice. Because of this, people took advantage of the moment and attacked the fortress, which led to destruction and losses in the army. Ozges reported to the king, taking into account the dead and wounded. In addition, Hemis attacked the commander of the 4th Corps, Park Hyun, without warning. This violated the rule that battles between commanders must be agreed upon in advance. The king added that today's discussion would focus on disciplinary measures against Hemis. The debate began. Hemis said that someone had given information to people, which led to the attack. She attacked the commander of the 4th Corps because she mistakenly took her for a traitor. The Devourer said that it was better to look for the traitor than to deal with what was happening now. Tegrad asked if Hemis was challenging him. The commander repeated that, in her opinion, catching the traitor was more important than such a trifle. In front of the conference room in the Demon King's castle, the council members discussed the meeting. Ozges said it was a nightmare. Both were so overcome with emotion that they had to pause. Park Hyuna asked if there was any chance that Hemis and the Demon King would come to an agreement. Tortug said that most likely they would not get along. The worst thing is when close allies turn against each other. This will probably happen often in the future, so we need to understand whose side to take when the time comes. The Demon King or the commander of the 3rd Corps. The 2nd Corps, the Magic Tower, a majestic Gothic-style structure. Choi Hyun-sok thought, could this be the famous Magic Tower? Armed guards approached the visitors and asked them to state their names. The demon handed over a scroll and said that he was Roy Go from the headquarters of the Third Corps. These people were with him. The guards said that the commander had been waiting for representatives of the Third Corps for a long time. In the Second Corps, in Rotaha's office, the mouse said that the man was using dark mana. In that case, his body would also become demonic. A message was received from Hemis. She said that a man would be coming soon. It was necessary to check his condition, but not to destroy him. The young people entered the office. Roygo greeted the commander of the Second Corps. Rotash sensed that he was a human being. He grabbed the young man's hand and said that it would hurt, but he had to endure it. Choe Hyung Sok really did groan in pain. Rano was still bleeding. Evilson was frightened and asked if Mr. Cho Hyung Sok was all right. Roth said he was impressed. The man had excellent evolution. The commander of the Second Corps said that at this rate, the man would die in 3 months. Cho Hyung Sok was frightened. Rodich noted that his body was rapidly becoming demonic. Until now, the man had been very lucky. The changes had not affected his vital functions. But soon the dark energy would affect his organs. His kidneys and liver would be the first to suffer. When it came to his lungs and heart, he would die from being unable to breathe. Choi Hyun-sok said he didn't believe it. He was perfectly fine. Roth showed him a scroll with a demonic oath that does not allow lying. In the demonic oath, Rota offered to cure the young man, who would not object to any physical changes during the treatment. Evilson was outraged. What kind of agreement is this? She will take care of the man. There is no need to sign such a thing. Roth said she was a cheeky girl. She knows that divine and dark magic repel each other. Nothing has happened so far because Cho Hyun-sok has remained mostly human. Rotach added that if nothing changed, the holy power would soon become useless. Thus, Choi Hyun-sok had 3 months left. A person must make a choice. Rachel said that her master is a hero. But how did he end up seriously ill? The only doctor capable of curing him is a mad scientist who wants him to sign a waiver for his body. Chu Hyun-suk said that Rotach gave him time to think things over. Roygo suggested contacting Lady Hemis. There is a certain hierarchy among the corps commanders. Hemis is second in importance after the king. If she intervenes, even the commander of the Second Corps will be forced to retreat. The door fell off, and Cho Hyun-sok and the captain of the Third Corps appeared on the threshold. Rodich asked, "What is that man holding in his hand?" The observant sphere brought by our hero appeared on the table. Roigo said that he would now establish a connection. Roth was surprised. Is this really a crystal ball for communication? The connection was established, and Hemis asked how Rotik was doing. Roth greeted her and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Hemis noticed that he had not been at the last meeting. Roth asked what had prompted Ms. Hemis to contact him. Hemis said she had a small request for Rotash. Therefore, everything must be written down word for word on the oath scroll. Rothak must treat the person carefully and selflessly. Rothak must not harm Choi Hyun-sok under any circumstances. Rothak cannot change the person's body without their direct consent and must not allow them to die before the contract expires. Rota was surprised. Why is that? Why should he treat some person like a high-ranking demon? Hemis asked him to remember. Who took him in and raised him 350 years ago when his own clan abandoned him? Who helped him get the position when they were choosing the commander of the Second Corps? Who personally saved him when he almost died at the hands of humans 100 years ago? Hemis added, who did the enraged demon king imprison in the Black Fortress for helping him? Hemis added, if Radich understood everything, he should keep quiet and sign. Ratash was angry and said that he would not let it go, neither for the sake of a pathetic human, nor for the sake of Lady Hemis. Roth demanded that the crystal ball of communication be brought to him immediately. The next day came. Rodich told the young man that they had a lot to discuss, so he would get straight to the point. The commander asked if the man knew why the dark mana was changing his body. Choi Hyun-sok replied that using such magic on a human was nonsense. However, humans were indeed incapable of handling demonic mana. An ordinary person would explode immediately if the power entered their body. However, due to certain circumstances of fate, the dark mana took root and became a part of him. Rodich noted that this is why the human body changes. It transforms his entire being into something more suitable so that the demonic energy can remain inside. Choi Hyun-sok asked, is there really no way to stop these changes? Roth replied that the transformation cannot be stopped. However, there was a possibility that humans could change the direction in which these changes would occur. The commander said that he planned to transplant part of a demon or magical beast into the man's body. Choi Hyun-sok said he did not want that. Rodich replied that in that case, the young man would live as long as his body could cope with the dark mana. Then he would die. Rota added that there was no need to worry. The person's internal organs and appearance could be preserved intact. He would only transplant what would not be too noticeable. Rotash asked to see how the man used his nobility. The mad scientist noted that a person produces an incredible amount of energy by using the collision of dark and human magic. Rotash noted that this is a talent given by the heavens. He said that humans should continue to use their enhancement. The biggest external change was the horns. It was unclear whether this was a conscious decision, but in any case, it was an effective change that protected the internal organs. Roth wanted to study this and replicate it. If it weren't for Ms. Hemis, he would have dismembered him on the spot. The scientist thought, if this ability were used on a massive scale in the form of chimera, no one would dare look down on him anymore. The commander said that they could finish for today. All the necessary information had been obtained. Starting tomorrow, he would begin repairing the human body. Now it was time to rest. The research and experiments continued over the next few days. Rode was obsessed. By the end of each day, our hero felt exhausted and could barely stand on his feet. There were times when the protagonist's arms and legs were chained to the bed. At one point, the young man woke up in his bed. The Saint and Roygo were standing nearby. Choi Hyun-sok did not really understand what had been happening to him. He had no strength left, and Choi Hyun-sok decided that he was dying. Roth said that this was not the case. The energy and body of a person had become more stable. Left alone, the scientist contacted his interlocutors through the communication sphere. Rodich wanted to know the answer to his earlier proposal. Park Hyuna asked if Rotash had decided to join forces with her to destroy the third building. Park Hyona said that she still didn't understand. After all, things weren't so bad between Hemis and Rodich. The Devourer had raised him. Rotash said that everything had changed now. Hemis and he had long since gone their separate ways. Earlier, Rotash said that Chimera's research would definitely become a powerful technique. Hemis wondered how long he would continue to rely on these cheap tricks. It doesn't matter how strong his chimeras are. It's meaningless if their master is weak. Rodich is indeed weak. The scientist said he needed an answer. Was Park Hyun involved in this? Park Hyun-ah said that even if their paths had diverged, they could simply continue to ignore each other as they had before. Why was Rodich insisting on striking at Hemis? Rotash replied that Lady Hemis now has a very interesting specimen in her hands. If he manages to replicate these abilities, it will be possible to achieve incredible heights. Rhoda added that no matter how strong the lady is, she definitely can't handle two commanders on her own. That's why they need to team up. Park Hyona agreed. It would indeed be difficult for one person to deal with two. Rodich should let her know when he has a plan ready. Rodich promised to get in touch in a few days. Rachel happened to overhear the entire conversation. Hemis talked to the young people and asked, were they really in such a hurry to pass this information on to her? Choi Hyun-sok asked, isn't the commander surprised? Hemis said that there was nothing surprising about it. She had a feeling it would happen. Chu Hyun-suk said he had one more question. What should he do? He felt like a shrimp caught between two fighting killer whales. Hemis said that in that case, she had an excellent idea. This idea would put Radaha in a very difficult position. Choi Hyun-sok stood in front of Radaha's laboratory, rubbing his hands together intensely. Roygo just stood next to him. After breaking into the laboratory, the young men saw the treasures of the Second Corps commander that Ms. Hemis had mentioned. They were flasks containing the dark mana of ancient beasts that had long since died out. A flask containing the most poisonous liquid appeared in the young man's hand. Rogo warned that if something went wrong, he was ready to spend money on a decent send-off for the young man to the other world. There was no choice, and the protagonist drank the secret liquid to the bottom. After that, the young man asked what he should do now. Hemis said that the man must injure himself. The man was surprised. The Devourer asked, is the young man afraid? But she is serious. A report had just been received that Radish was being lazy in treating the young man. Choi Hyun-sok asked how this was related to him having to injure himself. Hemis replied that the scientist had essences of dark mana that he had collected throughout his life. Hemis said that the young man would absorb one of them. The protagonist was frightened and asked, will he survive after that? Hemis reminded him of the demonic oath. As long as it is in effect, the young man will not die before the second commander. Rodich will not allow it. The Devourer said that if the man was still nervous, he should just trust her. She had raised Rotach and knew him well. Rotach was a remarkable doctor who had earned her recognition. Choi Hyun-sok drank the necessary liquid again without further ado. After a while, Rachel asked how the hero was feeling. Choi Hyun-sok replied that he felt surprisingly well now. After that, the young man froze and blood appeared from his mouth. Roygo said that it seemed to have started. The demon said that the man had drunk the dark mana of an ancient demonic beast. It felt most like death. Choi Hyun-suk said that they could have warned him because he didn't know it would be so painful. Roygo replied that he had accidentally forgotten, but that this happened to him sometimes. After a while, the young man opened his eyes and did not understand where he was. "Is this really the office of the commander of the Second Corps?" said Cho Hyun-sok. Rachel explained that Rotosh had been caring for the hero for 4 whole days. He had cursed him for just as many days. Hemis entered the room and asked how the man was feeling. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. The Devourer was accompanied by Roygo and Rodich. Hemis noticed that, according to Roygo, the man was already feeling much better, which was why she had come. The young man did indeed look quite well. Hemis put her hand on the young man's shoulder and said that he had become stronger than previously expected. Choi Hyun-sok said he wasn't sure about that, but immediately felt Hemis's influence on his body. Rhoda said that the dark mana of the ancient demonic beast that the young man had drunk had settled inside him. This demonic beast had a special feature, an invulnerable body. Now this feature was also present in humans. Hemis said she was even a little jealous. Why did Rotosh hide something so valuable from her? The scientist said that the man's treatment was complete. Could he destroy the scroll with the oath? Hemis nodded affirmatively. After all, the agreement only concerned the treatment. Rotosh said that Ms. Hemis would regret this in the future. The Devourer said she didn't know what Roach was up to, but did he really think she would regret it? The commander of the 3rd unit said she would look forward to it. On the training ground, our hero met Radrin again in a sparring match. This time, the demon had a much harder time. Choi Hyun-sok was pleased because he was able to strike much harder. However, he was deactivated again. Although he had gained strength, he was still no match for the Bloody Nightmare. Radrin said that the man was still developing faster than anyone he had ever met. There was no such thing as no growth. The young man had to forget about that. The mentor noted that the young man's body was not yet accustomed to his new strength, but it would soon become easier. Cho Hyun-suk said he wasn't sure about that. Even in this battle, he needed help. Radrin told Cho Hyun-sok to be patient. The young man would have a chance to prove himself. Choi Hyun-sok said that in that case, next time he would show how good he was. The Demon King's Army, Second Corps. The commander urges the soldiers to move. The soldiers were called to arms and raised their naked blades. The assistant reported to the commander that they were ready. Roth replied that in that case, they would advance. Their goal was to resume experiments on humans and take back the Black Fortress that Lady Hemis had stolen. Roth said that the arrogant head of the Third Corps, the insolent man, and everyone else would regret it. He would destroy them all and take them for himself. Redrin told the young man to be patient. There would be another chance to prove himself. Choi Hyun-sok said that in that case, next time he would show how good he was. The city bell rang. The Skeben tribe had attacked. This meant that the Second Corps had invaded. Raedrun and Choi Hyun-sok were extremely surprised. The Skeben tribe are rat-like creatures with an average height of about 1.5 meters. They are not very strong due to their size, but they are very intelligent. Park Hyun-ah said she saw amazing firepower. Now it was clear why he was so confident. The warrior reported to Lord Rhoda that the fortress wall had fallen. As the commander of the Fourth Corps had predicted, they did not have time to completely restore the walls. The commander ordered the Chimera to be sent to the front line. He added that they should tell Gale Dao that they needed to capture that arrogant experimental human. Rodich added that he and the commander of the Fourth Corps would deal with the commander of the Third Corps. Chu Hyun-sok knew that Rotosh would do something like this. Raedrin told the young man to calm down. Now more than ever, he needed to restrain himself. Chu Hyun-sok asked what his mentor was going to do and what he should do. Raedrin replied that he would regroup the troops. Bloody Nightmare added that the young man should deal with the commander of the Geldau division. Raedrin added that he was Rhoda's subordinate. The mentor said that he also believed in the young man. Choi Hyun-sok replied that he understood everything and would carry out the order. Evilson, following the protagonist, asked, "Did Raedrin really say to take her with you?" The young man confirmed this. The young man thought, walking around and radiating holy power, Evilson would become prey for demons. The protagonist said that now he needed to find some guy named Gildao. A monster appeared on our hero's path and said that he was the commander of the Gildao division. This opponent had a power of 160,000. Our hero realized that this opponent was stronger than previously thought. Gildao was somewhere around the level of the hero tailor, if not higher. Will he be able to defeat him? Choi Hyun-sok, fighting off the attacking monsters, told Ms. Evelson to step aside. Gildao shouted that he had caught the man and would finish him off with a single blow. Chu Hyun-sok said that his opponent shouldn't have said that. His warriors had useless paws and useless teeth. The protagonist got angry and said that it didn't even tickle him. There was an upgrade to the 3rd level, Falling Flowers. Gildao shouted that the Second Corps had the best technology on the entire continent. He couldn't lose to some pathetic human. The division commander shouted for all his soldiers to attack at once. Evilson told the hero that chimeras were heading this way and that she would try to stop them. Evilson began to pray and said that it would not last long. She was simply releasing her sacred power. Chu Hyun-sok said that the saint had helped him a lot, and with new strength, he rushed at Geldao. The division commander did not understand where the man got such a strength. It was simply impossible. The young man deactivated his opponent and said that the division commander had too little strength. The protagonist was delighted. Maybe it was the other way around, and he had simply become stronger. Evelson asked if Mr. Cho Hyun-sok was all right. Rodich asked if the commander of the Third Corps was ready. They were approaching Hemis. Hemis was surprised. Rotosh had even brought the commander of the Fourth Corps here to deal with her. It was a truly cowardly act. Rothak replied that Hemis could call it whatever she wanted, but right now he was going to surpass her and overthrow her. Rodich asked again if Park Hyun was ready. After all, they were about to overthrow the commander of the Third Corps together. Park Hyun apologized and said she was suddenly hungry. Roth was surprised. What is she saying? Park Hyun replied that Roth could have fun here together, and she would go home to eat ramen. Park Hyun turned to Hemis and said she wanted to remind him of something. Park Hyun noted that now the Devourer was her debtor, and there were no more hard feelings between them. Hemis asked Roduk, has his strongest ally really turned his back on him? Hemis said that Park Hyun changed sides when she heard his plan, so she knows what the commander of the Second Corps is up to. Hemis asked if Rotosh really wanted to continue. Rodich replied that he didn't care anymore. He would show that a lot had changed over the last 100 years. Park Hyun told the protagonist that she decided to drop by and see if he had gotten hurt. Hyuna added that this man had only grown stronger, so there was nothing to worry about. Chu Hyun-suk asked in surprise if they were going to have a fight upstairs. Park Hyun replied that her commander told her to stay out of it, so she decided to just watch from here. Choi Hyun-suk asked who she would bet on in that case. Park Hyuna replied that Radish was unexpectedly well prepared. However, he was still no match for Hemis. Rotosh was surprised. What was Hemis up to? The commander of the Second Corps said that he was the head of the Skaban tribe and was taking this battle seriously. Hemis declared that victory would be hers in any case and repelled Rotosh's attack. The Devourer said that even his ally, Park Hyuna, whom he trusted, had abandoned him. The weapon he had been sharpening for 100 years was now useless. Did he really want to continue? Rota said that Hemis was right, but that wasn't all. Today he would not retreat. The mad scientist used a new weapon and said that even Hemis would not be able to withstand it. Hemis was forced to admit that Rotuch had indeed changed and was no longer the person she knew before. He had grown a lot. The Devourer said that now it was her turn to attack and used her unique abilities to strike back. Rotuch realized that he would not be able to withstand this attack. Wounded, the commander of the Second Corps lost his strength and began to bleed out. Hemis asked if he was going to beg for mercy. Roth asked if he was still weak, useless, and pathetic in her eyes. In his youth, Roth said he would become as strong as Lady Hemis. He would become a demon that no one could defeat. Roth asked Lady Hemis to watch over him. The Devourer asked how long he intended to rely on pathetic tricks. No matter how powerful his chimeras were, they were meaningless as long as the one who controlled them was weak. Rodich was still the same weakling she had to watch over. Hemis noted that time is unforgiving. At first, it seems that some bonds can last forever, but time passes and people fail to live up to expectations because of their questionable choices. The Devourer said that the commander of the Second Corps had brightened a few moments for her. Now he can rest in peace. Hemis added that they were moving. This place had been destroyed, and there was no point in repairing it. Choi Hyun-sok and Raedran, of course, agreed. The Devourer said they were going to the Gadrik Fortress in the 8th Division. Raedran wanted to object, but the commander said she had already made her decision, so they could write a letter asking the commander of the 8th Division to vacate his room. Bloody Nightmare wondered why they chose this particular place out of all the possible locations. What was Ms. Hemis thinking? Choi Hyun-sok asked what was wrong with this division. Raedran said that Hadric Fortress was the closest line of defense to the human outpost. Chu Hyun-suk realized that this place was dangerous. Still, the commander there must be very capable if the fortress was still standing. Raedran asked if the young man knew where Hemern Fortress was located. The mentor reminded him that they had first met there. They had lost the fortress and were forced to retreat far away. At that time, Grat was the commander of the 8th Division. Choi Hyun-sok said that they had managed to avoid the wrath of Lady Hemis. After all this chaos, he continued to defend Hadric Fortress, his home. Raedran added that it was difficult to say now whether he was defending it or using another trick. Grat read the letter and said that Raedran was a real arrogant scoundrel. Raedran wanted him to give his fortress to the commander of the Third Corps. Grat said that the old witch Hemis was definitely up to something. Grat understood that he had no choice. He wanted to take a little more for himself. Grat contacted the communication sphere and introduced himself as the commander of the 8th Division of the 3rd Corps of the Demon King's army. He noted that this was the first time he had made contact since the battalion commander selection tournament. The other party asked, "What is it this time?" Grat said he wanted to make a proposal. In the Holy See, the Emperor said that first it was Geffen, and now Andrew Taylor had failed. Could it be that this man, Cho Hyun-suk, was to blame again? Cardinal Ellen confirmed this. Cho Hyun-suk is demonstrating unprecedented growth. The Cardinal suggested that the Emperor deal with Cho Hyun-suk a little later. Right now, the conflict with the Drazen Empire must be resolved. The boy's growth may be unprecedented, but he is just one person. Orwin said that if Cho Hyun-suk were an ordinary person, he would not even mention him. The Emperor noted that this guy was a hero. Orwin added that the Cardinal spoke so casually about him only because he knew almost nothing about heroes. The Emperor added that this is too frivolous on the part of the Cardinal. He must be uprooted before he has time to grow and consume everything around him. Is there any more news from the spy? Cardinal Ellen took out a scroll and said it had just been delivered. The spy offered to help deal with the Red, Nightmare, the Devourer, and Choi Hyun-suk all at once. Ellen explained that the 3rd Corps was going to move to Gadrick Fortress. That would be their new base. The plan was probably related to that. Orwin said that it was definitely an interesting offer. But why didn't the Cardinal share this important information from the beginning? Ellen replied that in exchange for cooperation, Grat demanded 10,000 victims, the return of several fortresses, and a 5-year non-aggression pact. The Cardinal added that he did not report it immediately because the conditions seemed excessive. Ellen had heard that due to internal conflicts in the Demon King's army, the position of commander of the 2nd Corps was vacant. Great probably wanted to take advantage of the disagreements between Hemis and the Demon King. The Emperor said that 10,000 victims in the conquered territories were quite a significant achievement. The Cardinal said, "Fortresses are fine, but such a number of innocent souls is too much." Apparently, he decided that their citizens were like ordinary cattle. The Emperor told the Cardinal to agree to the deal. The Cardinal and Ellen were surprised. The Emperor said that they had a rare chance to get rid of 3 threats at once and place a spy in one of the key positions in the Demon Army. For such an opportunity, he was willing to sacrifice not only 10,000, but even more. Orvin added that this time they should prepare more thoroughly. They could not afford another failure. The Emperor ordered the legends from all regions to be summoned. This would be the final battle. Grat told the guests that if Lady Hemis wanted it, he would make room for her. The head of the fortress reported that there was a slight delay. Raedrun asked what it was about. Grat explained that the army closest to the fortress was plotting something. Judging by the movement of troops and the size of their supplies, they were planning a large-scale siege. Raedrun asked what the plan was in that case. Great said he wanted to organize a wave attack before they attacked. Therefore, he asked for help while Lady Hemis had not yet arrived. Frequent small skirmishes did not benefit them. Bloody Nightmare agreed. Raedrun told his companions that they would go together. Grat said it was a bad idea. One glance was enough to see that they would only get in the way. Grat added that they would need all the help they could get, so he would come up with a suitable task for each of them. The protagonist asked what a hero should be like. Rachel said that the young man had brought up his favorite topic of conversation again. Cho Hyun-suk noted that he was a hero fighting against people. This did not fit into his worldview. Rachel said that there was nothing to be done about it. Circumstances forced it. The young man was surprised. Where had the fairy who talked about duty gone? Rachel replied that she had not said that. Was Cho Hyun-suk imagining things? The young man reminded her of her words. A hero must not only be on the side of the people. The protagonist agreed, even they are not sinless. Evilson said that everyone needs heroes. Ancient texts say that heroes exist for the happiness of the majority. Rogo said that this is from a saint's point of view. In his eyes, Cho Hyun-suk is a good hero. The protagonist asked if that majority included more than just people. Evilson noted that people are accustomed to equating their happiness with the happiness of the whole world. But frankly speaking, people's happiness is not the happiness of everyone around them. Chu Hyun-suk asked if a hero really has to bring happiness to everyone. Evelson said that this is exactly why they need a mutant hero like Chu Hyun-suk. The next day arrived. A plan was devised. Raedrun would act alone based on information from the reconnaissance team. Roygo would join the scouts and engage the enemy when encountered. Choi Hyun-suk would remain in the rear and guard the supply depot. Choi Hyun-suk and his companions were currently in the dining hall at the rear of the Gadrick fortress. The protagonist said that he only came because it was an order, but he has a bad feeling about it. The young man added that he was concerned about their location. They were on the opposite side. Evilson said that Mr. Raedrun was currently in a very dangerous place. Roygo was with the reconnaissance squad. They were completely safe. Rachel noted that the saint was still with them. There were no enemies here. Choi Hyun-sok noted that they took Roygo and Riedran, saying they didn't have enough people, but left him to guard the dining room. The fairy agreed. The hero is actually a battalion commander. Why is he still here? Evilson noted that they could have provided someone else to guard her instead of Choi Hyun-sok. The protagonist said that this was precisely what bothered him. The young man got up from his seat and said that Bobo could manage here on his own. He had a bad feeling, so he needed to take a walk. Evilson said she was ready to take a walk with the young man. Choi Hyun-sok said he wouldn't stop her, but was the saint sure? Bobo was there, so it was perfectly safe. The girl said that she could help too. She could move as fast as a high-ranking knight if she strengthened her body with divine power. She was tired of sitting around doing nothing. Choi Hyun-sok said that wasn't what he was worried about. Choi Hyun-sok went to check the perimeter, and the saint followed him. The guards blocked the road and told the young people to stop. It was an order from the division commander. They were forbidden to leave this place. Choi Hyun-sok said he needed to use the restroom. He couldn't relieve himself right there. He promised to return in a few minutes after taking care of business. The guard said that no one was allowed to leave the dining hall area. It was the commander's order. Choi Hyun-sok was surprised. Were they really not letting him go? The young man didn't like this again. Our hero hoped that everything was okay with Mr. Riedran. At that moment, Riedran met with armed men. The man said that Bloody Nightmare impressed him. Byron may be an inexperienced hero, but he didn't think the demon could stand up to the two of them. Byron said that if he hadn't revealed himself, he could have handled the Bloody Nightmare alone. The commander reminded him that Byron had only recently become a hero. The commander raised his sword and added that it was time to put an end to this. The Divine Magic Squad was ordered to advance. Riedran thought, was this a trap? Now it was clear who the traitor of the Third Corps was. The order was given to capture the hero and the saint. However, they were already running away. Evilson mentally asked Lord Riedran to be okay. Riedran understood that he was facing two heroes and several knights armed with magical items. Wasn't that a bit too much to capture him alone? The leader of the attackers said he thought so too. The man noted that Riedran was the Devourer's most valuable subordinate. Bloody Nightmare realized that their target was Lady Hemis. However, their plans were not destined to come true. The commander of the attackers told Byron to step aside. They needed to wear down their opponent and wait for the right moment. Riedran correctly understood that these people were serious. The demon said that now he would show them why he was called the Red Nightmare. The knights were attacked and were surprised to see that their opponent had summoned the wind using only his power. The commander said that this demon was not to be feared. After all, he was alone. They needed to overwhelm him with numbers. The leader added that they should shoot their harpoons as if they were hunting a bull. Although Riedran was outnumbered, he effectively repelled the attackers. Riedran's combat style was activated. Seventh form, gifts and destruction. The Red Nightmare methodically destroyed his enemies one by one. Byron said that this scoundrel was arrogant only because he was strong. Byron attacked his opponent and landed an effective blow. Riedran thought that this young hero had returned faster than he had expected. Red Nightmare struck again and told them to stay where they were. Byron was surprised. Was this demon really just a division commander? What was the reconnaissance squad doing anyway? Riedran stood in the epicenter of the destruction, angry but invincible. He had used too much dark mana. How much longer could he hold out? His opponents called in a second unit for backup and sent it into the attack. The commander told Byron not to delay and to attack. He himself also rushed into the attack. The circle was closing in. The attackers were getting closer and closer. Riedran fought back with all his might. Nightmare held back the attack, but the balance of power was not in his favor. He was wounded multiple times and harpoons stuck out of his back. The leader of the attackers said that these magical harpoons sucked out dark mana. Most demons were unable to withstand even the first blow. The commander said that the battle was over. We should stick a few more harpoons into him, just in case. After that, he should be tied up and taken to another place. Byron said he would deliver the final blow. He would not miss such a wonderful opportunity. The hero said, "Who would have thought he would be so helpless?" The Red Nightmare from the Demon King's army turned out to be the most ordinary. Riedran stood up and said that he was the Red Nightmare from the Demon King's army. Byron was counterattacked and flew far back. The commander was surprised. How did this Byron become a hero in the first place? Almost all the knights here had fallen. The loss of Byron was unpleasant. However, the Red Nightmare had definitely used up his last strength on this attack. The commander told the knights to pick up the harpoons. Suddenly, the leader of the attackers received a devastating blow to the left jaw. The protagonist came to Nightmare's aid and said he would finish everyone off. Riedran asked why Cho Hyun-suk was here. The young man replied that he had a bad feeling and asked if his mentor was okay. Raedrin replied that he didn't know yet, but he was grateful for the help. The commander of the attackers thought that this guy was the very hero who was fighting on the side of the demons. The soldiers were destroyed. At this rate, the Red Nightmare could escape. The attacker got to his feet and began to chant a spell. Chewe Hyunsok thought it was the same wall of flame. The villain chanted the spell louder and louder, intensifying the flames. There was an explosion. Raedrin said that this technique was on a completely different level from the people they had fought before. It was a divine call. For this reason, it was more difficult to deal with the Holy Knights. The attacker said that his opponents should not even dare to compare this power with that used by weaklings. The man boasted that he possessed the true power of God. If demons have upgrades, Holy Knights have invocations. This gives them incredible power, but it comes with great risk. Anyone who uses the divine call ultimately perishes. The man said that as soon as the sacred power runs out, the bearer perishes because power must be paid for with one's life. The villain added that he would not let his rivals get out of there alive, even if it meant his own death. Kyu Hyun-suk repelled the attacker's attack, turning himself into a demon in the process. The villain said that divine power and dark mana are two opposites. The hero is no longer even human. Raedrin shouted for Choe Hyun-suk to hold on a little longer. Nightmare suggested that the young man was now in much worse shape than he was. His body went numb. The pain was like his guts were being squeezed. But the young man was human, not a demon. For Raedrin, the pain was now simply unbearable. Choi Hyun-sok thought that the enemy would be finished as soon as he used up his power. He had to try to avoid the bursts of mana. Should he speed up time or provoke him into an even more powerful attack? However, it was unknown how long Mr. Raedrin could hold out. The villain began to weaken and said that it required more divine power than he had previously thought. The ringing in his ears grew louder, and everything around him became blurry. The man began to lose his sight. However, these two demons could be found by their energy. The villain asked if the future corpse had any questions. Choi Hyun-sok was surprised. Had this guy really gone blind? The villain said that it didn't matter at all, although he was curious what this guy would say to him, because their mana could be felt even without sight. The protagonist was surprised. Was this man sensitive to the power of demons? His opponent asked what this guy was getting at. Choi Hyun-sok said that was exactly the point. Our hero said that they were just dealing with a blind man who could only sense dark mana. Raedrin shouted that it was time for Mrs. Evelson to act. 10 minutes earlier, on the cliff, Evelson approached the very edge. The saint looked down and said that they could die this way. What should they do? One of the knights grabbed the girl by the leg. Evelson fell and thought, could any of the attackers still be alive? The knight replied that he was just waiting for the monster to leave. Now the hero would not protect her. The knight told the saint not to complicate things and just follow him quietly. The girl wondered what to do, call for help or not, since Mr. Cho Hyun-sok was already busy. The girl thought she should pull herself together. Should she call him for help when he was already fighting with all his might? Evelson thought that everyone had sacrificed a lot for her. She felt that she was just living under their roof and doing nothing. Evelson gripped the harpoon tightly and said that everything would be fine now. Chu Hyun-sok must have been worried about this. The saint said she needed to pull herself together and stop being a burden to everyone. For the sake of the man she called the hope of this world, the knight was attacked by the saint and destroyed. Grat asked why they were doing this. After all, he had delivered the Red Nightmare as promised. He was their ally. The knight told the evil demon to shut up. Because of his deception, they lost two heroes. His tricks caused enormous damage to the Divine Empire. Grat was surprised. Had the two heroes of Gatrin really lost? How was that possible? Hemis appeared on the battlefield and asked what was going on. The knight was indignant. Was their meeting also a trap? Grat declared that he had brought all these foolish people here for the Corps commander. They were the main force of the nearest human military base. Hemis was surprised. Had the useless Grat done something useful for the first time in his life? As a commander, she couldn't just refuse such a wonderful dinner that Grat had prepared. The knights were frightened. What were these vibrations around them? Why was it getting dark? The knights looked at the sky and, in fear, began to scatter in different directions. There was a powerful explosion, and the shock waves scattered everything around. Grat declared that it was magnificent. He expected nothing less from Lady Hemis. Grat noted that Lady Devourer was able to wipe out an entire group with a single blow. She is truly an unrivaled living legend. Hemis asked what this traitor was talking about, turned around, and knocked his head off. Hemis assumed that he was the only spy. She believed that he had accomplices because he was sowing such deep discord. It turned out that fear had simply overwhelmed him. Hemis said that today's agenda was the reorganization of the troops. Roygo, Raedrin, and Choe Hyung-sok listened attentively. The Devourer said that Raedrin would take command of the 8th Division of Grotto. Roygo would serve as Deputy Division Commander. Choi Hyun-sok would be appointed regiment commander with direct command over the corps. Hemis added that she could not allow such talent to go to waste. This was a reward for all his hard work, for surviving and entertaining her. The commander said that they would do without troops for now. His subordinates were surprised. Raedrin asked what Lady Hemis had in mind. Hemis suggested that Cho Hyun-sok would not need subordinates. She wanted to see how things would unfold. Modem entered the office. Hemis said that he had the authority of a corps commander. The woman added that they should take care of each other. Hemis said that she needed to leave for a short time, as there was a matter that needed to be resolved. Choi Hyun-sok told the saint that she had surprised him greatly last time. How did Evelson decide to do such a thing? The girl replied that she simply had to do something, and being close to a hero, one cannot remain idle. The protagonist asked if the saint would also fight. The girl replied that she agreed to fight if it would help the hero. After all, she was a saint. She could use divine power and summoning. However, prolonged use of power, thanks to a trained body, was a completely different matter. Chu Hyun-suk said that he couldn't even imagine the difference in their strength right now. He was even a little jealous, because divine magic was much more powerful. Evelson replied that she didn't know if it mattered. After all, strength is what decides everything in battle. It was strange to hear this from someone who had won thanks to his eccentricity rather than brute force. Rachel said that it sounded like he was some kind of cheater who used cheap tricks. There weren't many battalion commanders in the Demon King's army. Meanwhile, there are about 1,000 heroes among humans. Mr. Choi Hyun-sok is on the side of the demons. The young man thought that this made him one of the top ranked among these 1,000 people. Hemis arrived at a village on the outskirts of the Gatren Empire. The Devourer told Benedict that she would spare his life, so he should deliver her message to the others. Starting today, one village would be erased from the map of the Holy Empire every day. The priest begged for mercy. About 5 centuries ago, the continent was plunged into the chaos of war. Small kingdoms resisted the great empire of Drazen. With each passing day, the war became more and more fierce. One day, a new region suddenly appeared on the map. It appeared suddenly, shrouded in light. Everyone assumed that these were the remains of the ancient country of Wallington, which 1,000 years ago had been at the forefront of magic on the continent, but had suddenly disappeared without a trace into the sea. The new region was supposed to contain the ruins of this ancient civilization. People around believed that this would help revive the magic that had been almost lost after the fall of Wallington, and that those who possessed the magic of the ancients would gain power over the rest of the world. Each kingdom sent troops to the new lands in search of them. Everyone dreamed of only one thing, a beautiful new world shrouded in gold and glory. But in that new world which humanity had so hoped for, there were neither the ruins of Wallington nor the long-lost people. Those lands were inhabited by creatures from another world. They were hostile to humans and driven by an insatiable thirst for conquest. They were demons. Faced with an enemy from another world, Drazen and the other kingdoms established a truce. United in the name of humanity, they entered into a long war. In this new era of warfare, the demons took advantage of their strengths. They possessed an innate ferocity that surpassed human physical strength. They also possessed a unique dark mana that only they possessed. As dark clouds gathered over the human camps, clergy, healers, and priests who were not participating in the war also expressed their desire to join the battle. Then people learned that they could fight demons using divine power. The clergy's struggle became the impetus for the spread of religion across the continent. The Holy Kingdom of Gatren, which worshipped Tuzas, united with neighboring countries. People who believed in the divine destiny of the state unwittingly turned it into the great divine empire of Gatren. 2 centuries later, the faith of humanity grew stronger. This was facilitated by the combat-ready clergy, whose numbers grew exponentially. It was also aided by the appearance of so-called heroes, visitors from another world who came to the aid of the divine empire. As a result, inferior humans were able to fight back and gain the upper hand in the war against the demons. Around the same time, the greatest participant in the war ascended the throne, receiving the first legendary title of Pope. He was incredibly skilled in combat. Papa gathered trained knights, as well as heroes from another world. Together they drove the demons to the edge of the continent. In this way, they regained a fleeting peace. Continental Council, Kingdom of Chersi. Papa said that a new threat now loomed over them, the Devourer. Why were they facing this threat again? Duke Olivin, a confidant of Emperor Drasen, said that they had not exterminated all the demons in the past. That is why they are now facing this situation. At that time, rebuilding the destroyed countries was more important than destroying the enemy. Although it was certainly the right decision, after all, the welfare of the people is the nation's primary duty. Now the standard of living in each state has stabilized. Papa said that he is asking everyone to join forces and calling on everyone to wage a holy war. The Gatran Empire will once again lead everyone. Papa added that they will spare no resources or people in this war. He called on everyone to join together for the sake of humanity and world peace. Demons are once again threatening lives. This cannot be tolerated. Something must be done immediately. In a few days, 3 cities were wiped off the face of the earth. No one knows who will be next. Perhaps it will happen right here, and he will die before finishing his speech. Or perhaps it will be those listening to him right now. A priest named Nevi from Benedict was introduced. The priest said that everyone in Benedict had died. They were just living their normal lives. Now he stands here before everyone and tells them what he had to go through. But his soul died along with everyone he loved. The demons are becoming more and more ruthless. His Holiness has declared a holy war, stating that he no longer intends to remain on the sidelines. Sir Asahel Balt, the legend of Gatran, will soon arrive here after a long seclusion in the temple. The Empire of Darson and other states have promised to send their heroes and legends to war. Soon they will launch a large-scale attack. Cardinal Ellen added that this would not be enough to completely crush the demons. For the sake of this war, which will decide the fate of the entire continent, the participation and strength of all those present are needed more than ever before. The Cardinal added that this holy war is God's will, leading everyone to peace. Ellen clearly called on everyone to destroy the demons. The people shouted in unison that they were ready to destroy the demons. The Emperor said that Cardinal Ellen was competent, but he had made too many mistakes lately. 2 heroes had died, and the Red Nightmare had not been captured. They had achieved nothing and lost tens of thousands of lives. The Emperor said that his interlocutor had 3 days to transfer his duties to someone else. As soon as Ellen's work was completed, all his property was to be confiscated and his family dealt with. Redrin was delighted to learn that Lady Hemis had finally returned. The Devourer was surprised. Had the nightmare missed him so much that he didn't even knock on the door before coming in? Redrin asked what she was thinking. How could one person attack an entire city of people? Hemis replied that she may have acted alone, but she had a plan. It was all for the future. The commander added that if she started to act, they would have to bring their legends into play. After all, the rest of the people were no match for her. The legend of each country was their main strength. Even destroying the legend of Gatren could buy them time. Radrin said he didn't understand what Ms. Hemis was talking about. Why did they need to buy time? Hemis replied, time for a new wind to warm hope. Looking out the window, the Devourer said that Radrin still couldn't accept it. Modem said that Radrin was too stubborn to accept it. But did Lady Hemis still want to unite with the Demon Lord? Modem added that no matter how strong the lady was, this plan was too dangerous. Hemis replied that nothing else bound them together. She added that even if she tried to get something back, everything had its price, but she didn't want to pay it. However, she wasn't offended. She knew why the Lord was avoiding war. Until recently, she thought that the Demon King constantly made foolish choices because of useless attachments. What's so special about the death of subordinates? They die because of their weakness. The role of the strongest is to overcome these pitiful losses and achieve victory. They both believed that this was the order of things in this world. Why did the Demon King become so foolish? Hemis added that, faced with his cowardice, she eventually couldn't take it anymore and left, advising him to come to his senses and become strong and dispassionate again. Now she even felt a little sorry because she had to do something she would never have done in the past. The Devourer asked herself if she had realized her desire to protect and understood the Demon Lord a little earlier. Would she have made a different choice? Hemis asked Frisch if it had been difficult for him too. The Cardinal came out of the other room and said, not at all. It is an honor for him to be on Lady Hemis's side. Hemis asked if he was still playing the priest. Frisch took off his mask and said that he had been playing the role of Cardinal for a long time. Hemis' assistant, named Frisch, added that the Cardinal's persona had stuck to him. Hemis said she hadn't seen him like this in a long time and handed him the letters. These envelopes needed to be delivered to Radron and Modem. Hemis said she would have done it herself, but this way there would be fewer regrets. Hemis told Frisch to keep an eye on the man. She didn't want Choi Hyun-sok to die. The assistant asked why. The Devourer replied that she didn't know herself. Maybe it was because of his age. She was worried about how they would manage here without her. This was the first time this had happened to her. The next day arrived at the Gadrick Fortress. The protagonist woke up to the cry, "Get up!" The blanket was pulled off him. The young man jumped out of bed and asked who dared to wake the battalion commander. Choi Hyun-sok saw Radron standing in front of him and added that it didn't matter. The battalion commander asked what had happened. Radron replied that the young man must pack his things immediately and leave as far away from here as possible. The Red Nightmare said that tomorrow an army of people would gather at the fortress. Among them would be legends. warriors with the highest level of skill. Chui Hunsok said that in that case he could not stand aside. Redrin added that the people were coming here to deal with Lady Hemis. He did not dare to doubt the lady's victory, but if she failed, he would not be able to protect Cho Hyun-sok on his own. An envelope was slipped under the door. Radrin picked it up. In the letter, Hemis asked Radrin, "He knows the history of the continent, doesn't he? In the past, they suffered several defeats and were pushed to the very edge. But people did not exterminate them, even when they were cornered. There are several reasons for this. The most important one was that the Holy Empire found the existence of demons convenient for itself. The Demon King took advantage of this and made a secret agreement with Gatrin. Do not cross the front line, preserving each other's territories." Over time, people's understanding that a war was going on weakened. The demons created the appearance of a threat and fought battles. Thus, their existence played a key role in uniting Gatran with other countries. Once, the Lord told her about the secret agreement between the demons and the Empire, but she refused to take part in it. At that time, she thought it was better to die than to live in cowardly slavery. As a result, under the pretext of the Rotak affair, she was exiled to the Black Castle. According to Frisch, tomorrow an army of humans will attack the fortress. Legends and heroes from different states will take part in this battle. While she fights them, Radron's task is to defend the fortress. Red Nightmare must take command. Of course, with his current strength, this may be difficult. At the meeting to choose the commander-in-chief, Pak Hyun and Osges will be on Radron's side. It was on this condition that she made peace with the commander of the 4th Corps. Ozji, like his uncle, is very concerned about him and will not stand aside. Hemis wrote that this was all she could do to help. From now on, he would have to rely only on his own strength. Hemis believed that Radron would succeed. Thanks to Radron, it was never boring in this stuffy fortress. Hemis added that she had not forgotten about Cho Hyun-sok, so there was no need to worry. He would have to leave the Demon King's army, but if everything turned out well in the end, they would meet again. Redrin said that Choi Hyun-suk should leave with the Saint. The commander said that as soon as things calmed down and he got a position, he would contact the young man right away. Choi Hyun-suk saw Mrs. Evelson, but who was next to her? Frisch introduced himself and added that he would accompany the two of them at Mrs. Hemis' request. They would need to blend in with the crowd to thoroughly scout out the situation. The Saint will play the role of a wandering novice, and there is a corresponding sign for this. Frisch added that they would pretend to be a priest and a mercenary. Frisch said that if there were no questions, they should hurry up and get into the carriage. They were leaving. Choi Hyun-sok expressed his hope that everything would be all right with the others. Choi Hyun-sok asked Mr. Frisch where they were going. Frisch replied that the border of the Holy Empire was too dangerous, and Jarasin rejected heroes. Therefore, they were going to the kingdom of Marriott. Upon arriving at their destination, Radrin thought that many demons had already been killed. At this rate, the number of casualties would only increase. The commander thought that the truce between humans and demons was rather pointless. Roigo told Lord Radrin that the time for battle had come. Radrin replied that from today, everything would change for the demons, and he would achieve this at any cost. Radrin addressed the military and said that demons were born for battle. No one could tame them. The commander called on the warriors to fight and, if necessary, die for freedom and a bright future. Radrin added that today they would prove their greatness. Hemis realized that Radrin had begun to act. The Devourer said that in that case, it was time for her to get down to business. The warrior saw Hemis and said that he knew she would come, so he was waiting. Hemis said that 150 years had passed, and he looked even younger. It was Basil Scott, the legend of Jarasin, who had lived twice. Hemis said she had expected to see a different person. It seemed he had hidden himself like a coward, even concealing his magical power. Basil Scott said that Gatrin's operation was on the opposite side and grabbed his sword. Basil said that today no one would prevent them from fighting for real. Hemis told him not to forget his manners, even though they had known each other for a long time. While the other knights fought to hold her back, he shamefully fled, and only because of that did he survive. Hemis added that she had come to cleanse his shameful past. The unique territory, Limit of Sorrow, was activated. Basil Scott admitted that last time he couldn't handle her magic because he was seeing it for the first time. But now everything was different. Scott activated the Star of Loss skill, using the magic of territory disclosure, and rushed to attack his opponent. Hemis blocked the attack and said she didn't even understand what he was trying to surprise her with. Basil tried to guess which side his opponent would strike from, above or below. Hemis said that he dodged again. Had Basil really become stronger? Hemis said that he had to be constantly on guard. If he got distracted for a moment, he would be knocked out with a single blow. In any case, his opponent missed the blow and received multiple injuries. Hemis said that he was still doing well. 100 years ago, he wouldn't have been able to dodge a single blow. A moment later, the Devourer realized that she was facing an illusion. but she had definitely hit her target. Basil activated the skill Shield of the Last Dawn. Hemis repeated that he had indeed become stronger. Basil Scott replied that it was all for the sake of the present moment. The Devourer said that his opponent needed to gain experience for another 200 years. The opponents crossed swords again. Hemis touched Basil's chest with her fingers and poured her demonic energy into him. Basil Scott lost his sense of direction, was deactivated, and flew far back. The man fell to the ground and began to cough incessantly, his strength leaving him. Basil thought he had exhausted his strength. Would he really die this time? He couldn't even strike back, let alone take revenge. Hemis asked if he was now a legend of Darson. Could he listen to her request? The Devourer mentioned that she had personal circumstances. Basil raised his head in surprise. Hemis said that he would soon meet a knight named Cho Hyun Suk in battle. He had to save his life. However, Yuzel Scott died unexpectedly. Hemis was discouraged because she had just created the right circumstances. How could anyone be so tactless as to interrupt someone else's conversation? Another person appeared nearby. Hemis said that only he could have done such a thing. Finally, the legend she had been waiting for had arrived. It was the guardian Asahel Wald, the legend of Gatrin, commander of the Sacred Order of Knights. Next to him was Morian de Sancha, the saint of the Holy Empire. Asahel Wald said that he had planned to show up after Hemis was done with Basil, but it seemed that she couldn't handle it, so he had no choice. Hemis asked if it wasn't cruel to other people. Was he sure everything was okay? Wald said it didn't matter. This guy was a legend in Drazen. Even if he was cooperating now, Drazen had always been an enemy of the Holy Empire. Getting rid of him early was a smart choice. Wasn't that why Hemis destroyed an entire city to lure him here? Hemis said that the legend of Gatrin was right. Wald added that Hemis had no idea how they had prepared for today. Morian de Sancia said that the second round was about to begin. Hemis felt a magical pillar repelling her energy. The holy power concentrated for quite a long time. Asahel Wald said that the saint would support the pillar, and the knights would protect the saint. It was necessary to set up a barrier so that the opponent could not escape. The knights took up battle formation and lined up according to instructions. Hemis said she had never seen such a barrier before. The repulsive force was definitely great. Her domain was collapsing under the onslaught of the sacred power. Moreover, the shield she is now able to maintain is nothing more than her shadow. Without such a large obstacle, they would not threaten her. Hemis added that in that case, she would have to try a little harder. Wald swung his sword and rushed into the attack. He shouted that Hemis would be destroyed right now. Asahel Wald was surprised when he realized that the Devourer had disappeared. The saint shouted that there was danger above. Wald used his transcendent unique authority skill, Great Barrier, to repel the attack. Hemis did not expect this from her opponent. Hemis said that even though he used his defensive authority and was able to block her attack, he would not be able to escape without a single scratch. Wald prepared to counterattack his opponent again with his blade. Hemis understood that her opponents were using the barrier effect. The sacred barrier absorbs damage from demonic energy. The holder of the highest class of defensive authority, a saint, and a massive shield supported by the strength of hundreds of people. Annoying conditions, ideal for a long battle. It was difficult for Hemis. She had spent more demonic energy on the battle with Basil than she had expected. The woman understood that working at half strength, she would not be able to break through this wall. Hemis thought that she had ended up in Basil's place. Asahel Wald shouted that he wanted to end it and swung his sword. The sword of divine power was activated. Hemis said she hadn't seen this technique in a long time. But was it too early to say that it was all over? Everyone saw how the Devourer missed the blow, and her body began to bleed. Morian de Sancha said, "Did he really do it?" Wald couldn't believe his eyes. He approached Hemis, who was lying on the ground, and said that it was impossible. Did he really defeat her? Wald said doubtfully. Did he really destroy the Devourer? However, that was not the end. Hemis turned into a huge carnivorous plant that attacked Asahel Wald. The next moment, the warrior found himself trapped inside the plant. It all happened quite unexpectedly. Hemis, having devoured her rival, said it was a surprise. The Devourer said that she had borrowed this idea from Baal. Hemis added that this time the Holy Empire had done well. She even had to pretend to be dead. Morian de Sancha noticed that the Devourer was coughing up blood. It was probably due to injuries and fatigue, or because she had devoured the legendary paladin. The saint told the knights to prepare their chance. She would take on the sacred power needed to restore the barrier. It was necessary to divide into groups and prepare for multiple repetitions. Hemis still posed an undeniable threat. Hemis thought that this paladin was digesting much slower than she had expected. Was it all because of the barrier? The remaining demonic energy would be neutralized. The commander thought that this was the end for her too. Hemis said that her role was over. Now in the place where she was headed, those kids were creating the truth. She could no longer do it alone. The arcane of sacred magic was activated and a demonstration of chance took place. Hemis said that those children would definitely change the future of demons. The saint thought Asahel was a fool. Was he really so eager to destroy the devourer? Papa would be unhappy to learn that they had lost Asahel before the big event. The knights asked what they should do. The saint said that they were returning to the capital and that everyone should remember well. Asahel, who fought valiantly alongside Basil, died together with the devourer to protect Katrin. These two met a worthy end, living up to their legendary status. Morian shouted that the soldiers should tell everyone this version of events. After the battle, Modem said he was impressed. The average raid-run fighter was certainly no match for him. The Red Nightmare said that the knight was flattering him. Compared to Lord Modem, he still had a long way to go. Modem said he wasn't just saying that. At this rate, in a few years, Raid-run would surely surpass him. Modem added that contact with Lady Hemis had just been lost. Raid-run said that meant she was either in serious danger or worse. Red Nightmare asked what the knight was going to do. Modem said that his only mistress was Lady Hemis. He would continue to follow the orders she had left behind. His loyalty did not depend on the life or death of his mistress. Modem added that Hemis had asked him to take care of Raid-run until he became commander of the Legion. The knight added that from today onwards, he would help with training until Raid-run was recognized as the strongest commander, powerful enough to change the decaying situation of the entire demon race. Modem clarified that he would be on the commander's side instead of Lady Hemis. The Emperor, standing on the podium, said that the great star of the Holy Empire had fallen. Asahel was a disciple who had devoted himself to this for almost 2 full centuries. His comrade, with whom they held life in their hands, and another legend, Sek Kinley. Orvin said that he was a man who served God like no other until his last breath. He cared about the people of the Holy Empire. Even in the face of the most terrifying demon, the Devourer, he decided to destroy the monster at the cost of his own life. As they destroyed each other, Asahel continued to pray for the day when everyone could live in safety and prosperity. The Emperor told everyone to pray and praise his deeds. Orvin added that they would never forget this sacrifice until the day when all those who oppose God are met with divine punishment. The Emperor said that he had warned him many times to remain vigilant, even when victorious. The assistant informed His Holiness that Drasen had sent his envoy to Marriott. They requested access to investigate the battlefield after the battle. Orwin thought that they wanted the truth about Basil's death, but the cleanup was already complete, and they would find nothing. The Emperor told his assistant to contact Marriott, but only quietly. They had to decline Drasen's request. His Holiness inquired about Evelson, Marriott, and Choe Hyun-sok. The assistant replied that they had not shown up, including in the last battle. The saint could avoid battle, but not Choe Hyun-sok. Presumably, the Devourer had sent him far away from the battlefield. The Emperor believed that if he got rid of the Devourer, he would also have to get rid of Choe Hyun-sok. The young man was a thorn in his side. The Emperor told Kirin to search the entire continent, but he could not find the two. Choe Hyun-sok said that Rachel was making a lot of noise. First she cursed the army of demons, now she longs for them. The fairy replied that she had gotten used to them. The young man told her to stop talking so much and check if the dye had worked. The young man changed his hair color and said that his head was itching terribly. Was that normal? Frisch said it was just hair color. She shouldn't fuss and should walk around like that for a while. Evelson also changed her look and asked what they thought of her. Chu Hyun-suk said that now she was as holy as a princess from a fairy tale. The girl thanked him for the compliment. She may not be from a fairy tale, but she is a real princess. Evelson added that she was a princess from Marriott. Chu Hyun-sok was so surprised that he almost choked on his saliva. Choe Hyun-sok fell to his knees and apologized, because he never knew that the saint was a princess. Evelson asked if it mattered. She wanted the hero to treat her as he had before. The protagonist said that it was a relief, considering that the saint turned out to be a princess. After all, she has influence in Marriott, doesn't she? Evelson replied that she wasn't sure about that. She would like to keep her identity a secret and not return to the palace. Frisch noted that one of the 2 greatest empires was thirsting for her blood. Evelson didn't want others to suffer because of her. The girl added that this did not mean she would never return there. If necessary, she would be forced to ask for help. In any case, she still had family there. The young people continued along the established route on the forest road. Rachel asked why the hero looked so gloomy. Choe Hyun-sok noted that as soon as they entered human territory, the system stopped working. The screen cracked and the text was distorted. The fairy said that their system was unique and could not break down. Choe Hyun-sok noted that this was not the first time he had encountered her peculiarities. Quests appear in real time, as if someone were constantly watching him. Rachel said that she couldn't see his windows, so she couldn't say for sure. But perhaps the point was that the hero was not following the path that ordinary heroes usually took. The fairy noticed that Choi Hyun-sok uses demon magic and is an enemy of humans, a real notorious user. The fairy added that if she hadn't yet received orders to abandon him in return, then he must be doing everything right. Probably. Frisch told the two to stop messing around. They had almost reached the nearest village near the border, the village of Keaton, Kingdom of Marriott, domain of Viscount Andef. Evilson asked, "Mr. Cho Hyun-sok, is this your first time in a human settlement?" The young man replied that he had started his journey in a strange place through someone else's fault, but now he finally had a chance to start as a normal hero. The saint said that in that case, the young man might be disappointed. This place was not as beautiful as he imagined it to be. Suddenly, guards appeared and demanded that the travelers identify themselves and state their route. Frisch showed his ID and said that they were looking for work in the border area with the demons. Choi Hyun-sok was surprised. What exactly did Frisch mean? Frisch suggested that the young man see for himself. The city was in ruins. Rachel noticed a notice on the board and flew over to read it. The notice mentioned additional duties and taxes on windows, on stoves, and even on beards. Frisch asked why the girl was embarrassed. She could just admit it. The Kingdom of Marriott, under the pretext of war, is squeezing the last drops out of the people. Frisch noted that the problem was not limited to this place. He had worked as a cardinal and understood the situation. Most of the states that had conspired with Gatren were doing the same thing. Those in power intimidate people with war and profit from it. Evilson was extremely disappointed and, lost in thought, sat down under the country's main monument dedicated to the great hero. Choi Hyun-sok approached the girl. She asked where Frisch and Rachel were. The young man replied that they were resting in a tavern. The protagonist sat down next to Evilson and asked if she felt better. Evilson admitted that she did not feel better and was very angry. Choi Hyun-sok noted that Frisch's words were indeed unpleasant. The girl said that she was not angry with Frisch, but with herself. She wanted to argue but had nothing to say. Chu Hyun-suk told the princess that he didn't mean anything bad and didn't know how to comfort her. Evilson said that she remembered an old story. The current Keaton looks pitiful, but once upon a time a great legend was born here. The legend of the heroic deeds of Rofar Dozor, a story from several centuries ago, when warriors who distinguished themselves in battles with demons were just beginning to be awarded the titles of heroes and legends. Sir Rofar was the greatest warrior of his time. His fame resounded throughout the continent, far beyond Marriott. He was a man worthy of this honor, fair, loyal to his homeland, respectful of the weak, and generous. In short, a true knight. Sir Rofar died young, at the age of 37, right here in Keaton. Choi Hyun-sok asked what had happened. Evilson replied that a year before the end of the war, the demons' offensive had become particularly intense, as if it were a last desperate attempt. The royal family ordered Rofar to leave Keaton and retreat, but for the first time in his life, he disobeyed orders. The state has a duty to protect its people from external threats. He could not allow his country to forget this duty. Evilson added that, having said this, the hero held back the demons' onslaught single-handedly. Rofar did this for Marriott, the royal family, and the common people, as well as for peace throughout the continent. Evilson wondered if Rofar the Watcher were still alive. What would he say about the current kingdom? Evilson thanked the young man and admitted that she felt much better. Chu Hyun-sok modestly replied that he had only listened to the story. The girl noted that even his presence was a comfort to her. The young people saw a man run out of the neighboring building and call loudly for the guards. Had another person died? Choi Hyun-sok told Miss Evilson to stay where she was, that he would check everything and report back. The young man looked into the doorway, saw a bloodied body, and thought it looked strange. Evilson called out to Choi Hyun-sok. He reassured her that everything was fine and that the guards would be there soon. The protagonist noted that something was bothering him. Could Mrs. Evilson take a look? The smell of decay was too strong for someone who had just died here, and there was a strange magic circle around the body. Evilson shouted that danger was approaching from behind. An undead creature appeared behind our hero. Without wasting any time, Evilson shouted for Choi Hyun-sok to get out of the way and rushed at the monster. The girl attacked the undead, delivering a powerful blow to its chest. Choi Hyun-sok was frightened. What kind of horror was this? After such a blow, it should have died for sure. Evilson suggested that it had been resurrected using necromancy. It was an esoteric art that raised the dead. Demons used it for their own selfish purposes. The girl noted that in the past they resorted to this magic during war. Choi Hyun-sok wondered if it could be spread through a bite. Evilson wasn't sure. She hadn't heard of such a thing, but she didn't recommend sticking your hand out to check. The young people heard guards approaching them. The same random passerby had shown them the way. The guards asked what the two were doing there, since they didn't look like villagers. Choi Hyun-sok replied that they were mercenaries. They had heard that there was work in the village, so they had come for that purpose. The guards conferred, agreeing that the two did indeed look like mercenaries. Choi Hyun-sok handed the guard his badge for inspection. The identification was successful. The guard told the two to follow him. Frisch asked again. When the situation had become as bad as it could possibly get, they continued to walk around there as mercenaries and even took orders? The village headman, named Edmar, asked, were they really the first-class mercenaries the guild had talked about? Evilson explained that they had ended up here by accident. Cho Hyun-sok added that they were the legendary people who had accidentally ended up in this village. Chu Hyun-suk mentally apologized to Miss Evilson. He thought it was better than revealing their identities. The young man added that the guild had ordered them to go to this village as soon as possible. What exactly did they need to do? The village head suggested that they get straight to the point. After his story, the protagonist realized that residents had been disappearing without a trace for several months. It's one thing when someone simply disappears, deciding to go somewhere else. Anything can happen. However, after some time, the bodies of the missing people are found right in the village. Some bodies lie in family graves. Strange objects were stuck into other bodies. The third one has some weird letters and symbols carved into it. And this time, the dead guy actually came back to life. Recently, they sent a letter to the Lord asking him to look into the matter, but he dismissed them and advised the people to move to a neighboring village. The Lord did not want to deal with a place that was not even capable of paying taxes. The mayor added that the residents had therefore collected a small amount of money and sent a request to the guild. Frisch asked if that was why they had deceived the elder by pretending to be mercenaries. Rachel said that they were liars. They had abandoned her, and for her, this was punishment. Frisch was surprised. Could a saint really deceive someone? Frisch added that it would be better for the two of them not to attract unnecessary attention. If it was about the undead, then the Demon King's army might be involved. It was not worth sticking their noses in. Evilson asked if Frisch could somehow influence the situation, even if only for a day. Before leaving, she wanted to ease the suffering of the residents at least a little. Choi Hyun-sok thought that Lady Evilson was very concerned about her subjects. The young man said that he also wanted to ask for this, even if only for a short time. Frisch said he would give them a week. If they still couldn't solve the local problems during that time, they would leave anyway. The young people thanked Mr. Frisch in unison. Frisch drew up a map and said that he had divided the village into zones. Rachel and the saint would patrol certain areas together. Choi Hyun-sok would control the central zone. Frisch added that he himself would guard the entrance to the village to stop the real mercenaries of the guild. 4 days later, the princess entered the room. The protagonist noticed that Evilson was late today. The girl replied that she had to check something, and she also had something to tell him. While patrolling with Rachel, they compared facts once again. She had bad news. There was an unusually high concentration of dark mana in this village. Usually there is a small concentration of human magic, dark mana, and divine power in the air. Depending on the location, this concentration can be lower or higher, which is quite understandable. In their case, despite the fact that people live in the village, the power of demons prevails around it. This seems strange. Frisch said that this was not surprising now, because he himself had been feeling strange lately. Evilson suggested that the reason was that dark mana was being drawn here in an unnatural way. Therefore, in the remaining time, it was necessary to find out why it had gathered here and report the reason to the village head. Choi Hyun-sok said that this would not be a definitive solution to the problem. Would the princess really be satisfied with such an outcome? The girl noted that they had already lost a lot of time because of her stubbornness. She couldn't ask for more. Frisch said that in that case, they would stay for 2 more days. Now that they knew the direction, they had to follow it. Choi Hyun-sok asked Frisch if he practiced necromancy. Frisch replied that the Third Corps was not interested in such things. Frisch explained that Lady Hemis hated necromancy as much as Chimera did. This science was rather inconvenient to use. Frisch asked if the Holy Maiden had not told her about this. The girl replied that she herself did not know much about esotericism. Frisch explained that necromancy never gives the desired results, which is why there are few records of it among humans. Even among demons, few dare to use it. The word necromancy itself gives a rough idea of what it is. It is the ability to make the dead move and control them. During the war, a technique was used in which bodies that had been strong warriors in life were raised from the dead. At first glance, it may seem that this spell makes it easy to increase the size of an army. However, the low-grade bodies summoned by the spell are too stupid. Therefore, each of them must be controlled separately. Attempts to command the undead in the chaos of battle inevitably forced the spellcasters to reveal themselves. As a result, higher-level undead capable of independent thought were created. However, these individuals, whose abilities surpassed those of the spellcaster, proved to be beyond his control. As soon as control was lost, the undead began to attack all living things nearby, no longer distinguishing between friend and foe. Choi Hyun-sok said that it sounded terrible and extremely inconvenient. Frisch added that even then, the biggest problem was the destruction of the commanders. Evilson suddenly declared that she sensed the presence of a new demon. Frisch said that nothing else could be expected from a saint with such a keen sense of dark mana. He asked where this demon was. Choi Hyun-sok asked in which direction. Evilson replied that it was the square with the statue. It seemed that the intruder was there. The intruder was found. Evilson said that he should not be destroyed. It was necessary to find out what he was doing there. Frisch asked what the plan was. Choi Hyun-sok said he would try to deal with the intruder himself. The intruder told our hero that he had a strange aura for a human. The young man should come closer, and he would do it himself. Choi Hyun-sok shouted not to shoot. They were on our side. Evilson was surprised. Choi Hyun-sok seemed to be getting ready to fight. The protagonist said that he was Choi Hyun-sok, commander of the 3rd Corps of the Demon King's army. The stranger had to give his name. The stranger was surprised. Could this really be the man everyone was talking about? But when he left, this guy was just a company commander. Evilson asked if they really didn't need to intervene. Frisch also gave his name and said he was subordinate to the 3rd Corps. The stranger was clearly not from the 3rd Corps and had to immediately give his name and rank. Evilson was surprised. Was Mr. Frisch doing the same thing? Frisch whispered that everything had to be resolved quietly, without harming the village. Frisch told the saint to go to the village elder so that people could be evacuated quickly in case of danger. The stranger took off his hood and asked if Frisch was really a demon. If so, why was he talking to people? Frisch stated that they were on a secret mission on the personal orders of Lady Hemis. He didn't want this mission to turn out to be impossible. That was all he could say. Frisch said that now it was the stranger's turn to speak. The demon said he was from the 4th Corps. Choo Hyun-suk asked if it was the one under Park Hyun's command. The demon said that their commander was not Park Hyun. Their true leader was none other than Mr. Onyx. The demon shouted loudly as he said this. Frisch said that he was the former commander of the 4th Corps. He lost the decisive battle and was demoted to deputy commander. The demons simply hate the idea that they are now under the command of a human hero. The Demon King's army has its own complications. Choi Hyun-sok suggested that this demon had a hard time because he left a long time ago when he was still a company commander. Frisch admitted that he also works mainly in the field, so he knows what it's like. His comrade had been through a lot. The demon teared up and said that these guys really understood him. Choo Hyun-suk asked, "Is that why the 4th Corps ended up in the territory of the 3rd Corps?" The stranger asked if he could even talk about it. Choo Hyun-suk activated the horns and asked, "Does this demon dislike the Corps commander? In that case, he can scold him. They will help." Choi Hyun-sok noted that Park Hyo-na had a terrible personality, and he had recently gone through the same thing. Frisch pointed out that Ms. Hemis and Park Hyo-na had not gotten along for a long time. Frisch reminded him that they were also on a mission, so it would be better to tell the demon what he was getting so that they wouldn't interfere with each other. Choo Hyun-suk suggested that this guy was not up to date with the situation because he had long since lost touch with reality. Frisch replied that this was the fate of lone agents. They had no contact with the main forces for a long time. The stranger admitted that they were testing a newly developed magical device. The device converts human magic into dark mana, releasing excess energy. The demon showed the object and said that if magic is fed into this device, it will turn it into dark magic for a certain period of time. In this way, an environment for necromancy is created in the shortest possible time. This invention is the work of Onyx and Rota. It is much more effective than mining. In a few months, they buried about 100 people in the area and drew a huge magic circle. The village is its epicenter. Recently, the bodies began to rise, so the demon came to finish the job and stumbled upon these people. Choi Hyun-sok wondered what would happen when this mission was complete. The demon reminded him that this village is famous for its legendary story about the exploits of a knight. They want to resurrect this knight as an evil spirit. Frisch asked, "Are they talking about Rofar Dozer? Has necromancy really advanced to the point where it can resurrect those who died many years ago? What would happen when he was summoned? Would it be possible to control an entity of such power?" The demon said that this is why they are conducting their experiments on human soil. If they fail to control the knight, they will simply leave. The demon added that if their experiment succeeds, they plan to turn Pak Hyun into an undead, and they won't have to constantly transfer the commander's post to someone else. Then Mr. Onyx would be able to regain his position as commander of the 4th Corps, so it was best not to interfere with each other. Chu Hyun-sok and Frisch exchanged silent glances and understood each other without words. The demon from the 4th Corps was attacked, killed, and beheaded. Frisch said that they worked well together. Chu Hyun-sok admitted that he did not expect Mr. Frisch to intervene. Frisch said that Ms. Hemis was more important to him than the building. She would have preferred Park Hyun to remain in command. Chu Hyun-sok said that in any case, they could now leave safely. If they handed over the body and magical items as evidence and dug up the rest, the dark mana level in the village would soon return to normal. Frisch said that when they returned, he would tell Park Hyun everything. Suddenly, a strange pillar of light appeared, pointing vertically upward. Evilson saw this pillar and understood everything. The girl shouted that she needed to get to her comrades immediately. Evilson said not to let anyone into the village. They needed to contact the nearest temple as soon as possible. Chu Hyun-suk was surprised. Wasn't everything supposed to end after the demon's death? Suddenly, the knight from the monument came to life and said he wanted to know if his homeland was safe. It was the first legend of Marriott, the Lord of Thunder, Rofar Dozer. Choi Hyun-sok recognized this man and said, "Marriott, the village of Keaton." Rofar asked why monsters were roaming freely here in that case. A saint appeared behind the young man and called out to Mr. Cho Hyun-sok. The girl held out a pendant in her outstretched hand and said that she was the second heir to the throne of Marriott Evelson. If this was indeed the hero of their nation, Rofar the Watcher, she wanted to talk to him. In her hand, she held the royal family's coat of arms, proving that she was the legitimate princess of Marriott. The knight said he recognized the item as a valuable magical tool. The knight knelt and said that he was Rofar the Swift, a loyal knight of Marriott, paying homage to noble blood. Choi Hyun-sok said that everything was going better than expected. The knight was in perfect order, even though he was undead. Frisch admitted that even for him, necromancy was a poorly understood art. Perhaps this knight's soul was on a completely different level. Rofar asked what had happened here while he was away. Why was Princess Mariotta traveling with demons? Frisch was surprised. How did the knight manage to control himself? Evilson replied that it was a long story. For now, they should leave the village. Rofar noted that the world had changed rapidly while he had been away. Choi Hyun-sok asked if Sir Rofar would really go with them. The knight replied that he had sworn allegiance to the royal family of Mariotta. If the princess was pursuing a good cause, he was obliged to help her. Choi Hyun-sok said that this was exactly how it was in his past life. He also helps Lady Evelson. But everyone the knight protected remained in his past life. Rofar replied that he simply wanted Marriott to be the best place it could be. The knight added that in his past life he had a daughter, a cheeky girl, a real mischief maker, just like his wife. She loved to boast that her father was the greatest knight in the kingdom. Her dream was to become a famous seamstress throughout the kingdom. She was probably long dead by now. And yet the knight is sure that during this time she has found many loved ones. Rofar said that she was everything to him. That is why he wants to protect everything she loved until the very end. Evilson was surprised. Did the knight really have a child? Rofar replied that his daughter's name was Rosa Dosor. After his death, she may have left with her mother's family and probably changed her surname to Crossel. Evelson said that their commander of the knights had the same surname. Rofar noted that it could be a coincidence. The surname is not very common, but a lot of time has passed. Nothing can be said for sure. Evilson said that when she was little, their commander was the second legend of Marriott. Legends don't age like ordinary people. It wouldn't be surprising if Rofar's grandson was still alive. The knight said that if this was true, then he should have inherited his blood by right. He would like to meet him if the opportunity arose. Choi Hyun-sok felt relieved. This knight was not a headless monster, as they had feared. Rofar said that destroying Marriott was simply absurd. The knight added that his wife loved to go to the candy store in the 4th quarter opposite the palace, and his daughter loved the yarn store 2 quarters away. He remembers the northern winters when they spent time together. It was wonderful. The knight said he couldn't destroy that. Choi Hyun-sok was surprised that Rofar would say such a thing. The frightened protagonist said he knew it wouldn't work. Frisch told everyone to step back, away from Rofar. Something was happening to the knight. Choi Hyun-suk asked what Frisch thought about it. Frisch suggested that Rofar would now try to destroy everything that breathed. Them, the people in the village, and in the nearby towns. Frisch said that if he wasn't stopped, he could even reach the capital. Like evil, he would instinctively be drawn to crowded places. They had to fight him here and now. Choi Hyun-sok added that the legend remains a legend, even if he decays. Frisch noted that they did not have enough strength, but they could try to escape. Evilson told everyone to leave, but she would stay. A weapon appeared in the girl's hands. Frisch said that Evelson would not be able to handle him. It would be better to leave it to the royal family or the temple. Evelson declared that she could. The power of evil is opposite to the power of the Holy One. Moreover, Rofar is not at the peak of his powers right now, which means she can handle it alone. Chu Hyun-sok was surprised. Why is the saint trembling? The young man told Evelson that it was impossible to do it alone. She knows that. Why is she resisting? Evelson replied that the reason was terribly simple. She was the princess of this country. Choi Hyun-sok said that in that case he would help. This land was Rofar's homeland. This was where the legend was born. It would be cruel to allow him to start a bloody massacre here. Frisch was angry. Why was this boy getting involved? Frisch remembered Hemis's order and realized he had no choice. Choi Hyun-sok ordered everyone to take their positions if they had already decided to act. Frisch noticed that the knight would first try to take out the support from the rear. He remembered this even after his death. Or was it just instinct? Evelson shouted that she would block her opponent's attack. The knight's blow struck her armor. Evelson used divine magic and told Cho Hyun-sok that their chance had come. The skill Glorious Maiden was activated. The protagonist activated Noble Turnaround Strike, and the knight lost his balance and staggered. Choi Hyun-sok knew that this was not enough. Choi Hyun-sok rushed into the thick of the action and shouted that he would stop the knight's advance. After such a powerful attack, Rofar was still standing. Choi Hyun-sok admitted that it was his strongest attack, but it didn't leave a single scratch on the knight. Frisch said that the evil spirit could only be defeated by cutting off its head or through a purification ritual performed by priests. Evelson said she could use exorcism magic, but it would take enough time to focus on the spell. The girl added that she was too inexperienced to fight and cast spells at the same time. Unnatural atmospheric changes began to occur in the sky. Rachel was surprised. Was it really raining? There were no signs of rain. Evelson noticed that this was no ordinary rain. Rofar's nickname was Lord of Thunder. The knight was the initiator of the atmospheric phenomena. Evelson noticed that Rofar could summon storms and control lightning. He was truly the Lord of Heavenly Thunder. A transcendent, unique authority was activated. Thunder Sword style, with lightning speed. Choi Hyun-sok wondered, why does this knight move so fast? It is difficult to defend against him. It is impossible to keep track of his movements. Frisch said he would try to cover him so that the young man could continue the battle without stopping. Rofar was approaching the girl. Choi Hyun-sok warned that there was danger ahead. Frisch tried to stop his opponent, but was thrown aside and fell to the ground. Rachel asked if Frisch was okay. The answer was yes. Rofar positioned himself on the roof of a neighboring house, getting as close to the lightning bolts as possible. Rofar concentrated and activated his transcendent unique authority. Thunder Sword style, thunder among clear skies. In response, the protagonist initiated a flying strike, and the knight was thrown aside. Choi Hyun-sok suggested that his partner perform that very trick. Frisch was surprised. Right now, with a demon who literally just escaped death, the dropkick nobility skill was activated. The young man decided that he needed to cut his opponent in half so that he couldn't move. However, Rofar managed to grab the hero by the leg and lift him off the ground. Frisch looked at his opponent and was surprised. Is he still breathing? His body has clearly been worked on hard. Evelson shouted for Knight Rofar to calm down and pull himself together. The saint reminded him that the knight had given his life to protect this village. The frequency and power of the lightning increased. Evelson added that Rofar had said he wanted to live again for Maria. He wanted to be a father his daughter could be proud of. Rofar lunged at Evelson and knocked her to the ground. Evelson said that there were many people in the world whom Rofar loved. This place was dear to him, and he wanted to make it even better. Evelson was suffocating and told Rofar to open his eyes and see what he was doing. It's not too late. The girl added that he was their hero. The knight continued to pin her to the ground and choke her. Evelson felt that not a single drop of rain was falling on her. Is the knight crying, she thought? Rofar said it annoyed him. The knight shouted at the girl to shut up immediately. Rachel said there was no time to rest. Frisch had to get up and hurry to help. Earlier, Frisch had asked Lady Hemis if they should start studying necromancy again. Hemis replied that necromancy was forbidden in the third building. She did everything she could to keep it away from the other buildings as well. Frisch noticed that the commander was very categorical about the undead. Maybe it's worth finding out why, he thought. Hemis asked if the assistant had any deceased loved ones whom he still missed. The answer was yes. He had comrades with whom he trained. They fell in battle. Hemis said that she also had such memories. With this thought in mind, she once delved into the study of necromancy. Hemis added that she had even managed to resurrect several acquaintances. She was happy and decided that she had brought back those she had lost. Hemis added that she promised herself that this time she would take care of them and protect them. At least that's what she thought. Until the moment when those who had returned to life tried to destroy her. Now she is sure, evil is driven only by hunger, an absolute and insurmountable hunger that makes one forget all past relationships and values. It is impossible to show mercy to such a thing. Hemis noticed that using the undead would instantly increase the size of the army. But where was the guarantee that the undead would not attack Frisch? What would he do if they attacked their master, cursing him for bringing them back in such a miserable state? The blade fell to the ground near Evelsen's body. The girl froze in fear. Frisch was surprised. Did he really miss from such a distance? Or did he manage to overcome his hunger? Rofar said that was enough and asked everyone to stop. He asked them not to let him hurt anyone. Choi Hyun-sok attacked the knight and kicked him in the shoulder, knocking the blade out of his hands. The blade flew out and hit the knight on the head. As his head hit the ground, he thanked the savior for stopping Rofar and preventing him from harming the princess. Evilson got up from the ground and looked at Mr. Cho Hyun-sok. He was unconscious. Frisch said that his willpower was enviable. The townspeople and the temple guards of the diocese gathered at the scene of the battle. They asked what this vile energy was. These people must give their names and positions. Evilson thought that fake badges would not work with real priests. What should I do now? Should I really fight? She thought. But she had almost no divine power left. Frisch told Rachel to keep quiet or they would be caught. The demon was hiding on the roof behind a pipe. A priest approached the knights and told them to step aside. Bishop Tranio of the Northern Diocese of Marriott said he thought he recognized these faces. Evelson was surprised to see Bishop Tranio. But why is he here, she wondered. Tranio asked the girl to remain silent and said that he personally guaranteed the safety of the two. The bishop told the young people to follow him. Tranio pointed to the orb and said that they had found a communication device among their belongings. It was considered a prohibited item, powered by demon magic. Evelson wondered what would happen to them now. Would they be arrested and sent to the capital of the Holy Empire? Tranio asked the princess if she remembered how they had gone on a pilgrimage across the continent several years ago. The priest said that at that time he knew little about Saint Evelson. The sheltered princess, who knew no suffering, insisted on a harsh pilgrimage. He thought the girl would barely last a week. Tranio admitted he was wrong. During the entire year of travel, Evelson did not utter a single complaint. Despite her age, gender, and status, the girl showed compassion and selflessness to all those in need. The priest then asked her rather bluntly about the reasons for her behavior. Evelson replied simply, "I do what I think is right." Tranio said that she was a little saint he knew. She was exactly that kind of person and certainly not a traitor who had conspired with demons out of selfish greed. The priest told the girl to tell him everything that had happened to her. Choi Hyun-sok regained consciousness in his prison cell. Frisch asked if the young man was okay and if he had injured his head. Frisch demanded that the boy return all the dark mana he had spent on his treatment. Frisch noted that in order to save the young man, he even had to sneak into the temple. Mrs. Evelson appeared before the protagonist, accompanied by a priest. The young man asked the girl what was going on. Evelson replied that she had known the bishop for a long time. He would help them get out. Choi Hyun-sok thanked her and asked if everything would be all right with the bishop. Could there be any problems? Tranio replied that he had already lived long enough. What does an old body waiting for God's call have to fear? The gate was opened and the protagonist was set free. Evelson asked if Pisca could go with them. Tranio replied that more and more people were afraid of wickedness. If I leave the diocese at a time like this, who will carry the faith in the Lord? The bishop returned the communication sphere to the girl and said that now they could leave without looking back. The saint should not worry about anything and should continue to do what she thought was right. Tranio told the guard that the demon and the fairy were behind him. Frisch, dressed as a guard, was surprised. Did the bishop know this before? Why didn't he say anything? Bishop Tranio told the hero to take care of the little saint.